Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Met Recovery Girl's Granddaughter. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ga, YN, Sandati don't say that. What? It's a compliment. It's. Inko smiled at the two of you, chuckling softly as she said, "You two really fit each other. Would you mind if I take a picture of you together? Just to add to the album." You suddenly became flustered, shaking your head and pursing your lips in slight embarrassment. It's cool. But I don't think I'm worthy enough to be in the album that I just. You can, Mom. Izuku said with a confident smile. I want to take a picture with YN-san. She is now part of my life after all. His words were so precious that you wanted to treasure them, always keeping them close and hoping he would say them again. His voice was often shaky, but the fact that he pushed himself to say it, even when embarrassed, was something you admired about him. All right, you said, nodding and smiling to yourself, deeply grateful for Midoriya's gesture. I will take a picture with him. Inko hastily grabbed the camera, smiling as she positioned it for the two of you. You smiled, the brightest and happiest smile you could muster, even surprising Izuku with its radiance. It was one of the prettiest smiles he had ever seen, and to think he was the reason behind it. He couldn't ask for more. Inko captured the moment, your smile like that of an angel, while Izuku's gaze was not on the camera but on you, deep and loving, as if he were memorizing the sight of your happiness. The green-haired mother smiled at the picture, glad that someone like you cared for her son. After the photo, you went to Izuku's room to tend to his injuries and change the bandages on his hand and leg. As you entered, you marveled at the collectibles Midoriya had of All Might. It was impressive yet endearing, and you couldn't help but smile. You really like All Might, huh? You said, turning to him as he looked a bit flustered. Why, he was the one who inspired me to be a hero after all. The two of you sat on his bed and began to carefully remove the gauze. Gently, you unwrapped the bandage on his hand, studying it and running your thumb over his palm. You're still trembling, right? Is it hard for you to eat alone? You asked, caressing his hand with your fingers. He nodded silently, looking at your soft expression as you cared for him. It still hurts from time to time. Recovery Girl said that it was fine and all I needed was to rest. You nodded, confirming his words. She's right, Izuku. You should take plenty of rest and let it heal. It's better to heal naturally since it's your body. Then you brought his hand up to your face, pressing your lips gently to his palm. He blushed immensely, still not used to the fact that you were healing him with such tender gestures. You separated and nodded to him. This should do it for now, you muttered before bringing out another bandage and wrapping it around his hand to conceal it again. How's your other hand? This one? You asked, gesturing to his severely injured hand tucked in an arm sling. He looked at it and sighed, his gaze downcast and slightly disappointed. Has long-term damage. It's all crooked and it has scars. In short. He paused, bowing his head as if to hide his feelings. It's ugly. You lifted his chin and smiled, shaking your head in disapproval. It's not, you said calmly, cupping your hand on his cheek. It's the hand of a hero, Izuku. And those hands will never be ugly. Then you smiled, leaning your head against his shoulder. You'll always be a great knight for me, Izuku. He sighed in relief, bringing his newly bandaged hand up to hold your head, running his fingers through your hair before planting a gentle kiss on it. You had no idea how grateful he was for your words, or how deeply he was falling for you. Even though your time together was short, he felt himself getting more attached to you. And in that moment, he promised himself that he would be your knight, to protect you and cherish you with all his heart. He would serve you and follow your wishes. I'm your knight and you're my princess, YN-san. You left at 4 p.m. since your roommates were coming home and you needed to prepare dinner. Standing at the door with your bag slung over your shoulder, you wore a grateful smile. The two Midoriyas stood before you as you bowed in appreciation. I had fun today. Thank you for letting me in. Inko shook her head and chuckled, gesturing for you to lift your head. I could say the same thing. Be careful on your way home. You nodded while Izuku looked hesitant, debating whether to escort you home. You easily read his expression and placed a fist over his chest, grinning. You should rest, Izuku. I'm going to be fine. But despite your reassurance, he still looked worried. Take care, okay? Izuku reminded you. You nodded in understanding and bowed once again. I'll be going now. Thank you again. I shall see you again, Izuku, you said, starting to walk away while Izuku waved goodbye, and you waved back. Inko watched you leave, lifting a hand to wipe a tear from her eyes. Izuku, she called, and the young green-haired boy turned to his mother with a puzzled expression. She continued, smiling at him. I want you to cherish that nice girl, okay? She's kind and deserves care. More than she gives to you. Then her expression turned serious, her tone softening. Don't be like your father who left us. I want you to stay by her side and never leave her. This is my wish for you as another woman. Simply put, don't break her heart, okay? Midoriya's expression softened, and he pulled his mother into a hug, reassuring her. Then, with a confident and determined voice, he said, I will, Mom. I promise. You were walking down the sidewalk on your way home, and it was almost 7 p.m. You were late for dinner because of the long line at the grocery store, and your 2 roommates might be starving since they weren't the best cooks. With a sigh, you carried all the bags in your hands and narrowed your eyes in irritation. If it weren't for them, I would be having a peaceful dinner with Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya. I finally found you, Shizenji, YN. You gasped silently as darkness enveloped you, pulling you down into a gooey void. After a moment, you landed with a thud, yelping slightly in pain. Rubbing your back, you winced before scanning your surroundings. You found yourself in a narrow alley, suspiciously dark and dirty. Quickly, you stood up and activated your quirk in defense, looking for the enemy who had brought you here. How did I? I was on the sidewalk just moments ago. I suppose I can disturb you for a bit? Shizenji, YN. You turned to the voice, your heart sinking. It was the same man from the USJ attack, the one with the rap quirk. You hastily put your guard up, calculating your possible moves. Narrowing your eyes, you glared at the villain before you, clenching your jaw. This is bad. I have limited space to fight, and he doesn't have a physical body, which makes things complicated. You can call me Kurojiri. Nice to meet you. You took a cautious step back, wary of his intentions. If he was here to take you, why not just wrap you up and transport you to their headquarters? Why go through the trouble of dragging you into an alley? You had questions, but even if there was a chance he might let you go, the possibility of being taken against your will loomed large. What do you want? You spat, your hands still in a defensive position, eyes sharp and observant. It was unusual for someone to snatch you from a crowded street, especially since you hadn't been active as a hero for a while. Only a few people knew you personally. How did he know who you were? Maybe from the USJ attack? They might have gathered information about me. The black mist chuckled humorlessly, taking a step closer. I have come to give you a warning. You raised an eyebrow, keeping your guard up against Kurojiri. You see, our kingpin, Tamura Shigaraki, has taken an interest in you. You let out a breath in disbelief, your eyes widening as fear crept in. That man with many hands? What do you mean? You asked, though you had an inkling of what he might mean. It was too unbelievable to be true, but his words confirmed your worst fears. Just as I said, Shizenji, YN. He believes he needs an angel by his side, and you might be useful to his plans. He will take you and make you his property. You bit your lip to stop it from trembling, a shiver crawling down your spine. You clenched your fists, frowning deeply, fearing that this man might take you right here and now. Do you think I'll just go with you? No way. I'm not a tool to be used. You managed to growl, your voice wavering but still defiant, holding your ground despite the fear coursing through you. I'm not here to take you. I simply follow the kingpin's orders, nothing more, nothing less. Then why are you here? Just to tell me this? Kurojiri nodded, his mist flickering as if his expression softened. This is my payment for a debt. You swallowed hard, pulling your lips into a thin line, your eyes locked on him, quirk still activated. Det. Kurogiri waved his hand dismissively and turned to you. I'm just here to warn you, Shizenji, YN. Heed my words because the next time we meet, I might take you away from your loved ones. He stepped closer, and you instinctively backed up until you bumped into a wall, cursing under your breath. Just remember, Shizenji, YN. If that man wants something, he'll take it, no matter the cost. Then he pushed you gently, causing you to stumble into the dark mist, and you fell to the ground with a small thud. In an instant, you were back on the same sidewalk you had been walking on earlier. Kurogiri's words echoed in your mind, raising more questions. It was confusing and frightening to know that the leader of the League of Villains was interested in you. You didn't know what to do, your mind was in turmoil, and your body felt frozen, unable to move. The shock left you trembling slightly, still terrified by the warning you had received. Mississippi? Are you okay? You snapped out of your trance when someone tapped your shoulder, causing you to jump in surprise. You turned to see a stranger looking at you with concern. You've been staring and sitting on the floor for minutes. Did something happen? You inhaled, composing yourself as you regained your calm demeanor, and offered a slight smile. I'm fine. Sorry. Then you stood up, bowed in apology, and began picking up the scattered ingredients from the ground, placing them back into the paper bag. Then you walked out, thanking the stranger who had pulled you from your dazed state. You clenched your fist and frowned, biting your lip as you walked. I need to get a grip and calm down. Finally, you arrived at your building, your expression grim. As you rode the elevator in silence, Kurogiri's words echoed in your mind, haunting you. You weren't scared of being taken, you were terrified of the consequences. His message was clear, and you wished it weren't true. The last thing you wanted was to involve someone else in your situation. The thought of someone getting hurt because of you was dreadful. You were a hero, meant to save lives, not put them at risk. Keeping this to yourself seemed like the best option to ensure no one else got hurt. Take me, but no one else. The elevator dinged, signaling your arrival. As the doors opened, your roommates greeted you with impatience. One of them was tapping their foot, clearly anxious about your absence. What took you so long? We were worried. Yamada exclaimed, while Aizawa scoffed, hands tucked in his pockets. He says he's hungry. What? I didn't say that. It's nearly 8 p.m. and you're still not home. I was worried. Aizawa turned to you with a blank look, raising an eyebrow as if questioning your tardiness. You responded with a small smile, trying to mask the overwhelming emotions swirling inside you. I will cover and hide the part of my heart that wants to cry and scream. The grocery line was too long. Sorry, you said softly. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged glances as you headed to the kitchen, their concern palpable. The usual you would have snapped at Yamada to stop complaining and just be grateful he wasn't eating something terrible, but your silence and apology were new to them. They followed you into the kitchen, noticing your dazed expression as if you were lost in thought. To your surprise, even Aizawa, who usually avoided chores, helped wash the ingredients. You almost fainted at the sight. It was truly rare. You looked at them in disbelief. What are you guys doing? You muttered, though the kitchen's silence made your voice clear. Yamada replied, We're helping you cook. Your shock quickly melted into a bright smile as you lightly laughed, their subconscious efforts to comfort you easing your tension. What the heck, all I needed to do was ignore you for you to help me. I should have done that a long time ago. Yamada whined, while Aizawa snorted and left the kitchen without a word. You weren't about to let him go that easily. You pulled the cloth around his neck and dragged him back. You will chop the ingredients, Aizawa, or I will chop you. I need to sleep. Then don't expect dinner to be served, sleepyhead. You smiled softly as you let Aizawa go, watching him grab a knife and the ingredients. What shall we cook, young YN? Yamada exclaimed, causing you to frown as you pointed at him. You sound like All Might. He screeched, throwing a tomato at you, which you dodged easily, though it surprised you. Don't compare my voice to others. I am my own voice. You winced at his loudness, covering your ears in a futile attempt to block it out. Shut up, you said, while Yamada pouted and returned to cleaning the ingredients. You smiled softly to yourself, casting your eyes down to the floor, Your lips pursed and brows furrowed in thought. More reason not to let them get involved in my mess. Monday. A time for teaching your class. At 11:40 sharp, you arrived at their classroom, wearing your usual frown and posture. You opened the door after a sigh, a textbook in hand. "Good afternoon, class," you stated in a monotone voice, calm and composed. With confidence, you walked to the front and tapped the blackboard to display the presentation you had prepared. "Okay, class, we will discuss first aid for shock." For the first 40 minutes, you taught your lesson, your voice loud and clear. You were proud of yourself for covering up your troubled self. You knew it was unhealthy to let Kurogiri's warning shake you so much. It could affect your career. For now, you had to hold on and keep it all inside, as you couldn't share it with anyone else. It was impressive that you managed to keep your fear at bay while at work, and you guessed Aizawa and Yamada's presence had helped. Their small gesture of walking with you to school had comforted you greatly. Even without discussing your problem, they sensed your tension but chose not to press you about it. They were understanding, trusting you to handle this while supporting you in their own way. They were the ones who helped you adjust to this school after all. The duo acted like your brothers. During the remaining minutes, you set up a self-study session and encouraged them to ask questions while you added points and notes to their inquiries. Midoriya raised his hand, looking at you shyly. You were surprised. He usually understood the lessons without needing to ask questions. You approached him, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" He flipped the page of his notebook while you leaned to see his notes. This part. About cyanosis. You narrowed your eyes at the words he pointed to, raising an eyebrow in amusement as you read it. "Can we walk home together later?" You wanted to chuckle at his actions. It made you smile a bit. The tension from the previous day seemed to slip away, lightening your heart, even if just for a moment. You felt blessed to have kind people around you. Everyone seemed to lift your spirits in their own way, whether they realized it or not. Especially Midoriya. It had only been days, and he was still trying his best to be a supportive friend. It was adorable, in your opinion. "Ah." You hummed casually, pretending no one noticed your exchange. Clever Izuku. But it was still risky with students around. Yet, the thrill of this secret connection was something you enjoyed. It wasn't that you liked hiding your bond, but rather that you cherished the moments you could spend together, even if they were fleeting. Midoriya's efforts meant more to you than ever. You couldn't be happier seeing him try his best. "Cyanosis is like this." You held his pen, scribbling down your answer in his notebook while maintaining a serious demeanor, even though it took effort to keep your cool. "I have a teacher's meeting later, so I might go home late. Plus, I need to pick up groceries for my flat. You should head home and rest to prepare for your internship." His expression softened as you wrote that, a hint of disappointment creeping in. But the determined green-haired boy refused to give up the only chance he had to spend time with you. He huffed in determination and wrote back, adding a confused expression to his face to keep up the pretense of a normal student-teacher interaction. "So you're saying that this is like this?" Although his tone held a hint of disappointment, he grabbed his pen and wrote back, "I'll wait for you." Oh, how you wanted to laugh at his stubbornness. It certainly eased your worries. Everything felt fine, and it was because of his comforting presence. The memories of the previous day's warning began to fade, easing your mind. "Yeah. But take note of this," you muttered, taking his pen from his hand and smiling as you continued to tease him. "Are you sure? Ida and Uraraka might be suspicious of you staying here." He pouted, clearly unhappy with your response. He sighed and looked at his notebook, shoulders slumping in slight dismay. "But I want to see you before I go home," he murmured, forgetting they were in the middle of class. The room was quiet, everyone focused on their notes, so Midoriya's sudden comment was a bit shocking. You leaned back, giving him a look of disbelief while the other students glanced at you in confusion. You quickly regained your calm composure before anyone could notice, but inside, you were panicking. "Izuku, don't say things like that out loud." Realizing his slip, he inhaled sharply, reddening in embarrassment. I want to see you before I go home so I can ask questions. I have trouble you understanding things about anaphylactic shock. So please help me." His voice trailed off into a soft murmur as he fiddled with his fingers, looking down in utter embarrassment, his face as red as an apple. Thankfully, the others returned to their studies, ignoring his earlier remark. DMN Izuku. You clever boy. You took a breath before nodding, crossing your arms. Fine. I don't want you to fail my subject again, so I expect you to come after my meeting. Meet me at my lab and wait there until it's over. You stated clearly before straightening your coat and turning your back, slightly blushing with embarrassment and nervousness. Then a thought struck you, and you turned back to the class. Oh, everyone, I just remembered. You raised an eyebrow at them. Pass me your notes so I can check your assignments. You had 2 rest days, so I expect you finished them. A few students cursed under their breath, realizing they had forgotten their assignments, but you just huffed and crossed your arms. Oh no, you don't get to complain. Pass me your notebooks now, or I'll have to. Deduct points for those who don't. Some grumbled but passed their notes anyway, and you gathered them into a small pile. Taking a deep breath, you grabbed your textbook and added it to the pile before giving the class a brief nod. Good job, class. You can relax and enjoy your lunch now. Class dismissed. You watched them organize their things before turning to leave, but you saw Uraraka hop over to you, smiling brightly. Hey, Wine-san. Let's go eat lunch together. You chuckled and nodded, gesturing to the notebooks piled in your hands. I'll just deliver these to the faculty, and then I'll catch up with you. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically and gave you a thumbs up. Roger that. I shall save you a seat. You smirked at her before excusing yourself, but you were stopped when a familiar voice called your name. Shizenji-sensei. You turned to see Midoriya, who grabbed half of the pile of notebooks and gave you a crooked, timid smile. I'll help you with that. You inwardly chuckled, smiling a bit at his small effort. The pile wasn't too high since there were just 20 notebooks, but he was trying so hard that you couldn't say no. All right. You smiled as he bowed to Uraraka and asked her to save a seat for him too. The two of you left the classroom, unexpectedly radiating a nice vibrancy and aura while walking together. Uraraka and Ida noticed this, and Uraraka nudged the raven-haired boy, smiling mischievously. I won. Ida gave her a look, sweat dropping at her expression and bargain. You cheated and changed your bet. I know. As you and Midoriya walked to the laboratory, he suddenly looked at you with a flustered expression. I am sorry that I nearly got us in trouble. I'll be more careful next time. You let out a small chuckle, nodding as you turned to him. Yeah, we should be more careful. One wrong move can take us apart. You muttered, lowering your voice so only Midoriya could hear. He pursed his lips and nodded in understanding, though he felt a bit down about needing to be cautious. But he reminded himself that you needed this career and wanted it to continue, so he thought he had no right to jeopardize it just because he liked you. If he truly wanted you, he would be patient. And if he truly wanted to express how much he cared about you, he would understand. When the two of you arrived at your empty faculty, you set the notebooks down and smiled at him, pointing toward the door. Let's eat lunch? Uraraka and the others might be waiting. Midoriya stood still for a moment before glancing at you and smiling sheepishly. Can I kiss you, Wine-san? Just for a bit. Oh, how you wanted to squish his cheeks and hug him tightly because of his adorable self. He always asked if he could kiss you as if he was giving you a heads up about expressing his emotions. His initiative and patience to ask if you wanted him to were simply cute and endearing. You chuckled and nodded, and he took no hesitation as he carefully cupped your cheeks, holding them gently as if you were a delicate flower. He leaned in to softly press his lips against yours. Warmth spread throughout your chest as your lips met, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach. Then he separated, pressing his lips on your nose and then your forehead. It was quick but soft and caring. He tucked a strand of hair behind your ear before giving you a crooked, loving smile, bringing his hands back to cup your cheeks. You smiled back, slightly surprised when he squished your cheeks, making him chuckle softly. Revenge, Wine-san. You whined, giving him a glance as you held his hands and pouted. You cheeky brat. It was by far the most overwhelming day you had ever experienced, filled with emotions and surprises. Midoriya and you went to the cafeteria, casually talking about topics you both enjoyed. You were smiling while talking to him, which was a new sight for the others who knew you. You usually had a cold and piercing look, seemingly unbothered by anything. It was unusual for you to be this bright and happy, so some students caught a glimpse of your pretty smile and whispered about it, which made Midoriya feel quite uncomfortable. It was a feeling he couldn't explain, yet he wanted to express it. But at the same time, he didn't. "Hi, Shizenji," a boy greeted, waving his hand toward you. You perked up and turned your head toward the voice, raising an eyebrow as you recognized him. "Oh hey, long time no see," you replied, waving back. He chuckled, patting your head with a grin. "Still the usual short Shizenji." You huffed, playfully punching his arm while snickering. "You wish. There's the sharp-tongued Shizenji I know." Midoriya felt left out, watching the two of you joke around with such a nice vibe as if you were really close friends. You soon smiled at Midoriya, gesturing to the boy who had greeted you earlier. "Midoriya, this is Koichi. He was my student last year in Hero Course 2B. Koichi, this is Midoriya, my student this year." The male grinned and nodded to greet the green-haired boy, who responded with a small, brief nod. "Dang," you said, smirking at Koichi, "you really did it, didn't you? I heard from the teachers that you're one of the best rookie rescue heroes." You patted Koichi's shoulder, while Midoriya felt a twinge of frustration. It wasn't a feeling he usually experienced, nor one he wanted to feel. You were just talking to a friend. Why was he feeling this way? It was ridiculous. The thought of wanting to pull you away and have you all to himself was overwhelming. He was somewhat annoyed by the bright atmosphere the two of you were sharing as you talked that he wanted to experience that with you. At that moment, he felt the frustration of being in a student-teacher relationship. All the secrets and hiding that he wished he could just shout it out and claim you for himself. It was an unusual feeling of possessiveness. "San," Midoriya called, blinking at you with a smile. "What is it?" Uraraka and the others might be waiting." Koichi chuckled, raising his eyebrows with a smirk. "First name basis. Sounds intriguing." You pursed your lips and shot him a look. "Stop making a big deal out of nothing." Midoriya looked down, his lips pressed into a thin line, sadness in his eyes. He understood that you were keeping your relationship a secret, but it was frustrating him deeply. "Well, not just saying. It's my first time seeing you let people call you by your first name. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei are exceptions, of course." He mused, grinning while crossing his arms. You chuckled and turned to Midoriya. "He's just worth it." Midoriya's anger and frustration faded as he noticed the way you looked at him. It felt different. It was filled with emotions that seemed to be directed solely at him. He wanted to hold your hand, to feel your warmth, just to know that he was the only one who could hold you like this. His desire was so strong he wasn't sure he could contain it. "Ooh, wow, you must be an important person," Koichi teased, turning to Midoriya, slightly huffing. "Just so you know," he stated, then grinned at Midoriya. "If she weren't a teacher, I'd be choosing her." Your eyes widened, and your cheeks flushed while Midoriya felt a surge of protectiveness. It felt like a declaration of war, but he was surprised when the guy just laughed after saying those words. "But don't feel sad that I have a girlfriend. She's all yours." Midoriya felt a mix of relief and frustration, knowing this guy had once shown interest in you. It triggered something in him, making him act prideful and boastful. He stated clearly without hesitation, "I'm so lucky to have her first then." You were flustered and surprised by his boldness. It was as if he was revealing your relationship to show that you belonged to him. Koichi's expression shifted to confusion as he blinked several times. Then he turned to you with a serious look. "What does he mean by that? It can't be that, right?" You felt a rush of heat to your face as you tried to reason, averting your gaze with a small blush. Then Midoriya declared, "I'm making it clear no one will take her, even if it means waiting until I graduate. I'll win her over. Even if she's not mine now, I'll make sure to have her before anyone else does." "Wow, Izuku, you already did." Koichi was taken aback by his words, while you were wide-eyed and shocked at his boldness. That's some strong and brave talk right there, boy. He muttered. I just hope you can do it. 3 years is still a long time, but I guess I won't worry about it. He turned to you, chuckling and smiling a bit. I'm sure if you want her, you'll find something lovable about her. Then he looked back at Midoriya, tapping his shoulder and giving him a brief nod. Just be patient and don't let your emotions get ahead of you. It's better to be careful than to regret it later. It's best to be understanding. Don't do rash things like what you just did. If others knew you were interested in your teacher, it wouldn't just be you who'd face the consequences. Shizenji here would be involved too, especially if she knew how you felt. Even if she's your age, she's still a teacher. There's a significant gap between us. Midoriya nodded in understanding, his actions slowly sinking in. It was shocking for him to realize how possessive he had suddenly become. If he weren't your close friend, things could have turned out differently. It was fortunate that he played with his words, making it seem like he was just courting you, no relationships involved, as if he was waiting for the right moment to make you his. Koichi soon left with a goodbye, and you sighed in relief, looking at Midoriya, who wore a guilty expression. You smiled at him, patting his shoulder. We'll have to talk later, Hosu. You muttered, lowering your voice so only he could hear. About things. He tensed but nodded, fully aware that what he did was risky. Lunch ended, and Midoriya headed to his class. You remained in the infirmary, working on your support items, those mini-bombs you would use for your upcoming mission. Time flew by, and the faculty meeting about finals and internships concluded. It was already 5 p.m. when you reached the entrance, spotting Midoriya kicking a stone to pass the time. You smiled softly to yourself. He was trying so hard to be patient. Despite his recklessness that day, you understood how he felt. Of course, you wanted everyone to know you were together too, but if that information slipped, it could lead to trouble. You promised yourself to spend as much time with him as possible. You approached him and he smiled at you, almost sadly. The two of you began to walk together, slow and silent. Minutes passed, and neither of you spoke. As you neared your building, the silence lingered, even as you intended to talk to him. Sorry, Wyan-san. I did it again. He suddenly said. You stopped in your tracks, looking at him seriously while Midoriya turned to you with a confused yet nervous expression. Izuku. You called, your face softening as you gazed into his deep green eyes. Were you jealous? He turned red at your question, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly and avoiding your gaze. I don't know. I was just. I need you to be honest with me. You murmured, giving him a look filled with reassurance and pleading. He sighed and silently nodded, his gaze downcast and his expression full of regret. I think so. He never felt this frustrated before. I became so irritated by the way he looked at you. And when he said those words, I just wanted to show that you were mine. He let out a breath, narrowing his eyes in guilt, still staring at the ground. It was inconsiderate and unfair of me. I know. I didn't think of what I was doing, and I acted impulsively. But I didn't want to see you smiling so easily at them when I can't do that. Earlier, the two of you had such a nice connection that I envied him. He swallowed, taking a shaky breath before continuing. At that moment, I wanted to be selfish. You stepped closer to him while he stiffened, nervous about your next move. Then you spread your arms, gently smiling at him as you whispered softly, I'm all yours, Izuku. He looked at you, disbelief and shock evident on his face, but he soon approached you, wrapping his arms around your shoulders and pulling you close to his chest. He embraced you tightly, resting his nose in the crook of your neck. He didn't want to let go, all he wanted was this. You in his arms. You wrapped your arms around him, burying your head against his chest as you smiled and closed your eyes, letting his warmth envelop you. I won't go away. I'll always be here, I'll be yours. He silently nodded, holding you close. You're so wonderful. How did you do that? Being so understanding and calm even when I'm risking this relationship. Aren't you scared? That I might ruin your career because I'm reckless? You shook your head, inhaling his comforting scent. I trust you. He pulled back slightly, giving you a determined look, his lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes filled with so many emotions. I won't let you down. I promise I won't betray your trust. I promise. He paused, raising his pinky and nodding, to treat you the best I can, so I can exceed your expectations. You let out a breath and smiled softly, raising your pinky and wrapping it around his. I'll count on you for that. Izuku. Don't worry, Izuku. You've already exceeded my expectations. Time flew by, and it was already Thursday. Nothing unusual happened. Even slipping messages to each other during class became a normal routine for both of you. It was something that happened daily, even holding hands during lunch under the table. It was a small thing you shared, but for Midoriya, it was enough. Sometimes, you would go home together, though Midoriya often walked with Uraraka and Ida, along with Todoroki and Azui at times to avoid suspicion. You were checking quiz papers on your desk when your phone rang, drawing your attention. You glanced at the caller ID and saw it was the police, Tsukachi Naomasa. With a raised brow, you picked up the phone. Detective, how's it going? You asked, curiosity lacing your tone as you leaned back in your chair and set your pen down. Thank goodness I reached you easily. Weren't you in class? Well, my class ended a while ago. The officer sighed in relief on the other end. Good. I'm sorry to say this, but can you do the mission tonight? You inhaled in surprise, taken aback by the sudden urgency. It was supposed to be next week, scheduled with the student's internship, but it seemed you were mistaken. Narrowing your eyes in thought, you replied, why? All of a sudden. Is this a bad time? It's just that. Our intel has received information. The transaction will be taking place at the Camino ward this evening. We need your help as soon as possible. Let this opportunity slip away. We really need you, Shizenji-san. You pursed your lips, frowning as you nodded slowly before answering, all right. I'll go. Thank you. Please head to our office for debriefing, and we'll provide you with more information from our intel. See you later, Shizenji-san. Yeah. See you. The call ended and you sighed. It was your first mission after years of being stuck here. Of course, you had been training and sparring with Aizawa or Yamada on weekends, so you still had your moves. Since the USJ attack, you had been training after school whenever you found the time. But still, confronting a real villain was daunting. Yet you chose to push yourself into it anyway. Taking a deep breath, you returned to your previous task, lost in thought. The school day finally ended, and you went to see Aizawa in his classroom. While waiting for him, you played with the hem of your white coat, leaning against the wall. Then the door slid open, revealing your teacher. Aizawa noticed you and raised an eyebrow. What's up? I'll probably be home late today. Could you take care of the food for me? Aizawa hummed, eyeing you as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. Why? You sighed, running your fingers through your hair. A mission came up earlier than I expected. I need to go tonight. The tired-looking male narrowed his eyes. This is a solo mission, right? You nodded. Well, yeah. It's my first, but it should be fine. Aizawa placed his palm over your head, ruffling your hair. The loud mouth and I can grab fast food. You go and do well on your mission. If you don't, we'll train 3 times harder than before. You chuckled, playfully hitting his chest as you smiled lightly. Let's do it. He tipped his chin at you before turning his gaze toward the door. You should probably tell that little friend of yours. He might get a little worried about you, he said casually, casting a sideways glance before turning to leave. Aizawa's statement made you blush slightly. It was always like that with him. He was keen and observant. Even when he seemed indifferent, he was watching over you and often knew what was going on. He never pried into your personal matters, but if you were feeling down, he would come with Yamada, the energetic blonde, to lift your spirits. But the two of them didn't need to know about your situation with Midoriya. You understood the risks involved. Aizawa, as a strict teacher, could take serious action if he discovered your secret relationship with a student. You shook off the grim thoughts and walked to your faculty office to grab your phone. Dialing Midoriya's number, you pressed your lips into a thin line and held the phone to your ear. It vibrated softly, and soon you heard his familiar voice, which brought a smile to your face. Hello? San? Izuku, I just wanted to tell you that You paused, narrowing your eyes as you searched for the right words. Unfortunately, your mind went blank. Midoriya, on the other hand, was in the men's bathroom, ensuring no one could overhear your conversation. He sounded confused by your tone, as you were usually more composed. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Do you want me to come to you? Where are you? You chuckled at his slightly panicked tone, feeling your chest relax and your smile widen. I'm fine. Just a bit nervous, I guess. He hummed in confusion. Nervous about what? The mission that I'm going solo tonight. Seriously? You winced at his sudden loud voice, pulling the phone slightly away from your ear. With a small laugh, you agreed. But don't worry about me. Izuku trained me well, and I have my own equipment. Midoriya fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. But you're alone. I'll be fine, Izuku. Trust me. I'm trained for this, like the ninjas in movies, you know? His tension seemed to ease a bit at your words, and you could hear him chuckle lightly. Well, if you say so. He paused for a moment before continuing. San, if anything happens, call me right away. I'll rush over to help you. His words warmed your heart, and you smiled down at the ground, feeling your heart race and butterflies flutter in your stomach. It was a strong yet gentle feeling. Even though you couldn't see him, his heartfelt expression of care comforted you deeply. Thank you, Izuku. I'm really glad you said that. I think it's natural for me to say it. You deserve it more than that, really. You let out a small laugh, feeling a bit mushy inside. You never cease to amaze me, Izuku. I swear one day, you're going to be the end of me. Yeah? I was just. You shook your head as you sat at your desk, your eyes wandering around your empty faculty. You're such an amazing person, you know that? And quite the handsome guy too. San, are you flirting with me? You grinned, snickering as you covered your eyes with your fist. Geez, Izuku. I'm not flirting with you. Then you smiled, letting your hand drop to your side as you gazed up at the ceiling. I was just stating the truth. Where are you right now? You blinked, glancing at the clock above the door. Shouldn't you be heading home? You don't want to keep them waiting. All Might had to talk to me, so I excused myself and let them go home first. You pursed your lips, slightly frowning in confusion at his sudden approach. In my lab. Okay then. I'm coming there. He ended the call abruptly, leaving you confused and frozen in place. It was rare for Midoriya to be so assertive, as if he wouldn't take no for an answer. His straightforwardness was unusual for him. You took a breath as the door suddenly opened, revealing Midoriya with an unreadable expression. With a raised brow, you pursed your lips, worried you might have done something to upset him. He approached you and stopped, prompting you to hop off your desk and tilt your head in confusion. Maybe he's mad? Is he worried? Or is he? All your guesses fell away when he suddenly pulled you close, capturing your lips in a gentle kiss. You were taken by surprise. It wasn't typical for him to act so boldly. You felt his arms wrap around your waist, pulling you closer as he deepened the kiss, not giving you enough time to catch your breath. You melted into it, wrapping your arms around his neck and kissing him back softly. You noticed his inexperience, but he was careful and gentle. For all the time you had spent together, this was the first time you kissed so passionately, and it made your heart race. In those moments, you lost track of time. It just felt right. He pulled away, resting his forehead against yours, your bodies still close. His warmth enveloped you as he caressed your cheek, gazing deeply into your eyes with a crooked smile. Please come back safe. Do your best on your mission and be all right. Promise me you'll be okay. You laughed softly and nodded. I promise. He sighed in relief, pressing his lips to your forehead. After separating from the hug, he nodded at you. I believe in you, San. You blushed at his words but smiled brightly and nodded in response. A soft chuckle escaped your lips as you leaned your head against his chest, feeling your cheeks warm even more. You really do know how to surprise me, Izuku. The green-haired boy suddenly became flustered, his lips curling into a nervous, lopsided smile as his face turned bright red. He realized he had acted on impulse, but the effort he put into being a good partner meant the world to you. Not a very good kisser, so that's sorry. I'll ask you first next time. You laughed and hugged him tightly, humming in contentment. No, you shouldn't say that. You sighed in relief, burying your head against his chest. It was the best kiss I've ever had. Dang it. Being the president is the most bittersweet experience I've ever had. First, I did the dare that was thrown my way. I did it, okay? I even mimicked Ida's hand gestures while announcing about the clubs and activities. When I did that, one of my classmates raised their hand and said, "Press, are you trying to act like Ida from Bittersweet? Because you're nailing it." I was so surprised. Most of my classmates knew what BNHA was. The class is full of gamers and otakus after all. So I replied, "Yes, I really was." They all burst into laughter. And as a bonus story from the chaos, I drew Deku as part of our presentation in philosophy. Because I needed a model for the project, and the teacher gave us 30 minutes. I drew Deku and bam! Our group received the most presentable and impressive presentation in the entire class. Okay, I'll stop now. See you guys. Thanks for reading my endless rambling. Bye. That's it for the debriefing. Any questions? You stared at the papers before you and then nodded. It was finally your time to execute the mission. It came out of the blue and was sudden, but you didn't mind. You felt a mix of nerves and excitement. After all, this was going to be your first mission after years at UA, and you hoped it would mark your official start. You wanted to follow in Aizawa's footsteps and become an underground hero. Facing the media was something you dreaded, and popularity was not something you sought. It was a blessing to be a hero that everyone looked up to, but you felt a strong desire to strive even if the spotlight wasn't on you. Your actions were enough. As you finished scanning the papers given to you, you nodded towards the police detective, Tsukachi Naomesa, and closed the folder with a sigh. Kamino Ward is home to many villains and gangs. It makes sense they would have transactions there, but it's still suspicious. Why would they exchange items like these? You asked, tapping the folder with your finger while resting your cheek on your palm, propping your elbow on the desk. Tsukachi nodded. That's what we're going to find out. As I mentioned before, his boss may have connections to the League of Villains. If that's the case, he might know where the group is located. These items you're referring to, we might discover what they're intended for. You hummed thoughtfully before opening the folder again. Tubes, large tanks, and electric wires. If they have enough oxygen and formaldehyde, they could create a tank to preserve something. Not that it's easy to do with these materials. You paused, frowning as you picked up a picture of the items. I didn't notice that before. Tsukachi blinked at you. What do you mean? You inhaled sharply, frowning deeply as you placed your free hand over your mouth. These items might be used to preserve a type of specimen, more likely to create a technological cylinder, like those things you see in movies. It's not something an average person with limited skills could accomplish, but it's not impossible. They could be making a machine to create something or someone and preserve them for future use. I know of one specimen that could fit these descriptions, but I'm not sure. Tsukachi frowned as your ideas sank in, realization dawning on him as his eyebrows furrowed. You're saying that? You nodded grimly, placing the pictures down with your lips pressed into a thin line, your hands clenched into fists. No, miss. You leaped between buildings, your expression serious and determined, your eyes sharp and focused. Your resolve to succeed was strengthened by your theory. It might be wrong, but it was the only lead you had. The night was cold, but the chill in your fingertips was nothing compared to the urgency you felt. Your heart raced as you sprinted toward the location of the transaction. This was your first solo mission. You came to a halt upon arriving at the location, carefully keeping yourself hidden. It was an open lot concealed behind buildings, with a dark forest across from it. Being at the edge of the district made it difficult to find. You crouched behind stacks of crates in the corner, a perfect spot for an ambush. There was no one in sight when you arrived, but after a few minutes, a pickup truck emerged from the forest. The area wasn't connected to any roads, making it truly secluded. The only way to access it by vehicle was through the woods. The truck stopped in the middle of the lot, and someone stepped out. You recognized the man from your debriefing and the message you received. Himikura Kai. His quirk, Petrify, allows him to freeze someone just by looking at them, but he can't do that if they're in motion. It seemed straightforward, but you needed to be cautious. If you hesitated for even a moment, you'd be in trouble. You had to act quickly and wear him down enough to incapacitate him. You slid your hand into your back pocket, retrieving a small bomb that you had crafted yourself. You stared at the man, unaware of your presence as you carefully aimed, but even before you could toss the small device, you froze in surprise. You ducked and kept yourself hidden as a familiar violet warp opened, revealing Kurogiri and another person seated in a wheelchair. You placed a palm over your mouth, frowning to silence yourself while watching the transaction unfold. Here you go. We double-checked and even picked the best ones so you can produce the best nomus or whatever you can make, Kai said, gesturing to the materials. Kurogiri, transfer the materials. The voice of the man in the wheelchair rang in your ears, striking you with a wave of nervousness and fear. It was strangely familiar, but you couldn't place it. Narrowing your eyes in thought, you continued to observe, knowing it was dangerous with Kurogiri and an unknown individual present. Kurogiri followed the man's orders and began warping the materials to an unknown location. You couldn't help but stay put, reminding yourself that gathering information was more important than recklessly engaging in a fight. Besides, you had promised Midoriya that you would come back safe. I promised. The man suddenly laughed, causing you to hitch a quiet breath. He turned his face toward your direction, but you quickly turned your head to remain hidden. I need to contact them. Your thoughts were interrupted as someone suddenly grabbed you, but your reflexes kicked in. You held their arms and flipped them with your strength before activating your quirk to drain their stamina. It was Kai whom you had defeated. You gasped and turned around, sensing another presence, and saw Kurogiri nearby. You tried to step back but noticed a warp even in the ground. Gritting your teeth, you looked at Kurogiri. He gazed at you with a nonchalant expression, his eyes flickering as he looked down at you. Shizenji, YN. You pursed your lips, glaring at him. Your eyes widened as a hand emerged from his warp, grabbing you by your collar and pulling you into the void. With a frightened gasp, you found yourself kneeling before the man in the wheelchair, his grip tight on your collar. He grinned, and you felt a chill of fear wash over you. He has no face. What is happening? You trembled, gritting your teeth and furrowing your brows. Your hand twitched as you tried to lift it, but the man's chuckle made you stop. I wouldn't do that if I were you, little angel. You clenched your fists, glaring at the villain before you, refusing to speak. The man huffed. You can't remember me, YN? That's disappointing. Your resolve hardened as you remained silent, sweat trickling down your temple. Let go of me, you hissed, attempting to pry his hand off your collar, but he responded with a sharp slap that made you taste blood, your lips cut and cheeks swelling. Shut up or else I'll take your life, even if Tamura Shigaraki doesn't wish this. Blood trickled from your lips down to your chin as you gritted your teeth, your nails digging into your palm. This is bad. You continued to struggle against his grip, but he simply lifted you by your collar and landed a hard blow to your stomach. You inhaled sharply as he released you, causing you to fall to the ground, coughing more blood. He grabbed you by your arm again, pulling you up to face him. You're the little angel Tamura Shigaraki was talking about. How fascinating. You're really pretty. He tipped your chin with his rough hand, but you turned your head away, refusing to meet his gaze. The man chuckled, smirking. It's been years since I last saw you. Maybe 5 years ago? Your expression shifted from a stern frown to confusion and shock. What do you? He tightened his grip on your arm with one hand while the other held your throat, ensuring you stayed in place. I told myself I would get your quirk because it's so interesting. But since Tamura Shigaraki has taken an interest in you, don't you think it would be wonderful to create a child with a quirk like yours and his? A combination, just like that number 2 hero's son. You grimaced at his words, your heart racing in fear and your body trembling. You felt frustrated, but you couldn't act in your current state. You had promised Midoriya that you would come home safe and sound. You could only hope that promise would hold true. I'm so sorry. Even though you were terrified, tears wouldn't come. You were more scared than ever, but you knew that being afraid was a waste. You couldn't do anything in this situation, especially with Kurogiri present. It was too dangerous. So you stayed still. Such beautiful and smooth skin. You wouldn't mind if I marked this, would you? You felt heat on your arm, stinging and blistering it. You gasped in pain as it burned, enough to expose your flesh. The heat subsided, and you panted, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. You were on the verge of fainting, but the adrenaline kept you conscious. Now Tomura will know that I approve of you. He deserves someone like you. You remained silent, unwilling to exchange words with this man. With short breaths, you looked down, exhausted and grimacing from the burning pain on your arm. Your hands are like your wings. I want to taint them. Let me do them. His words were fuzzy, and your vision blurred. The pain was insufferable, it was too much to bear. You were too weary to act, the unbearable agony overwhelming your senses. You know, I'll spare your hand. Just listen to me while I say this. He leaned in, his breath brushing against your cheeks, a wide grin on his face as if he relished your suffering. Tell All Might that this is my first wave before I crush him. Before I destroy the so-called symbol of peace. Tell him that I have something he will really despise. Then he pushed you to the ground, signaling to Kurogiri as he turned his head toward him. Transport her to the entrance of you. The events that followed became hazy, and darkness enveloped you as you landed on the hard cement with a thud. All of these emotions overwhelmed Uraraka as she contacted him in the middle of the night, delivering news he had dreaded. Ida-kun told me that Chan is now in the hospital. She's at the same place where Aizawa-sensei was taken. He huffed as he slipped on his red shoes, while Inko looked at her son with concern, her palm resting over her chest and her gaze filled with sadness. Take care, Izuku. Call me when you arrive, okay? Izuku nodded firmly before sprinting off to the hospital where he hoped you were being treated. He arrived breathless, rushing to the reception desk, frantic and anxious. He needed to know if you were okay, he wanted to see you so badly. His heart raced as the nurse provided him with the room number. With a quick nod of thanks, he dashed toward the room. On his way, he spotted his teachers Aizawa, Yamada, and even All Might sitting on benches, seemingly waiting for news. All Might noticed the green-haired boy and approached him, confusion etched on his face. What are you doing here, young Midoriya? Midoriya cast a worried glance at the number 1 hero before looking up at the glowing red sign of the emergency room. His expression twisted with fear and concern for you. Is she okay? She's still in surgery, Aizawa replied in his usual monotone voice, his eyes fixed on the floor as if avoiding Midoriya's gaze. She sustained major injuries, some broken ribs, internal bleeding, and her left arm has severe burns. Midoriya's eyes widened at the news, tears threatening to spill as he clenched his fists. Aizawa's gaze shifted to him, noticing his struggle to hold back tears. You care for YN, don't you? Aizawa stated, rising from his seat. All Might's eyes widened in shock, turning to Midoriya with a frown. Is this true? Midoriya remained silent, bowing his head as his hair fell over his face, concealing his emotions. Aizawa stepped closer, hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. Midoriya braced himself for a reprimand, but was taken aback when Aizawa placed a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he was surprised to see a look of concern on Aizawa's face, a side of his teacher he had never witnessed before. If you do, take care of her. She's more fragile than you think, Aizawa said quietly, the weight of his words settling in the air, yet granting him permission to be by your side. If she chose you, it must be for a good reason. And I don't want to see you break that trust, understand? Midoriya swallowed hard, Aizawa's stern voice ringing in his ears, a warning that if he hurt you or let you go, it would be over. Somehow, Midoriya understood why. You were someone to be cherished and handled with care. Despite your fierce exterior, you were still a normal teenager, burdened with responsibilities that were too heavy for your age. Now that he had you, he realized it wasn't just about him needing you. It was also about you needing him. The two of you were together now, and Midoriya wanted to ensure you never felt he was being unfair. He wanted to be there for you whenever you needed him. This flood of emotion was overwhelming for Midoriya. He was still learning to manage it, still figuring out how to navigate these feelings. Sometimes, It felt like more than just affection. He knew he was becoming attached to you, unsure if that was good or bad, especially given the significant gap between you. Part of him hesitated to confront these intense feelings, like an uncontrollable flame that could burn if left unchecked. There were risks involved in loving someone in a position of authority, but he knew you were more than just a teacher or a hero. You were his princess. And he would do anything for his princess. But none of that mattered right now. What mattered was your safety, your well-being. His feelings could wait. They could be dealt with later. Midoriya nodded to Aizawa, who stepped back, running a hand through his hair. You're such a problem child, he huffed, turning to walk toward Yamada. All Might approached Midoriya, sighing. Young Midoriya. We need to talk. Midoriya turned to All Might, nodding slowly, signaling that he was listening. Just as All Might was about to speak, the operating room door swung open, revealing a doctor and recovery girl. Midoriya and All Might hurried toward them, while Aizawa and Yamada followed closely behind. Recovery girl, is Wyan all right? Yamada asked, his voice unusually quiet with worry. Recovery girl sighed and nodded. She's stable. But she won't wake up anytime soon. Maybe tomorrow? I can't say for sure. Her burns are severe, and I can't fully heal them, not with her other injuries. Her internal organs are okay, but her arm. She won't be able to move it for a while. Midoriya clenched his fists, his lips trembling. Can I see her? Just for a moment. Recovery girl hesitated but eventually nodded. She turned and led Midoriya toward the room. As the door opened, tears streamed down his face at the sight of you. Your pale skin glimmered under the moonlight, an oxygen mask covering your face and your arm heavily bandaged. Perhaps he was overreacting, crying like this, but the weight of seeing you in such a state felt suffocating. Then he realized, maybe she was feeling the same way when he was hurt. He felt foolish. He was an idiot. He was a total JRK. He had just come to understand how painful it was to see someone you cared for in deep distress. How did you manage to hold yourself together when Midoriya was injured? It must have been unbearable. That was why you wanted him to promise. Promise me you won't hurt yourself like that again. You had lost your parents in a way that left you unable to heal them. During the USJ attack, you broke your promise just to save him. Now he understood why you were so desperate to protect him. It was incredibly hard to lose someone you loved. Why did it take him this long to realize that? He felt so foolish, so naive. Midoriya walked toward your sleeping form, connected to several machines, and pulled a chair beside your bed. He looked at you, lifting his hand to gently caress your cheek. I'm so sorry, Wyan-san. I won't do reckless things again. This time I mean it. I promise. Recover girl closed the door, leaving Midoriya alone in the room, giving him the space and privacy he needed. He leaned down to place a soft kiss on your forehead, his lips brushing against you like the gentle touch of a flower. Sitting back down, he held your hand carefully, continuing to wait as the rhythmic beeping of the machines filled the chilly silence. He was hopeful that you would wake up soon. Aizawa turned to Yamada and sighed. I expected this. Yamada raised an eyebrow, curiosity lacing his tone as he responded. Aizawa continued, since the entrance exam. I noticed it. I knew it. Yamada exhaled while All Might stared at the door. Do you think it's a good thing? All Might asked, turning to Aizawa with a questioning look. Aizawa huffed. It might be complicated, but it's better than nothing. I knew Wyan needed someone like him. She sometimes needs to be herself. That, and by herself, you mean her vulnerable side, Yamada added, crossing his arms. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. The three teachers soon agreed to excuse Midoriya for the day, noticing it was already 2 a.m. They thought you might want or need him to be the first person you saw when you woke up. They didn't want you to be subjected to an investigation or interrogation, especially if you were still dealing with trauma. So they told Midoriya that he would be your guard and watcher in case you woke up. He agreed and stayed to keep watch over you. Time moved slowly, and the room was quiet. The only sound was the rhythmic beeping of the machine that matched your heartbeat. He stared at you, waiting while gently caressing your hand with his thumb, his eyes slightly red and puffy from crying. He leaned forward, resting his head on the edge of the bed, still gazing up at you. He brushed your hair away from your face to get a better look at you. You were beautiful, even in your injured state. Your slumbering form resembled a princess peacefully dreaming of good things. While he was just a hopeful knight, never destined to be a prince in anyone's eyes, staring lovingly at the princess before him. He felt he would never reach the princess he admired. He knew he wasn't that special. He understood that his story wasn't like Todoroki's, and his strength wasn't like Bakugo's. He was just an average, quirkless boy that you chose. You don't know how important you are to me. You did things I knew I couldn't do. I was amazed, you know? You're not a pathetic person. You're more than you could ever think of yourself. Yes, he knew he wasn't that special. Yet you made him feel like he was. Your words, your smiles, and your blissful kisses were something he never wanted to let go of. He was just a knight. And he would use that power to protect and serve you, no matter what happened. Soon, exhaustion weighed heavily on him as his eyes closed, surrendering to sleep. He fell into darkness beside you, peacefully and quietly. His hand remained clasped around yours, as if to never let you go, as if to never leave your side. Warmth was the first thing you felt when you opened your eyes. It was pleasantly warm, especially on your hand, enveloped in a nostalgic feeling along with a familiar scent lingering in the air. The fragrance of coffee wafted nearby. You looked around and then to your side, where you saw him holding your hand with a cup of coffee in the other. He looked exhausted, sleep-deprived, with half-lidded eyes and dark circles beneath them. He resembled Aizawa in that moment. He must have waited for me to wake up. You gently squeezed his hand, causing him to yelp in surprise, nearly spilling his coffee. His eyes widened with shock and relief, mixed with worry. "YYN-san." Tears brimmed in his eyes as he set his cup down on the nightstand. You offered him a weak smile, feeling unusually tired. "Hey," you cooed softly as he wrapped both of his hands around your uninjured one, lifting it carefully before holding it close to his lips. His hands trembled, and his lips quivered, his eyes puffy and red. You exhaled, looking up at him. "I'm sorry. You had to see me like this." He frowned, shaking his head vigorously. No, don't be sorry. He looked down at you, his gaze full of worry and guilt. "That I had to. You're mine now. And I'm yours. It's a give-and-take situation, YN-san. I wanted to be by your side so you can ask me anything you want." He pursed his lips, hiding his blushing freckled cheeks behind the hands that held yours, bringing them close to his face. "That if you do want my company, I can go if—" "Have a little confidence, Izuku," you mumbled, your eyes soft as you gazed at him. "I don't hate your company. I love it when you're here with me." His heart felt as if it skipped a beat at your words. It was just a simple phrase, yet your tone was like a melody to him, pleasant and uplifting. What would he do if that voice were suddenly lost? I feel the same, YN-san. Very much so." Then he pressed his lips to your palm, gently kissing it, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach. You lightly blushed, smiling at his gentle approach. You sat up, grimacing slightly from the pain in your arm and soreness in your stomach, but managed to sit up properly with Midoriya's help. Your injured arm was tucked in a sling. Once you were settled, he smiled at you while you moved your hand to caress his freckled cheek softly with your thumb. "You seem tired. Are you okay?" He pulled the corners of his lips into a thin line, his eyes downcast. "I should be the one asking that. I could get some sleep after this, but are you okay?" You chuckled softly, nodding slowly as you continued to touch his soft cheek. "I'm fine. I mean, my arm still stings. I didn't mean that way. He looked up at you, his eyes full of worry, trying to remain strong for you. It was as if he was holding himself together just to be the support you needed. This time, he wanted to be the one you could lean on, the one you could rely on in times of trouble. Then he continued, "That I want you to be open with me. I want to see you clearly, whether you feel weak or strong. I want you to share your flaws and problems with me. And let me help carry some of your burdens. I want to be the one you talk to when you can't speak to others, the one you can cry on when you're troubled, or the one who comforts you when you're sad. Let me embrace all that you are, good or bad. Perhaps it was one of those rare moments when Midoriya felt clear about what he wanted. He was usually stuttering and hesitant, but now he felt the need to be firm and steady to show you that you could confide in him. He wanted to hold his ground and let you lean on him, just as you had done for him. You had saved him, given him a small push to reach his goals. Even when he thought it was impossible, you had given him the hope he longed for. Now, he wanted to do the same for you. I will listen to all your cries, flaws, and imperfections. I will accept them with open arms. So let's talk, San. Share your thoughts and deep emotions with me. You can cry to me, I won't let you fall. I will hold you. I promise. Warm tears spilled from your eyes as he said that, as if all the emotions you had been hiding were unleashed. You began to sob, your calm demeanor melting into childlike cries. You hiccuped, tears flowing endlessly. I was so frightened. I thought I would fail my promise to why. Midoriya's eyes softened as he watched you cry, silently listening. I don't want them to take me. I don't want to leave. I don't want to be with him. I just want to have a normal life and live with the ones I love. But someone had to take that away. If I want just strong enough. If I could just. I don't want to involve the ones I care for. I don't want them to see my miserable mistakes, countless flaws and scars. I'm so scared. What if I lose them? I don't know what I will do. You hiccuped, lifting your hand to wipe your own tears, but someone held your wrist and wiped your tears away gently. I'll wipe them for you. Just cry, I will be the one to wipe them. Midoriya cooed in a reassuring manner, so gentle and comforting that you couldn't help but cry more. I feel so heavy. To be someone that they expect you to be. It's so hard. I just want to feel free for a second and become a true hero. But I still can't do my job alright. I'm so weak, so useless, so cowardly. Midoriya stood up from his seat and gently removed the blanket around you, causing you to look up at him in confusion. He climbed onto the hospital bed and carefully lifted you, allowing you to sit on his lap while facing him. He draped the blanket around your shoulders, his expression serious yet determined, as if he were unsure whether his actions were appropriate. You can continue. Are you comfortable now? The moment he spoke, your tears ceased as if by magic. He was genuinely trying to be a source of comfort for you, adjusting himself so you could feel at ease. It was so endearing that all your worries seemed to fade away, replaced by the warmth and reassurance he provided. A chuckle escaped your lips, your mood shifting from sorrow to joy. How did he manage to do that? Yeah? Why you laughing? Midoriya asked nervously, worried that he might have misstepped. Should he have just hugged you after you shared your feelings? Was he ruining the moment? His anxiety was palpable. You continued to chuckle, resting your head on his shoulder and nuzzling your nose into the crook of his neck. You're so adorable. I think I'm okay now. I needed this, so thank you. Gradually, you calmed down, while Midoriya sighed in relief, gently tapping your back in reassurance. I'm glad then. The two of you fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere warm and soothing. His closeness was so pleasant that it almost lulled you to sleep. Midoriya shifted slightly, leaning back to look down at you. You raised an eyebrow at him as he blushed, his gaze darting elsewhere. I know this is selfish, but can I kiss you? You took a breath, considering his request, then nodded while wrapping your free hand around his neck. You can. He looked at you with a mix of surprise and determination before leaning in, softly brushing his lips against yours. You melted into the moment, sharing a gentle kiss that deepened as he pulled you closer, careful not to overwhelm you. His lips felt soft against yours, sending shivers down your spine and causing butterflies to flutter in your stomach. You were taken aback when he playfully brushed his tongue against your lower lip, causing you to part in surprise, your cheeks flushed. Where did you learn that? You asked, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise. Midoriya gave you an innocent look, as if what he did was perfectly normal. I was curious. So I tried it. You taste like cherry. You bowed your head, overwhelmed by embarrassment at his unexpected comment. Who would have thought Midoriya would do something like that? But it was also something he wouldn't just ask about, right? He couldn't simply ask if he could lick you and expect you to agree. Midoriya was acting on instinct, driven by his curiosity. You knew he was intelligent because of his quirk, but the fact that he would do something like that to you was shocking. You were new to this kind of relationship, and while it was embarrassing, you didn't want to stop him. You realized you had to learn to embrace these gestures, even if it caught you off guard. Burying your face in his chest, you felt heat rise to your cheeks. Dang it, Izuku, you whined. You're such a surprising fellow. You lifted your head, pouting slightly as you blushed and averted your gaze. But you taste like white coffee. Midoriya let out a breath as he continued to brush your hair with his fingertips, softly combing it while you slept. You were peacefully snoring, your chest rising and falling rhythmically. It was still noon, and you had cuddled up to him while talking before drifting off. He remained still, not wanting to disturb your rest. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, causing him to catch his breath in surprise. The door opened with a click, and Midoriya panicked at the sight of you comfortably sleeping on his chest, worried it might cause a stir. He knew you were a teacher. Aizawa had agreed to your relationship, but that didn't mean he wanted to reveal it like a surprise party. The door opened to reveal a familiar face, Tsukachi Naomasa, a close friend of All Might. Midoriya felt nervous, knowing that seeing a student cuddling a teacher wasn't the best sight, especially for someone who knew both of you. Tsukachi chuckled softly at the sight, while Midoriya bowed his head in embarrassment. The situation became even more awkward when you shifted, mumbling in your sleep, "Izuku." Shiwud, before sighing in contentment against him. Midoriya's face turned as red as a tomato at your words. Tsukachi laughed softly and stepped closer, raising an eyebrow at Midoriya. "Are you together?" Midoriya felt shy but had no reason to deny it. He didn't want to lie, especially since it was obvious. So he nodded and smiled. "Why yeah?" Tsukachi smiled slightly at both of you. "Well, it's good that she has someone to lean on, especially given her situation." Midoriya's eyes softened as he looked at you, gently patting your hair with a sad smile. "That's true." He then turned his gaze back to the detective, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How can I help you?" Tsukachi shook his head and glanced at you. "I was going to question her about the mission, but that can wait. I just hope we can figure out who did this to her so we can catch her attacker as soon as possible. Plus the fact that..." His words trailed off into a soft murmur as he cast his eyes down to the floor, his expression stern and jaw clenched. Midoriya noticed his expression but chose not to pry, respecting the man's privacy. He stayed silent, even though curiosity nagged at him. Tsukachi shook his head and smiled at the green-haired boy. "I'll wait for her to wake up outside. You can come to me if she wakes up, and then I'll talk to her." Midoriya nodded and watched him leave the room. He turned to you, pulling you closer gently. Just as he promised himself, he was there to watch over you, to hold you. He knew there was still much he didn't know about you, but he was willing to wait for the right moment for you to share everything. He was determined to be patient. Everything would be all right. Hours passed, and it was already 2 p.m. You groaned as you stirred, your eyes opening tiredly, feeling warm and comfortable, like a cozy blanket in winter. You looked up to see Midoriya smiling at you. "Good morning. I mean, it's already afternoon, but..." You yawned, still using his chest as your pillow. "Hey there. Thanks for letting me sleep." You chuckled, still a bit drowsy. "You're like a pillow with fluffy hair. So comfortable and nice." You muttered, humming happily while Midoriya blushed and looked away. "You can cuddle next time if you want to," he nervously stuttered, his face still flushed, adapting to these new gestures. He was inexperienced with such intimacy, but you didn't seem to mind. These gestures were his way of expressing care for you, and he was trying his best to be affectionate, even if he felt embarrassed. Then he snapped out of his embarrassment, softly tapping your shoulder. "San, Tsukachi is waiting for you to wake up. I think he wants to ask you about your mission." You inhaled deeply, the scary memories flooding back. You gripped Midoriya's shirt, recalling how frightening it was when that man had captured you. Noticing your distress, he hugged you tightly and whispered, "It's going to be fine, San. I believe in you. You can do this, okay?" His gentle words eased your worries, comforting you greatly. You were grateful he was there, doing his best to help you feel better. Okay, you said, nodding before separating from the hug. You gave him a small smile, determination filling your eyes. Thank you. Midoriya soon stood up, helping you sit comfortably in your hospital bed. He placed a quick kiss on your forehead before giving you a lopsided smile. I'll call him. Remember that I'm here, okay? You nodded as he walked toward the door. A few moments later, Detective Tsukachi entered and smiled at you. It's okay if you can't talk about it. If you're still scared, I can go, he said, concern evident in his eyes. You shook your head, gripping the covers of the hospital bed as you frowned. I'm still scared, you mumbled, loud enough for him to hear. With a pained look, you touched your injured hand, feeling the sting of the bandage. But I can manage. I want to face this fear and move on. I can't keep this inside me. You lifted your gaze to him, your eyes bright with courage. I'll tell you everything. It's my mission as a hero. He let out a breath before chuckling, nodding in understanding. He really did it, he said lightly, pulling a chair closer to question you. You raised an eyebrow, confused by his comment, but he waved it off and took out a notepad and pen. Okay, we'll start. You nodded and took a deep breath, letting your memories flow as you recalled what had happened. Did you confirm your theory about the Nomus? You nodded firmly, reminding yourself of what you had seen while remaining undetected. I saw it. All the materials were the same as in the picture. They're shipping and delivering it in small amounts to avoid suspicion. They also use the forest to go through so no one would see, and of course, large trucks can't fit there. I don't know if there's a pattern, but the materials delivered when I was there were more than I saw in the picture. They might be making more Nomus because they lost their last one. I still don't know if this is true, but I can confirm it. Tsukachi nodded, scribbling down your words and noting every detail useful for the investigation. How did you confirm that it was really for the Nomus? You looked down, fear creeping into your chest as you recalled the man in the wheelchair. Taking a shaky breath, you closed your eyes and remembered what you had seen. Because I saw Kurogiri there. He was one of the people who was there. With a clenched hand, you pursed your lips. The memory of Kurogiri warning you lingered in your mind, a thorn in your thoughts. He was confusing, and you didn't know what his motives were. The fact that he had warned you about Shigaraki scared you, but at the same time, you felt a strange sense of gratitude. You couldn't tell if he was trying to intimidate you, but you couldn't shake the feeling that his warning was genuine. It was like a heads-up, just to inform you of what might happen. You shook your thoughts away, focusing back on the interrogation. Tsukachi threw a worried glance your way, putting his pen down as he furrowed his eyebrows. Is everything all right? You nodded, letting your arm relax. I'm fine. Just thinking. Tsukachi hesitated but pressed on. It was better to finish this than to dance around the topic. Aside from Kurogiri and the target villain, was there anyone else who attacked you? You paled at the question, your eyes widening as his voice echoed in your mind. You felt a familiar sting in your injured hand. Your chest tightened, as if your thoughts and fears were suffocating you, a lump forming in your throat. You sighed shakily before speaking. There was a man I encountered. His voice was strangely familiar, like a nightmare come to life. I was so scared back then. Tsukachi pursed his lips, looking at you with concern. Can you describe him? Still shaken, you nodded. He was in a wheelchair and wearing a tuxedo. He had several tubes and wires on his face. You paused, shivering as you curled yourself inward, wanting to shrink away. But he didn't even have a face. Tsukachi's eyes widened at your words, and he looked down, his expression grim. He didn't speak after that, standing up and bowing slightly. Thank you for your cooperation. It was really helpful, Shizenji-san. You've helped us a lot. I'll do everything I can to ensure you can return to being a hero because you deserve it. You lifted your gaze to him, still bowing, unable to read his expression. You felt surprised and overwhelmed. Going to be a hero? A true one? Tsukachi lifted his head and gave you a firm nod, extending his hand to you. Congratulations, Shizenji-san. It was a mission success. It was a Sunday evening when you were finally discharged from the hospital. Your grandmother helped you heal, though your hand was still bandaged minus the arm sling. You took some of your medicine to regain enough stamina for the day and to rest for a while. Many things had happened during your recovery, especially after Tsukachi declared your mission a success. First, you received your official pro hero license back, meaning you could finally take on missions and do hero work. As an underground rescue hero, you didn't have your own agency and were still under government oversight. This meant you couldn't choose your own missions, but you could still accept offers and go on investigations if you wanted to, as long as you avoided places the government disapproved of, like Camino Ward. It also meant you couldn't decline any missions assigned to you, no matter how challenging they were. You were still under the authorities' watch, but the positive side was that you weren't grounded anymore. Even with the restrictions of working under the government, you didn't mind. You were finally more than just a title. You were a true hero. Second, you received a note saying someone would be interning with you. It was surprising, but the government allowed it since first-year students were required to take internships to experience how a hero works. You were officially a hero, but you were amazed at how things were unfolding. The support company that worked on your hero costume customized it further, adding a mask that would allow you to enter your own gas without the effects affecting you. They also enhanced your glasses with features for stats checks, stability assessments, and critical analysis for those in need of rescue. It was incredibly helpful, as you only had to push a small button on the wing-like earpiece you wore. Midoriya had his own internship too, he mentioned. He didn't know who the hero was yet, but he wanted to take his time to train and improve by finding a way to control his unpredictable power. On Monday, as you returned to your daily routine for the first day of the internship, Midoriya stopped by the infirmary before heading for the train. "Take care, okay?" You reminded him, lifting your hand to mimic a phone and shaking it close to your ear. "Give me a call at the end of the day. I would love to hear your stories." "Yeah. I hope your work goes well too, San. You can tell me all about it, okay?" he chirped, beaming a bright smile at you. You chuckled, nodding in agreement. You gave him a quick kiss on his freckled cheek, which took him by surprise, then tapped his fluffy green hair, smiling. "Give it your best, Knight." Midoriya soon left, bidding you goodbye and reminding you of a few things you needed to remember. Afterward, you changed your clothes and received a message from your mission provider. Once you were set, you headed out of the school, saying goodbye to your grandmother. Yamada was accompanying you on this mission, along with a few other pro-heroes. "Hey, YN." Yamada called to you, and you hummed in response. He continued, "Do you know who your intern is?" You thought for a moment, nodding slowly. Turning to the blonde hero, you said, "The note said she chose me to work with. She's from another school. I think her name is Tsuchiyo Kana. She's from a well-known private school, Ichiya High." Yamada raised an eyebrow, placing his hands on his hips and tilting his head in thought. "Ichiya, huh? Not bad. Did you accept?" You shrugged. "Well, yeah. This is my first time taking an intern, but I see it as an experience and an opportunity. I don't know why she wants to be my intern, but I guess everyone has their reasons." The two of you soon arrived at the police station for the debriefing of the big mission. You were waiting for the others to arrive when a girl approached you. She had long, wavy pink hair that faded into purple at the ends, cheeks sprinkled with freckles reminding you of Midoriya. Her timid smile and aqua-blue eyes sparkled with joy when she saw you. She approached slowly, waving her hand, and you returned her greeting with a light smile. "You're Tsuchiyo Kana from Ichiya High?" you asked, and she nodded silently. A small smile appeared on her face as she dipped her head. "I am. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm glad you accepted me as your intern," she mumbled, her voice barely audible but clear enough for you to hear. No, don't thank me. This is my first time taking an intern, so I'm not entirely sure how to do this. Let's continue doing our best, okay?" She lifted her eyes to you, nodding enthusiastically. "All right." You chuckled, crossing your arms as you leaned against the wall, looking at her. "You mentioned in your bio that you want to be a rescue hero, right? But you have some difficulties because of your quirk." She sighed, holding her arm, her gaze downcast. "That's right. It's really hard for me since I have a destructive quirk. Anything I touch just breaks apart. You nodded slowly, understanding her struggle. Before you could respond, she continued, I watched you at the UA festival. I was amazed at how you performed. And your healing ability. I liked it. We're the same age, yet you seem so professional. I wanted to see how you work so I can become a better hero. Surprised by her words, you smiled and chuckled. Thanks for the compliment, but I don't think I deserve it. I still have a lot to learn about being a hero. You looked into her icy eyes, which sparkled with determination. We will continue to learn and defend as true heroes. You paused, raising an eyebrow. What's your name? The girl looked puzzled at first, but then her expression brightened. I'm Lavender. After a few minutes, the debriefing meeting began. You all discussed the target mission and operation to infiltrate a building filled with villains. It was a significant mission, but nothing too daunting for you. The organization was different from the League of Villains. These villains worked for the black market. Their quirks weren't particularly powerful, but they had civilians taken for sale human trafficking, to be specific. Your role was to rescue those civilians and ensure their safety. Yamada was assigned to the offensive side, so you were separated. As you were driven to the location, you talked to Tsuchiyo and shared some insights. Rescuing doesn't just mean saving people physically. You also need to support them emotionally. Ease their fears and reassure them so they won't panic. It's harder to rescue a panicked civilian than an injured one. Calming someone down is crucial, and you must remember that, okay? She nodded firmly. I understand. Upon arriving at the worn-out building, you began your infiltration. There were 7 heroes working with you, including the intern. As soon as you entered, you were engaged in a battle. Alongside Tsuchiyo, you fought your way through the building. You delivered a kick to a villain, sending him flying, and dodged another villain's punch. You swept the villain off his feet, making him fall, and placed your palm on his chest, absorbing his stamina. Seraph. The victims are on the 3rd floor. Scan the rooms and rescue them, a fellow hero called out as you pinned a villain to the ground. You nodded and stood up, shouting back, Affirmative. Lavender and I will head to the 3rd floor. Tsuchiyo turned to you and nodded, and the two of you started running. As you ran, you encountered several enemies. You and Tsuchiyo took them down with relative ease, though she had to be careful to minimize damage to the building and herself. She explained that overusing her quirk could have serious consequences. You felt a sharp pain in your arm, realizing too late that your skin was still healing. Blood seeped through your sleeve until Tsuchiyo noticed. Seraph-san. Your arm. You glanced at your arm, cursing under your breath before turning to her. Don't worry, I can handle the pain. Let's keep looking for the victims. You looked around, huffing as the pain continued to throb. This place is full of villains, so be ready for any attacks. She nodded hesitantly, glancing at your arm. But she steeled herself and replied, Roger that. The two of you scanned the rooms for signs of the victims. You found 3 so far, and when you entered one room, you froze and gestured for the other victims to stay down. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened as she saw a villain holding a victim, a gun aimed at her head. Move or I'll shoot. You mentally cursed and raised your hands in surrender, your jaw clenched as the victim cried, gripping the arm that restrained her. She looked at you with fear in her eyes, sobbing, help me. Your heart ached at her plea. You analyzed the distance between you and the villain. The victim was within reach. Your plan was risky, but with no other options, you had to act. Break the floor, you whispered to Tsuchiyo. She hesitated, her lips pursed. But the victim. I'll handle it. Though uncertain, she followed your command, throwing her hands down to break the floor before the villain could react. The villain released the victim as the ground crumbled, and you seized the opportunity to leap, extending your hand toward her while gripping the broken floor with your other hand. You winced as your wound throbbed, but you remained calm, turning to the victim with a reassuring smile. I've got you, so hold on tight. We'll lift you up, and you're going to be fine, okay? You said in a reassuring tone as the victim continued to cry, but she responded with a small nod. Drawing on the stamina you had gained earlier, you lifted the victim, groaning slightly as you did. Tsuchiyo offered her assistance, carefully holding the victim while you both worked together to get her up. You wheezed as you stood, holding your arm and looking at Chiyo. That was the last room, right? You asked, and the intern nodded. You huffed, glancing at the victims. Good, now let's find the fire exit and use the ladders. Let's go. Panting and wincing in pain, the backup and medical team cleaned your skin with alcohol. Yamada shook his head in slight disappointment and worry, heaving a deep sigh. Aizawa's going to be furious with me. You chuckled, playfully rolling your eyes. Hey, it was a mission success. Then you turned to Chiyo, smiling brightly. You did a great job. You trusted me even if the plan was a bit risky. You winced as pain shot through your arm. Chiyo smiled and bowed. I'm glad to work with you. This was an intense experience, but... She lifted her head, beaming. I learned a lot. You sighed in relief, nodding. Thank goodness you managed to get through it along with the internship. I really need to train more. You muttered under your breath, feeling frustrated. You had limited data for 1 week, and you were shocked to see it drop significantly in no time, going from 2 gigabytes to just 80 megabytes. It was infuriating, especially since you felt you hadn't done anything to warrant it. Holy crap. You muttered, looking at the official records of Class 1A students. With the end of the first term approaching, you needed to update their status and records. But as you reviewed them, you froze. Holy cow, you exclaimed, standing up and clenching your fists, staring wide-eyed at the screen. Almost all faculty members turned to look at you, some with confusion, others with annoyance. Realizing this, you bowed and apologized, allowing them to return to their work. You turned back to the screen, pursing your lips as you in a breath through gritted teeth, your eyebrows furrowing in worry. It's his birthday tomorrow. Pacing back and forth in your lab, you tried to come up with ideas for a gift. Despite racking your brain, nothing came to mind. You sighed exasperatedly, wiping your face tiredly while still pondering what to give. Surprise might be nice, but time was short. You could ask Ida and Uraraka for help, but you worried they might become suspicious, especially since they didn't know about your relationship with Midoriya. You wanted to celebrate his birthday, just the two of you, creating a special memory together, a little secret. You groaned, sitting at your desk and resting your head on the wooden surface, banging it lightly in frustration, hoping for inspiration. It wasn't a wasted effort, an idea began to form. It might be embarrassing and silly, but it was worth a shot. So you stood up and headed for the door. Midoriya was worried when you sent him a message saying you couldn't walk home with him today. You mentioned that something urgent had come up that needed your attention. He was disappointed but understood, so he went home with Uraraka and Ida, feeling a bit glum. Meanwhile, you bought a recipe book and some ingredients. Your plan was to make a cake for him, a chocolate one. It was a pastry he had enjoyed on your first friendly date, and it was something your friends had shown you. You felt hesitant since you had never baked a cake before, and this would be your first attempt. While you were skilled at cooking meals, baking was a different story. You knew that once you baked something, Aizawa or Yamada might end up eating it. You soon started to bake. It was challenging at first, especially when making the batter. You tried multiple times, facing failures. Baking was harder than it seemed. Your ingredients were running low, but you decided to give it one last shot. Then, everything just clicked. From making the batter to covering it with icing, you followed online tutorials closely. You carefully applied icing to the sides and topped it with chocolate shavings. Leaning back, you admired your creation and nodded. This cake is perfect, you said, liking the remaining chocolate off your fingers, pleased with the taste, not too sweet, just right. You placed the cake in the fridge, being careful not to ruin it. With a satisfied sigh, you smiled before closing the fridge. Now all I have to do is make the card, you muttered, dashing to your room to create the card for Midoriya. Man, I'm so exhausted. I want to eat something. I'm starving. It's nearly 11 p.m., and we really rocked that mission. Yamada exclaimed as he yawned, while Aizawa just huffed and opened the fridge to grab some food. His eyes landed on the chocolate cake, which looked almost too beautiful to resist. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, pointing at the cake in the fridge. Did someone buy a cake? What's the occasion? He asked, while Yamada's curiosity was piqued. The blonde rushed over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the cake, as if it were calling to him. He took a breath through his grin, licking his lips as he carefully took the cake out. It must be for us. No one would place a cake in here if it wasn't for us. Aizawa sighed, raising a hand to stop him. It must be, Wyan. You should ask her first. Yamada looked at Aizawa as if he were being ridiculous before he took out a bread knife to slice the cake. Why would she place it there if it wasn't for us then? A sense of doom hung over the two of them as Yamada sliced the cake, taking a piece before placing it on a plate. Aizawa just stared at Yamada, his eyebrows furrowed in slight worry and disbelief. And yes, fear. You stepped out of your room with your gift card in hand, walking toward the kitchen to check on the cake you made. You were really proud of it and wanted to see how glorious it looked. This is perfect. I wonder how Midoriya would react? Would he blush when he saw the cake or? You halted mid-thought, freezing in place as your eyes locked onto Yamada, who had a spoon hanging from his mouth. Your gaze dropped to the eaten cake on his plate. You frowned deeply, your eyes widening in shock as anger and annoyance surged within you. You ate my cake. Yamada swallowed, carefully putting the spoon down as he realized he had been caught in the act, while Aizawa slowly backed away from him. Oh! Yamada raised his hands in surrender as you stomped toward him, throwing a light punch to his chest. Yamada winced but felt no pain, just a gentle tap. When he looked at you, he saw the guilt and surprise in your eyes. You were crying. He noticed your hands were slightly red and covered with band-aids, which only deepened his guilt. You wiped your tears, clenching the card in your hand, and walked out of the room without saying a word, leaving Yamada and Aizawa frozen in the kitchen. Aizawa sighed, running his fingers through his hair as he turned to the guilty blonde. You're really in trouble. Yamada looked like he might cry too, nodding slowly as he turned to Aizawa. I'm really in trouble. You sniffed as you tried to flatten the card you had made earlier. It was crumpled and scrunched up from what had just happened. You were frustrated because you had worked so hard on the cake, and it was gone just like that? You hadn't even had the chance to show it to Midoriya or let him taste it. It felt immature and childish, you knew that. But you couldn't help but cry since it frustrated you more than anything. Your effort, meant for someone you liked, had been taken by someone else. How unfair was that? You hugged the fluffy toy Midoriya had given you at the arcade while crying. You sobbed when your phone rang, and when you checked who it was, you inhaled and wiped your tears. It was Midoriya. You hesitated to answer the call, not wanting to worry him, especially since you hadn't walked home with him that day. So you picked up the call, trying to sound normal as you brought it close to your ear. Hey. You winced at the hoarse sound that came from your throat. This was definitely not getting better. Wyan-san, how did the matter you mentioned go? You pulled your lips into a thin line, curling up in your bed. It was great. I finished it earlier than I expected. How? You hiccuped and sniffed, instantly regretting it. In that moment, you couldn't control your sobs, especially since the person you wanted to give a gift to was on the line. It felt heavy because, for once, you wanted to give him something. Something he would appreciate. But I guess I can't give it now. He was silent on the other end while you continued to cry, tears streaming down your face. You tried to muffle your sobs by burying your lips into your fluffy toy, then said into the phone, I'm sorry. I'll hang up now. You ended the call and lay back on your bed. After a few minutes, you were calming down, but you didn't know what to do tomorrow. You had nothing to give him, and with school ahead, you had no time to buy a gift. It was nearly midnight, and all the stores might be closed, making it pointless. So much for being his girlfriend. I'm such a useless girlfriend. You were startled when someone knocked on the door. You bit your lip, staring into the darkness. Who's there? You asked in a hoarse voice. Yn. Sorry. You snuggled your toy as you glared at nothing, hearing Yamada's voice from the other side of the door. You stayed silent, and Yamada, knowing you would do that, sighed and looked at the person behind him. You have a visitor. I'll let him in. You cursed under your breath when you remembered that Yamada had a spare key to your room. You covered yourself with the blankets and stayed silent, acting like a child who didn't get what she wanted. You felt someone sit on your bed as the mattress shifted slightly. It was silent for a moment, but then the visitor spoke, surprising you. San. It's me. Your eyes widened as you uncovered yourself, confirming your suspicion. You were right. It was your green-haired boyfriend looking at you with a small, lopsided smile. You averted your gaze, slightly frowning. Why are you here? It's late, you should go home. My mom knows I'm here. She was worried when I told her that I heard you crying. You looked down in guilt, tears once again falling from your face as you remembered what had upset you. I'm sorry, Izuku. I messed up. Midoriya lay down next to you, pulling you into a hug and kissing your forehead. About what? You hugged him back, burying your head in his chest as you sobbed. I'm such a useless girlfriend. I don't have a gift for you. It's your birthday tomorrow, but... Actually, it's already my birthday. You lifted your eyes toward him, then to the clock, seeing that it was 12:04 a.m. You bowed your head and bit your lip, slightly disappointed. Sorry, but happy birthday, Izuku. Even if I don't have a gift. He chuckled, separating from the hug as he cupped your cheeks, smiling at you. I don't need something special. His eyes softened as he wiped a tear from your face and tucked a strand of hair behind your ear. I already have someone special in my life. And nothing could be more amazing than her. It's you. Your heart clenched, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach. His words were like magic, easing your worries in an incredible way. It felt as if he was the remedy for your sadness, dismissing it as if it were nothing. Midoriya let out a nervous chuckle, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Sorry, that was so sappy. You sighed in relief, pulling him into a close embrace. I'm glad. I'm so glad. How could I make it up to you? Midoriya pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we go home together tomorrow? You raised an eyebrow, surprised. That's it? He nodded earnestly. Why? I mean, nothing could make me happier than being with you. I know I'm cheesy. You laughed softly, hugging him tighter. It was sweet of you to say that. You looked at the two men before you, feeling a bead of sweat form as you sensed the tension in the air. Aizawa was silent, his sharp gaze fixed on Yamada, who stood rigidly, avoiding eye contact as if he were a soldier before a commander. You stood between them, concern etched on your face. You guys. It's really my fault, all right? No need to fight. You raised your hands in a gesture of surrender, trying to calm them down, but Aizawa shot you a look that made you catch your breath. He was clearly upset about your injury while rescuing someone. You had acted recklessly, jumping in to save a victim, a decision you knew was out of character for you. Perhaps being around Midoriya had influenced your choices. All you wanted was to help that poor victim. Aizawa turned his glare back to Yamada, irritation evident in his expression. You were supposed to take care of her. I was. She just needed to save that civilian, and I wasn't there to help because I was fighting. Aizawa snorted dismissively. Whatever. He rolled his eyes and turned away, settling into his sleeping bag. We'll stop your internship, YN. You gasped in disbelief, your brows furrowing as you looked at him. You will not. I will. Yamada sighed, acknowledging his own role in the situation but feeling it was unfair to end your internship abruptly. After all, this was your first experience as an intern, and it would be a waste if Aizawa halted it. Come on now, Aizawa. Her intern needs her. What will her intern do if YN stops her internship? Aizawa glared at Yamada, zipping up his sleeping bag with a deep sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly stressed, but his glare remained fixed on the two of you. You pair of brats, he muttered under his breath before flopping down onto the floor, waiting for a response. Fine. I'll watch over fine all day. No objections. Then he crawled out of the living room like a caterpillar. You and Yamada sighed in relief at Aizawa's decision. He could be overprotective at times, a trait that had intensified since your discharge from the hospital. You weren't sure why, but Yamada understood. Aizawa had a soft side, though he could be stubborn when it came to protecting those he cared about. Yamada felt guilty about your injury during the rescue. He hadn't fully considered the dangers involved. Yamada sighed again, turning to you with a small huff, arms crossed. You should rest. Go to your bedroom so you can be ready for tomorrow. You nodded slowly, avoiding his gaze. I will. Thank you for being here with me, Yamada. He exhaled and ruffled your hair before leaving the living room. With your phone in hand, you made your way to your bedroom, ready to settle down. After completing your nighttime routine, you debated whether to stay up or sleep. Ultimately, you chose to stay awake, grabbing a book to read before flopping onto the mattress. You read for a few minutes, losing track of time until your phone rang, jolting you from your focus. You raised an eyebrow at your phone. Who would call you at this hour? Glancing at the clock, you realized it was nearly midnight. Picking up your phone, you checked the caller ID and saw it was Midoriya. A smile spread across your face as you answered the call, closing your book. Hey there. Hey, Wyan-san. How was your day? You remembered he was supposed to call, so his timing was perfect. You were curious why he was up so late but decided to brush it off, knowing it was likely due to his internship. You chuckled softly. It was okay. We rescued some civilians from a building. I strained my arm and it bled. But I'm still okay. Oh. His sudden gasp interrupted you, and you could almost hear the worry in his voice. You what? Are you all right? Do you want me to come over? His frantic tone made you smile gently. I'm okay, Izuku. You reassured him softly. It was endearing how much he cared, ready to rush to your side whenever you needed him. You could hear him sigh from the other end, and you could picture his worried expression. So, you began changing the subject. How was your day? Midoriya sighed, his voice sounding exhausted and frustrated, as if he had faced a significant challenge. Like an egg in a microwave that doesn't explode. You tilted your head, intrigued. What do you mean? I discovered something and I can control my power now, but I'm having difficulty with it. I've been staying up just to practice, but... He sighed again, and you smiled to yourself, grateful that he was making progress in mastering his abilities. It was a relief that he could finally control his power. At least now he wouldn't suffer as many injuries as he had before. It was just a matter of time. Izuku was a fast learner. I believe in him. Fiddling with the hem of your shirt, you spoke softly through the phone. I'm so happy you can control it now. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Midoriya blushed from the other line. Oh, how he wanted to see you right then. You were one of the reasons he worked so hard to master his abilities, driven by the promise he made to himself, not wanting you to see him reckless again. Wanting to be someone worthy of protecting you. Your pride in him was a memory he would forever treasure. It wasn't a tangible reward or a medal, but your appreciation for his efforts meant everything to him. Thank you, Wyan-san. He paused for a moment, letting the gentle silence settle before whispering softly, I miss you. Your heart raced, and warmth spread across your cheeks at his words, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach. You hadn't expected Midoriya to say that, especially since you had only been apart for a single day. Letting out a soft breath, you tapped your chest to calm your racing heart, smiling as you closed your eyes, savoring his gentle voice. I know I might be exaggerating since it's only been a day, but... Midoriya sighed from the other line, and you could practically hear him blushing. I wish you were here. I'm being too sentimental, sorry. No, Izuku. You mumbled, hugging your toy tightly as you blushed. I miss you too. You could sense how much he wanted to be by your side, to hold you. Your voice was soothing, comforting. He was so grateful to have you in his life, and he would never tire of thanking the universe for bringing you together. You should sleep, Izuku. You need it and you deserve it. Good job on doing your best. Midoriya hummed in agreement, yawning on the other line. Thank you, Wyan-san. I hope you can get some good rest too. I'm sorry for disturbing you. You chuckled softly at his words, shaking your head even though he couldn't see you. No. I'm actually grateful that you called. He fell silent, and you raised an eyebrow at his quiet response. Izuku? See, can we go out this weekend? On a date? You chuckled at his stuttering, finding it adorable. You were thankful he had the confidence to ask you now. Of course. You exclaimed enthusiastically, then realized you might have sounded too excited. You toned it down but couldn't hide your smile. I would love to be with you this weekend. Your cheeks flushed slightly. Finally, a real date you had been dreaming of. The friendly outing you had with him last time was amazing, but a real date with the guy you liked? It was beyond glorious. You heard Midoriya sigh in relief from the other line. Alright then. I'm already excited. I'll talk to you tomorrow, San. Good night and have sweet dreams, okay? You nodded, smiling as you chuckled. Good night too. Rest well and good luck with your internship tomorrow. Bye. Bye. You pulled your phone away, checking if he had ended the call, but he hadn't. You waited a few seconds, but he still didn't hang up. Letting out a small chuckle, you placed your phone back near your ear. Izuku. You still haven't ended the call. I'm sorry. I just can't. I want to hear your voice more. Sorry for being pushy. You bit your lip, feeling your cheeks heat up. With a light laugh, you sank onto your bed and closed your eyes. We can still talk until we fall asleep. Is it okay? I feel like I'm pushing you. Besides, you might want to sleep. You could hear the nervousness in his tone, so you hummed reassuringly, closing your eyes as you nestled beneath the warm blankets. I want to keep you company, so don't worry about it. Okay then. Sorry again. You don't have to apologize. Consider this a way of repaying you for watching over me at the hospital. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows in slight worry but nodded, humming in agreement, his tone still hesitant. Alright then. Silence settled between you as you both waited for each other to respond. You chuckled and turned to your side, looking at the wall. Izuku? You still there? Weiss. I'm sorry. I was just thinking. Thinking about what? A penny for your thoughts. You asked, curiosity lacing your tone, raising an eyebrow. About things. You. And this power along with the responsibility. Everything is just overwhelming. I feel like I can't keep up. You let out a breath, closing your eyes as you hummed. Everything happening is too overwhelming for us, Midoriya. If it gets too heavy for you, you have me, alright? He hummed softly, his voice lulling you closer to sleep. I know, Sen. I know. I'm always here. Then you drifted off to sleep, surrendering to the exhaustion that had taken over. Midoriya noticed and smiled from the other line, staring at the broken ceiling before closing his eyes, letting his emotions flow as he spoke. I won't ever let you go, San. I adore you more than you could ever know. Good night. Then he ended the call. It was already the third day of the internship, and everything was pretty much normal. You were sent to a different police station with your intern just to be the backup, and for those days, you were with Aizawa. Even today, he insisted on watching over you, and you had no intention of saying no since it was convenient to have him by your side. Your arm injury was slowly healing too, and the wounds were closing. Still, it was wrapped in a bandage to avoid further infection, especially since you were engaging with different villains in various situations. This time, you had just finished patrolling the area and were discussing rescues with Tetsuyo, reminding yourself of all the lessons you learned from 13. It's also important to use your quirk when rescuing someone. For example, you might need to clear debris that could be trapping an individual, anything solid that could be hurting a civilian. This way, you can lend a hand and minimize the risk of further injury. Is that clear? Tetsuyo hummed in agreement, nodding as she wrote down notes, mumbling under her breath. This is helpful advice. Thank you very much. You smiled and nodded, crossing your arms as you continued to walk. No problem. You might also want to upgrade your hero costume. Mobility and speed are essential for us rescuers. We can't afford to be slow since being a hero means acting promptly on the scene, no matter what happens. Injuries can worsen, so we need to move quickly and get the victim out of trouble. Rescuing means more than you think. Tetsuyo beamed at you, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You're an awesome hero. Actually, you're a pretty good person too. You stretched your arms as the two of you walked back to the police station where you were stationed, yawning slightly from exhaustion. The sun was setting, and the sky was clear with stars, signaling the end of the day and the promise of rest. Yeah, a good person who always pulls pranks on me, even stealing my food. A good person indeed. Oh, I forgot to mention that she kindly neglected to cook us dinner, leaving us starving. You shot a glare at Aizawa, who was walking lazily beside you, his mouth buried in the cloth around his neck. He looked at you with a blank expression, as if he hadn't just made a snide remark. He was still the same Aizawa, even though he was annoyed at having to watch over you. You could sense that he wanted to sleep away his exhaustion, but since you were out here fighting alongside an inexperienced intern, he couldn't just leave you. He was worried after all being the softy and caring person he was. He might not show it, but he expressed his concern in his own way. Tachio laughed softly, watching the two of you tease each other. It's really amusing to see you two like this. You act like siblings. You clicked your tongue in playful irritation, crossing your arms with a huff. I would rather die than take him as my sibling. Mutual feelings, brat, Aizawa scoffed. Then silence fell among you, the heavy atmosphere making Tachio hesitate to speak. She wasn't sure if it was a joke, especially with the serious tone you both had, but Aizawa just snorted while you smirked. I was joking. You chuckled, playfully punching his arm. I was too. Tachio's worried expression melted into a smile as she beamed at both of you, giggling before enthusiastically raising her hand. Let's go get some food, I'm starving. The three of you walked down the sidewalk, casually chatting when a sudden news report on the TV displayed in a nearby store caught your attention. You narrowed your eyes at the screen, stopping to watch the broadcast. Live here at Hosu, there is a massive fire and destruction occurring. Several creatures are causing this chaos, resembling the creature that attacked USJ almost a month ago. A train was attacked, but the transportation is safe now, though it won't be moving for a while. Civilians are being rescued, and several heroes in the district are doing their best. Though there are rumors that the infamous hero killer, Stain, might be involved in this situation as he is reportedly in the area. We have yet to confirm this. You frowned at the footage, seeing several Nomus lurking around. Your jaw clenched as fear crawled up your spine, memories of that grim day flooding back. That day when Izuku was almost. With a shaky breath, you placed your palm on your forehead and looked away, clenching your hands into fists to steady yourself. Seraph-san? You gasped as you turned to the one who had tapped your shoulder, subconsciously activating your quirk and positioning yourself defensively. You realized it was just Tachio, her eyebrows furrowed in concern. Are you okay? You look so pale. What's wrong? You inhaled deeply, closing your eyes and exhaling slowly. You shook your head, raising your hand to her and offering a small, reassuring smile. Okay. Tachio hesitated but nodded, giving you space as you straightened your posture. You smiled at her and continued walking, while she silently followed. Aizawa observed the exchange, knowing you were afraid. But with your intern present, he couldn't risk asking since it was private information. No one should know about what you witnessed at the USJ, and to think you were attacked by the leader of the League of Villains? Aizawa wished nothing more than to give you a break from everything you were going through. He met your gaze, and you bowed your head, pursing your lips as a heavy feeling settled in. When you got home, it was dark, and you were utterly exhausted. You changed your clothes before checking your phone, frowning at the single email from Midoriya. It had no subject, which confused you. He was the type to call rather than email, so this was unusual. You narrowed your eyes as you opened the email, frowning at the location attached to it. Then you inhaled in worry, dialing his number and placing the phone to your ear. You bit your lip as you paced around your room, silently praying for Midoriya to be all right. When he didn't answer, you opened your closet, grabbed a pair of jeans and a shirt, threw on your jacket, and left your room with your phone in hand. You jogged all the way to the elevator, ignoring Yamada's and Aizawa's questions about where you were going. Just before the doors closed, you shouted, "I'm going to Hosu." Aizawa and Yamada exchanged worried glances, quickly getting up from their seats and rushing toward the elevator. When you finally reached the ground floor, ready to call a cab to the train station, someone gently held your uninjured arm, pulling you back. You're being paranoid," Aizawa exclaimed. You gritted your teeth, trying to pull your arm free, still clutching your phone with your other hand. "Let me go. I want to go to him." Yamada's sweat dropped as you struggled against Aizawa's grip, resembling a child wanting a toy. The blonde raised his hands in surrender, trying to calm you down as he placed both palms on your shoulders, giving you a serious look. "Calm down. It's going to be fine. No, it isn't, you shouted, kneeling on the ground and giving up on your struggle. Aizawa and Yamada knelt beside you as you cried, gripping your chest. I'm so scared. Yamada and Aizawa exchanged worried looks, unable to bear seeing you like this. Since the day you were attacked, you had been acting differently. They had chosen to ignore it, believing you could handle it, but they were underestimating how much you needed their support. You were only human, and sometimes, everyone needs help. The two wrapped their arms around you, hugging you tightly as if to comfort your fragile self. You were taken aback by their gesture but soon hugged them back, crying as if you were a child. All those years of pretending to be strong, of acting like you didn't care, all came crashing down as you wept in their arms. You felt like a 15-year-old girl again, who was supposed to be enjoying her teenage years but was instead surrounded by threats and fears of losing someone you deeply cared for. It was overwhelming, but you needed to let it out. Your cries eventually turned into small sniffles as you calmed down, slightly separating from the hug. Sorry for being a crybaby, you sobbed, wiping your tears away. Aizawa let out a breath while Yamada softly laughed, tapping your head in reassurance. Aizawa then gave you a look, flicking your forehead. You winced, hands flying to the spot he flicked. Then he scoffed, the boy's going to be alright. Trust me, he's been injured before, and whatever's happening to him right now, he'll get through it. He's a handful but… Aizawa paused, giving you a meaningful look before continuing, you know him. He's not going down easily. You sighed in relief at his words, nodding slowly as you gripped your phone tightly. I hope so. You glanced at the screen, which still displayed an email about his location, your expression softening. I want to go to him as soon as possible. Just to confirm he's alright. Aizawa sighed. Your look reminded him of Midoriya's when he found out you were hurt back at the hospital after the attack. The two of you shared the same vibe of worry. It was almost amusing. Aizawa thought that perhaps you both were feeling something deeper than you realized. I'm so sorry, but I have to stop the internship for now, you mumbled into your phone, fiddling with the hem of your shirt. It's okay, Seraph-san. I totally understand. I just hope we meet again, maybe someday when I get my license. I'll be applying to be your intern in the future, so for now, please take a break. You smiled at Tsuchiyo's cheerful approach. She was always so kind. Even though you weren't the perfect hero to teach her, you were grateful for the 3 days you spent together. But today, you decided to pause the internship and visit Midoriya. Midoriya had called you the night after the Hosu incident, assuring you he was alright, which relieved you. He mentioned he was at Hosu General Hospital and would be there for a few days due to an injury to his foot. At that moment, you decided to visit him, realizing he might need you. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe I'm the one who needs him. Thank you for understanding, Tsuchiyo. I'm looking forward to our future work together. I'll be waiting and will make sure to accept you when you want to have a proper internship with me, you said, smiling softly as Tsuchiyo chuckled on the other end. Same for me, Seraph-san. Thank you again, and have a nice day. Goodbye. You nodded. Bye. After ending the call, you hurriedly put on your jacket over your sleeveless shirt and grabbed your bag and wallet. You jogged out of your room to find Aizawa and Yamada waiting for you. Yamada grinned while Aizawa gave you a blank look as you approached them, nodding. Let's go. The three of you walked toward the train station, chatting casually and joking around. Honestly, you were okay walking to the station alone, but they insisted on accompanying you for your safety. It didn't take long to reach the station since it was close to your building. You looked at the two of them before boarding the train, smiling. Thank you for being here. Yamada chuckled while Aizawa stuffed his hands in his pockets, tipping his chin toward you. You better come home safe. I'll count on the problem child to protect you, is that clear? You nodded with a small smile, your eyes soft and understanding. It had been a while since someone treated you this way, in a manner that felt almost nostalgic. The kindness they showed eased your heart and kept your fears at bay. The trauma was still present, but with time, it was getting better. It's just a matter of time before you return to being yourself, full of confidence and calmness. Yeah, Aizawa's right. And don't forget to call us when you arrive at the place, okay? Yamada's voice was loud, and you playfully punched his shoulder. Too loud. But I understand. I'll call you right away. Yamada gave you a thumbs up while Aizawa nodded. You smiled at both of them before pulling them into a quick hug. You guys really rock. I love you both. I'll see you this evening. Don't forget to eat dinner, okay? Aizawa clicked his tongue in annoyance, rolling his eyes. Don't make it sound like you're going somewhere really far. You're just going to Hosu. You chuckled, stepping back and waving at them. Bye, you guys. Yamada sniffed, wiping a single tear from his eyes, while Aizawa looked at him incredulously. Did you just cry? Don't blame me. I'm so proud of her, she's all grown up. Aizawa snorted, watching you disappear into the station. Besides, Yamada added, she's changing. She's maturing in a way. The way she handles things shows that even though she's a crybaby, she's just expressing her feelings. And I also noticed that she's happier. She's smiling more often than before. Aizawa hummed, burrowing his chin under the cloth draped around his neck. I think so too. You dashed towards the train, finding a seat to settle into. Once you were comfortable, you took out your earbuds and listened to music, letting time pass as the train continued toward your destination. When you arrived, you hopped off the train and began walking toward the hospital. Finally, you reached your destination and approached the reception to ask for Midoriya's room. The receptionist directed you, and you headed there, feeling a mix of worry and excitement to see him. Even though you had only been away for 3 days, you missed so much about him. He had made you worry to the point of breaking down. I need to fix myself and let go of that fear. I may have nothing to worry about. I just have to be strong. You took a deep breath, rehearsing your lines in case you met Todoroki and Ida. Midoriya had said they were with him and helped defeat the hero killer. Still, you thought they were lucky to survive and defeat such a villain who had caused so much chaos. You swallowed, calming yourself down. Izuku's fine, so there's nothing to worry about. With a firm nod, you opened the door and saw him strangely alone, peering out the window as if watching the clouds pass by. A soft smile curled your lips as your eyes softened at the sight of him being all right. He soon noticed you, his eyes widening in shock as he stared, inhaling sharply before pinching his cheeks. You raised an eyebrow at his actions, closing the door behind you and walking toward him. You're here that I thought I was dreaming of you again. Midoriya muttered, his eyes glistening. You smiled at him as you sat on the hospital bed. Hi. I'm reeled up by the way. He let out a soft chuckle, placing his palm on his head before turning to you. He gently placed his palm on your cheek and leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to your lips. Oh, how he missed your warmth and the feeling of being with you. It was the most amazing thing he had ever experienced. He felt grateful that you were here, right by his side. He wanted to cherish every moment with you, as long as time allowed. He separated shortly, leaning his forehead against yours and sighing, closing his eyes while intertwining your fingers with his other hand. You stayed like that for a minute, the comforting silence wrapping around you. He soon parted but continued to gently cup your face. Then he pulled you closer, pressing his lips to your forehead before looking into your eyes. I missed you. Your heart fluttered at his words, cheeks warming as butterflies danced in your stomach. He always made you feel so free and wonderful. Every little thing he did made your heart skip a beat and filled you with warmth. Sweet but true. You smiled at him and kissed his freckled cheek before nodding. I missed you too. He blushed intensely, averting his gaze as he covered his mouth with his fist, trying to hide his embarrassment. Sorry for kissing you and saying that all of a sudden. He sighed, looking down as he held your hand, fiddling with your fingers. Don't wanted to do that because I really missed you. So much. You snickered and nodded, brushing his soft hair away with your free hand. I feel the same, so don't worry. Midoriya's eyes drifted from your fingers to your arm. Remembering your injury, he looked at you with concern. Is your injury okay now? You looked at him, withdrawing your hand as you nodded and gently removed your jacket. The wound was no longer bandaged, but it had left a scar on your arm. It was clear that someone had burned it, leaving a large and visible mark. You winced at the sight, recalling his words. There that now, Tamura would know that I already approved of you. All those fears rushed back, but you were surprised when Izuku pressed his lips gently against your scar. Your eyes widened at his gesture, but his kiss was so soft, like a flower petal brushing against you. Then he looked at you, giving you a lopsided smile. I will adore every part of you, no matter how it looks or what it may seem. I will always embrace your flaws, your mistakes, your everything. I already said that. I know, but... He lifted your hand that was tucked within his, softly brushing his lips against your hand. That I will never get tired of reminding you that I'm always right here beside you. Always. You smiled at him as you wrapped your arms around his neck, pulling him into a gentle embrace. You chuckled, feeling a mix of joy and emotion, closing your eyes to keep the tears at bay. Izuku, you muttered, you're the best person in the world, you know? Midoriya returned the hug, wrapping his arms around you and holding you close. I should be the one who says that, he mumbled shyly, nuzzling his nose against your neck. Very glad that you're okay, Izuku. Very glad. You sighed in relief as his warmth enveloped you, providing comfort. You soon separated, and Midoriya tucked a strand of hair behind your ear. You both smiled at each other, chuckling as you realized how sweet the moment was. But who cares if it felt overly sentimental? Your story with him might be cliched, but it was a true story worth sharing. This dorky tale of yours was one of the best and truly one of a kind. You yawned as you served plates of bacon and eggs on the dining table, the food still warm from the pan. It was the weekend Sunday, to be exact. The morning felt almost perfect, bright and sunny, as if it were straight out of a dream. You wondered if something unexpected was bound to happen. You placed down cups filled with coffee, one with creamer and one strong and black, while yours was a delightful mix. Nodding to yourself, you finished serving the meals and headed towards your roommates' rooms. As you untied your apron, you approached Aizawa's door and lifted your fist to knock. Hey, sleepyhead, you called out, wake up or I'll toss your bacon in the trash. You knew Aizawa loved bacon too much to resist such a threat. You could almost hear the growl from the other side of the door. I dare you, YN. I dare you to touch my bacon. You chuckled, shaking your head before heading towards Yamada's room. Suddenly, the blonde jumped out at you, startling you. Boo! You gasped in surprise, eyes wide. Yamada! You were about to throw a playful punch when he raised his hands in surrender. Chill, YN. Someone's in the living room waiting for you. Raising an eyebrow, you slowly lowered your fist. Why the third person? Yamada shrugged, a smirk on his face. Just to keep the mysterious vibe. You know, guess who it is. But I think you might have an idea. 100% sure. He nodded to himself before walking past you. Anyways, I hope you cooked extra bacon. You narrowed your eyes at him as he made his way to the dining room, where Aizawa was still cocooned in his blankets. Thoughts raced through your mind as you approached the living room. You had a feeling it might be him, Midoriya. You weren't sure what he was doing there, but you sensed you had forgotten something important. Arriving in the living room, you spotted the familiar green-haired figure sitting on the couch, deep in thought. Hey, there, Izuku. He perked up at the sound of your voice, turning to you with a slightly nervous smile. You chuckled and sat beside him, curiosity piqued. What's up? Midoriya looked at you, his cheeks tinged with pink. It's the weekend. D-date. He stumbled over the word, clearly nervous. You smiled at his adorable demeanor, placing your hand over his. I thought it was moved? You need to rest, right? I don't want to miss this chance, he exclaimed suddenly, adamantly against the idea of postponing. You were surprised by how determined he was about this date. Sure, it was your first, and it was important, but his health was your priority. After the attack in Hosu, he had sustained a significant injury to his leg, and he refused your offer to heal it, insisting he didn't want to take it for granted. You understood his reasoning. He wanted to show you that even though you were together, it didn't mean you had to always fix him. He didn't want you to feel like you were just a healer for him. You were his partner, and he wanted you to see him as more than someone who relied on you. I want this to happen right now, he mumbled, fiddling with his fingers. It might be selfish and maybe unfair, but I want to prove and reassure myself. I really want to be someone worthy of being called yours. He swallowed hard, glancing at you nervously. That I want to know who I really am to you. You felt a mix of confusion and concern at his words. You weren't entirely sure what he meant, but you could tell he needed this. You smiled and squeezed his hand, nodding. I'll go have some breakfast and change my outfit. Want to join us? Izawa and Yamada exchanged knowing glances as they eyed the two of you sitting side by side. You averted your gaze, feeling a bit awkward under their scrutiny. It was the most uncomfortable situation you had found yourself in. Izawa and Yamada were acting like protective dads, carefully watching the boy you were going out with, literally watching, as if one wrong move would lead to serious consequences for him. Their eyes were locked on him, and the tension in the air was palpable. I'll go and change now, Izuku, you said. Yamada raised an eyebrow at both of you, lifting his cup and noisily sipping his coffee while narrowing his eyes. He placed the cup down, humming in amusement. First name basis, I see. You wanted to throw a plate at Yamada because they were really taking it too far. You sighed, raising your hands in surrender to calm them down. You guys chill. We're going out, yes. But that doesn't mean you have to pressure him with those intense glares. Izawa gave you a look that clearly said he thought you were being overly dramatic. We're not glaring at him. We're just watching. You groaned, wiping your face with your hands. You guys are terrible at this. Yamada gasped, feigning offense, his hand over his chest, eyes wide. What did you just say? That's offensive. That really hurt my feelings. You shrugged. Truth hurts. Yamada pretended to sob, and you sighed, turning to Izawa. You guys wash the dishes. Then you turned to Midoriya and smiled. How about you wait in the living room? I'll just go and prepare. Midoriya nodded, his face lighting up as if he remembered something. I almost forgot. He reached for something beside the chair he was sitting on, a paper bag. He handed it to you with a nervous smile. Mom wanted to give this to you. She said she wanted you to wear it today. It's her gift to celebrate your recovery and for our date. Izawa almost choked on his coffee while Midoriya blushed deeply, bowing his head to hide his embarrassment. I hope you like it. You chuckled, nodding as you gladly took the bag from his hands. Thank you. And sure, I'll wear this. You can wait. No. I'll talk to him. Both of you turned to Izawa, whose stern expression surely intimidated the green-haired boy. Izawa had a vibe that made you hesitant, but you nodded anyway, beads of sweat forming on your forehead. Izawa could be unpredictable, and his questions might be a bit intense. You sighed, tapping Midoriya's shoulder. I'll see you in a bit then. You turned to Izawa, giving him a look before stepping out of the room. Izawa turned to Midoriya, arms crossed and expression serious. Midoriya couldn't help but swallow nervously, his eyes averted and lips pressed together to keep from trembling. The kitchen was silent until Yamada sighed and nodded to Izawa, who finally spoke. Don't be tense. I already said I approved of your relationship. But don't think it will be easy, Midoriya. Handling, YN. Isn't a walk in the park. She has secrets that not everyone knows, and there are things only we understand. If you're going to be with her. He paused, locking eyes with Midoriya as Yamada took a breath. That then you have to be ready for what lies ahead. You took out the clothing from the paper bag and gasped in surprise as you saw a stunning dress. It was a flowy, light-colored dress with long sleeves and an off-shoulder turtleneck design. The fabric was simple yet beautiful, especially with your favorite flower embroidered on the skirt. When you tried it on, it fit perfectly, hugging your figure in all the right places. The dress was comfortable, falling just above your knees and made of soft, smooth material. Along with the dress was a folded note, which you opened to find a letter from Inko. I hope you like the dress. I sewed it myself and thought it would be a nice gift. Take care of yourself. Izuku and I are here to help, so you can always come to us if you need anything. I will always be grateful for how you care for my son, so this is the least I can do to show my appreciation. Thank you once again, and take care. Inko Midoriya. You took a shaky breath as you read the note, an unstoppable smile spreading across your face. Inko was such a wonderful person, treating you like family even though you didn't have a mom of your own. You felt incredibly thankful and blessed to have such caring people around you. With a grin, you folded the paper and tucked it away before continuing to get ready. Meanwhile, Midoriya waited in the living room, deep in thought. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind, pulling him into a sea of worries and predictions. Things were getting complicated, especially with the League of Villains involved. But he shook off those thoughts and focused on what was about to happen. Nervous yet excited, he reminded himself that this was his first date. With a deep breath, he nodded to himself with determination. Going to ask her. It's now or never. I'm done. Let's go, he said, turning to the source of the voice, halting in shock at the sight of you in the stunning dress that fit you perfectly. He let out a breath of amazement, his cheeks flushing. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. The way you spoke, the way you smiled, and the way your eyes crinkled when you laughed. It was everything he adored about you. Your smooth and graceful movements, the way you tuck your hair behind your ear, or how you softly chuckle whenever he stumbles over his words, always manages to make his heart skip a beat. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second he finds something new to adore about you. He can't help himself. He knows he is falling deeper. Too deep, too much. The overwhelming fire that was once just a spark was beginning to grow fiercer. For all those weeks, he knew that the two of you were dating, but he couldn't find comfort in that alone. He wanted to be more for you, not just an important person, but something more. He wanted a label that you could confidently call him, something that would make things official. Something that would make it true. Was he really going to do this? Perhaps he was letting his feelings get the best of him, maybe it was too early. But was it wrong to let his feelings grow? Or was this just infatuation? He closed his eyes and sighed. No, it wasn't. What he felt was genuine, something more than mere infatuation. It was overwhelming and uncontrollable. Was he Izuku? The green-haired boy snapped out of his daze as you snapped your fingers to bring him back to reality. He looked at you, slightly blushing, while you raised an eyebrow in a puzzled manner, concern etched on your face. What's wrong? The two of you were on a train heading to an unknown destination, at least for you. Midoriya had planned the date, and you were excited. This was your first date, and you were thrilled to finally have some time alone with him. But when you saw him staring at the ground, lost in thought, his brows furrowed with worry and his posture tense, you wondered if he was nervous about the date. And nothing. Izuku replied, frantically waving his hands. Nothing at all. You gave him a worried look before squeezing his hand and smiling at him. A penny for your thoughts? Midoriya pursed his lips, averting his gaze before scanning the environment. When he confirmed that there were only a few people on the train, he turned to you and cupped your cheek. See, can I kiss you? With a chuckle, you nodded and placed your palm over his hand. You don't have to ask, you know? Midoriya offered a lopsided smile, looking away shyly. I want to respect your personal space. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Oh, how grateful you were for his considerate actions and gentle approach. You never tired of it, it was something you adored about him. You hummed as he leaned in, pressing his lips gently to yours. It was a quick kiss, but you loved it for the sincerity it conveyed. When he pulled away, he smiled softly, caressing your cheek with his thumb. That's my thoughts. You leaned your head on his shoulder, chuckling softly and blushing at his gestures. You really make me feel warm inside. After a few hours of traveling, you finally reached your destination. You were surprised by Midoriya's choice. It was a place you loved, peaceful and beautiful. A park filled with blooming flowers and the sweet scent of roses and lavender. The vibrant colors of the flowers illuminated the park, filling it with life. You were amazed by its exquisite beauty. It was even more stunning than you had expected. Let's set up the blanket over there so we can enjoy the view. Mom made us lunch so we can eat here. I'm still learning how to cook, so I didn't make this. I just helped my mom prepare it. You inhaled, taking in the marvelous sight before you, then nodded slowly. This is such a beautiful place, Izuku. Thank you for bringing me here. Really? You mumbled in awe, still gazing at the scenery. Midoriya smiled at you, bending slightly to see your expression before tucking a strand of hair behind your ear. This is the least I can do for you. It's our first date after all. I want to make it memorable. With a loving smile, you nodded, and the two of you walked toward your picnic spot. You helped Midoriya set up the blanket while he took out the lunch and snacks from his bag. It wasn't extravagant, but it was perfect for you. It was a product of both Izuku and Inko's efforts, and you appreciated it more than you could express. You had never been one to believe in luck or fortune. You understood possibilities and chances, but you never thought luck would play a part in your life. Yet, who knew Midoriya would come into your life? I'm so lucky to have him. He opened your eyes to new experiences, made you feel things you had never felt before. He was the most incredible person you had ever known. It had only been a few weeks, but every day with him was filled with new adventures and joy. Every moment with him was a treasure to be cherished. And now he does this? You couldn't be more thankful. Shall we eat? Midoriya asked, and you nodded as you both began to enjoy your meal surrounded by the blooming flowers. Petals danced in the breeze, creating a serene and picturesque atmosphere that made you feel light and free. This was a relaxing trip, and it helped you in ways you hadn't realized you needed. Thank you for bringing me here, you said sincerely to Midoriya, your voice filled with gratitude. You turned to him with a gentle look, your lips curling into a bright smile under the sunlight. I couldn't be happier. How did you find this place? Midoriya let out a soft chuckle, scratching the back of his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. I did some research. I kind of stayed up late yesterday, so... You sighed, resting your head on his shoulder and closing your eyes with a smile. You're the best. You remained in that position for a few minutes until Midoriya yawned. You leaned back and he froze, turning to you with an apologetic expression. Sorry. Did I? You shook your head and chuckled softly. You tucked your feet under your legs, sitting in a traditional Japanese manner, then tapped your lap as a gesture for him to use it as a pillow. Come and take a nap. It would be nice for you to rest. You need it anyway. Midoriya's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple. You let out a gentle laugh and nodded at him as he swallowed nervously and nodded back. Okay then. He lay down on the blanket, using your lap as a pillow. He didn't want to admit it, but it felt comfortable to be in this position. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach, his heart raced, and he blushed deeply. You smiled at his adorable reactions, running your fingers through his soft, fluffy hair. The atmosphere was peaceful and comforting. This date wasn't adventurous, but it was perfect for you. Sometimes, all you need is a break from your troubles, and Midoriya provided that for you. It was nothing short of amazing. A gentle breeze blew, and petals danced along with it, creating a dramatic scene that hinted at something significant about to happen. The view from down here is so beautiful. You raised an eyebrow at him, noticing his genuine smile as his eyes were focused solely on you. It might have been overly sweet, but everything happening felt real, and despite how sappy it seemed, moments like this were blissful. What do you mean by that? He stretched out his hands, his fingers gently brushing your hair. Your heart skipped a beat at his simple yet heartfelt words. How did he manage to express such deep feelings with just a few words? It felt almost impossible, yet he did it, and it felt wonderful to have someone express such feelings for you. You didn't respond, blushing at his comment and gestures. Suddenly, he frowned, a pink hue dusting his freckled cheeks. Why, San? I want you to look at me and just listen. I don't think I'll have the courage to say this again. It's really hard for me to express my feelings, and you know that. I can be cowardly about these things, but I just want to share this and ask you a question. He paused, looking directly into your eyes, your orbs locked with his emerald ones. With all those times you were there for me, I feel overwhelmed. I've never experienced such a strong surge of emotions, and it feels amazing. I can hardly remember the last time I felt like this. To me, you're an angel in disguise. He swallowed hard as you stared at him in shock and surprise, speechless. He continued, I'm trying really hard not to shake. I'm biting my tongue, but I feel so alive. With every breath I take, I feel like I've won with you by my side. If you need a hero, I can be there for you. Your words are priceless, your presence is dear, and I. He sighed shakily, placing his arm over his eyes. That I just can't afford to lose you. Your eyes widened, your breath shaky, and your heart raced. You didn't know how to respond to everything Midoriya just said. It felt too good to be true. What did you do to deserve such a wonderful person? Why, san? I know this might sound silly, and I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself, but... He took a shaky breath, removing his arm from his eyes and looking at you with a gentle, lopsided smile. Can I be your boyfriend? Tears brimmed in your eyes, your chest tightened, and your stomach felt like it was in knots as he asked that. No, he wasn't like any guy casually asking if you could be his girlfriend. He wasn't asking for you to belong to him. No, he was humbly asking if he could be yours. It felt like a knight pledging his loyalty to his princess, offering himself to be the man you could lean on, count on, and trust completely. He was being romantic in his own way, and you couldn't believe such an incredible moment was happening to you. With tears streaming down your cheeks, you leaned in and kissed him gently on the forehead, a sign of your acceptance, a blessing from you to him. Then you pulled back, smiling widely as you chuckled, tears still falling. Yes. Let the flowers and blooms be the witnesses to this night's pledge of loyalty. Let them symbolize your relationship, vibrant and colorful, marking a sweet memory that unfolded in a garden full of blooms, unforgettable and remarkable. I'm happy, Izuku, you muttered as you cleaned the scratches on his face, smiling softly at him. You finally controlled your power and managed to set limits on it. At least you won't be hurt like before. Midoriya nodded as you leaned in to give him a gentle kiss on the lips. Using your quirk, you healed all of his scratches, watching them vanish before you leaned back and patted his shoulder. You're all good. Just as you were about to stand up, Midoriya held your hand, his cheeks turning a light shade of pink. Can I have one more kiss? His request caught you off guard, and you couldn't help but chuckle. Okay then. You don't have to ask, you know? You're my boyfriend now, after all. Boyfriend. It was just a label, but it filled Midoriya with gratitude. He felt a sense of security, knowing that he didn't have to worry about someone else taking you away from him. He shook off the thought, leaning in closer to you when suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the moment. Shizenji-sensei? Are you there? Both of you froze, hearts racing, before quickly scrambling away from each other. Yes, you were officially together, but the reality of a student dating a teacher was complicated. If anyone except for Aizawa, Yamada, and All Might found out, it could lead to serious trouble. Your relationship would have to remain a secret for 3 years, until Midoriya graduated. You stood up, giving Midoriya an apologetic look before opening the door to reveal a student from another class. I feel sick. Can I have some medicine or something? The student looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. You nodded and opened the door wider, allowing him in. You guided him to the bed and helped him lie down before heading to your desk to gather supplies to check on him. Midoriya felt a wave of frustration wash over him due to the sudden interruption. He had been looking forward to spending time with you, but now it felt like that moment had been stolen away. As you worked at your desk, you glanced at Midoriya with an apologetic expression, resting your hand on his shoulder. We can go home together later, you mouthed to him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. He nodded, but the sadness in his eyes lingered as he left without saying another word. You promised yourself that you would make it up to him later. Once outside the infirmary, Midoriya sighed, heading toward his classroom. He remembered that he needed to talk to All Might, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He wasn't sure what the conversation would entail, but he felt a heaviness in the air as he approached the lobby and knocked on the door. After a moment, he opened it to find All Might sitting on the couch, an unusual seriousness surrounding him. Have a seat, All Might said in a grave tone. Meanwhile, you finished treating the student and waved him goodbye, feeling exhausted. You stretched and sat down at your desk, pulling open a drawer to gather your things when your phone rang. You glanced at the caller ID, surprised to see who was calling. Tsukachi-san, you answered. Ah, Shizenji-san, I wanted to ask you a favor. You leaned back in your chair, gesturing for him to continue. Can I excuse you for a day out of school? I want you to accompany me to visit someone. I need to confirm something. You furrowed your brows, curiosity piqued. Who is this person? There was a pause on the other end, and you sensed something was off. Himikura Kai. Chills ran down your spine as memories flooded back, and you felt your face pale. You gripped your arm, still feeling the remnants of past trauma. Did you catch him? It's more complicated than that. I can't explain everything over the phone, but he's in custody now. He needs to undergo some tests. Confusion and concern washed over you, but you pushed your fear aside and nodded, gripping your arm tighter. I understand. I'll try to go. Thank you. You're very strong, Shizenji-san. It's no surprise you're the youngest hero. You pursed your lips, agreeing but feeling uncertain. You were just trying to find hope to combat your fears and nightmares. If it weren't for the people around you, you might have succumbed to those heavy thoughts. You were merely escaping them. Conquering them felt like a distant dream. As the call ended, you let out a sigh, your chest tightening with anxiety. You may one day have to fight against this great evil. All Might's voice was low and filled with gravity. This is difficult for you, but I'll do my best. Midoriya interjected, his voice brimming with determination. He stood tall, fists clenched. I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter what. As long as you're with me, I can face anything. His confidence shone through. All Might's expression turned somber, and Midoriya's determination shifted to confusion. Tell him, All Might. All Might turned his head away, his eyes filled with fear and pain as he gazed out the window. You must. He closed his eyes, burdened by the heavy truth he carried. That's not it, young Midoriya. Then he removed his hand from his face, letting it fall to his side as he regarded his successor. Thank you. After their conversation, All Might allowed him to leave. In the end, he couldn't express to Midoriya what he truly wanted to say. All his words remained trapped in his chest, heavy and painful. That's not it, young Midoriya. By that time, I might not be able to be by your side anymore. If it weren't for her, I would have. You stared at the ground before you, fiddling with the hem of your shirt as you sighed. You were lost in thought, unsure of what to do first. Everything felt so heavy now that it was brought back to your mind. You had to admit, what happened still haunted you for a long time. Even though it was something from the past, fear and anxiety gripped you. You were scared it might happen again, the burning sensation, the unbearable pain of being hurt. And the thought of seeing that person again. That he was someone you would always fear. How can I overcome this? You took a deep breath, biting your lip as you furrowed your eyebrows. I need to face this and win this fight. Sorry if you waited for me, San. A familiar voice said, his tone deep in thought and strangely quiet. You turned to him with a small smile, shaking your head. No. It's fine. Waiting isn't that bad. Then you paused, averting your gaze, a few strands of hair falling over your face. It gave me some time to think. Midoriya looked at you with concern, gently sweeping the strands away from your face and bowing slightly to see you clearly. A penny for your thoughts? The two of you began to walk home together. You were silent at first, gathering the words you wanted to say. Midoriya understood, so he gave you time to think, his hand delicately holding yours as you walked peacefully together, the sun setting on the horizon. Suddenly, Midoriya halted, and you blinked as if snapped back to reality. You looked up at him, and he leaned down, pressing his lips softly against yours. The warmth of the moment lingered as he pulled away, his eyes soft as he cupped your cheeks with his scarred hands, a blush dusting his cheeks. You don't have to worry about the words you'll say. Even if you stutter, I'll listen. He caressed your cheek with his thumb, smiling gently at you. I made a promise to you. You can share anything with me, I won't let you fall. I will hold you. Then he turned to his side, and you did the same, eyes wide as you took in the scenery. This is where we first met, Midoriya said, tugging you along as you walked toward the beach where you first saw him. You chuckled at the memory. All the good moments replaced the fear that had been welling in your chest, replaced by nostalgia. The two of you sat on the sand, not caring if you got dirty. It was just the two of you, quiet and alone. This is where you gave me that candy, Midoriya said. And this is where I saw you struggling with that refrigerator, almost passing out from exhaustion. You both laughed at the memory flashing back in your minds. It was the same place, almost the same time. At sunset, nearly night. Who would have thought the two of you would be here together? You had been cold and distant back then, while he had been shy and timid. But now, everything was different. How could things change so drastically over time? Everything moved so fast that you almost felt you couldn't keep up. "Thank you, Izuku," you murmured as you leaned your head on his shoulder. "For doing this for me. I was just worried," he stuttered, surprised by your gesture, and you chuckled at his change in demeanor. From comforting to a stuttering mess. "How cute. Tell you everything. Even my history. I'll share it all with you." You spoke in a hushed tone, eyes closed as you savored the warmth and comfort of Midoriya's presence beside you. You took a deep breath as the warm breeze blew past your faces. The sound of the waves was soothing, easing you a bit, though the heavy feeling in your chest began to build as memories of the past resurfaced. You closed your eyes, taking in the sounds of nature around you before leaning your head against Midoriya's shoulder. With a calm sigh, you opened your eyes and let the sight of the sunset guide your words. Your voice was barely audible, a whisper that seemed to fade with the wind. "When I was little," you began softly, your eyes fixed on the sun dipping below the horizon, "I was so confident that I had a wonderful family. Even though I was the only child, my mom and dad were always there for me. I was their princess and they were my king and queen. We were a small kingdom of three, just happy and simple. Even though my parents worked as heroes, they never failed in their duty as my parents. They were always there for me and I was always there for them. Peaceful memories and moments with them led me to believe I had a perfect life. It was so much fun. So happy. Yet I was so naive." You paused as nostalgia washed over you, the warmth and joy flooding your mind. "I never wanted to let it go, and so I was satisfied. It was so peaceful, so perfect. I almost wished to be a kid forever. I'm still wishing it now." Then you chuckled, though it was humorless. Your smile and the wonder in your eyes reflected the curiosity of how things could change so drastically. 6 years ago, something happened. Midoriya watched you intently, gently wrapping his arm around your shoulder, pulling you closer as if to reassure you to share something heavy. You smiled at his silent comfort and bravely continued. "It was my birthday when it happened. I was still a fresh 10 years old, dreaming of being a hero. I wanted to be someone who heals, who is useful not in an offensive way, but in a supportive way. I wanted to be like my grandmother, but a strong defender like my mom." You softly laughed and Midoriya smiled, but the moment turned somber as a shadow crossed your face, the weight of past pain tightening around your chest. Midoriya noticed this change, and it pained him to see you like this. He wished he could take away your sorrow, but he understood that some memories were integral to who you were. "We were going to the amusement park when it happened." Your voice trembled, and you felt a chill run through you, the memory still vivid despite the passage of time. You took a shaky breath, recalling the moment when everything changed. "We were on the bus, laughing at Dad's terrible jokes, when suddenly, he appeared. Toxic Chainsaw came onto the bus with a large guitar case and grabbed me, threatening to hurt me if anyone moved even me. I was terrified, especially when he revealed a chainsaw from that case. I tried to stop him, but he pressed the chainsaw against my throat and backed out of the bus. We thought it was just a guitar case. But then, you inhaled deeply, your eyes glistening with unshed tears. That he took me away from my parents. Why didn't you use your quirk to defend yourself? You can drain his stamina, right? Maybe not while he was holding you, but his legs." Midoriya asked, concern etched on his face. You turned to him, a sad smile forming. "I was too naive to think of that." You looked away, clenching your jaw, the pain in your chest tightening as you fought to keep your composure. You had promised yourself to share this with Midoriya. "I felt so safe, protected by my parents. They were heroes, always there for me." The sun dipped lower, casting an orange glow that deepened into twilight. "I guess I was blind to the fact that heroes are still human. That they have limits. I was so frightened that I forgot how to act, letting my parents handle everything. I thought that was their job. But now, I realize that heroes are more than just knights in shining armor. Their lives depend on every choice they make when rescuing someone. I didn't understand that back then, even at 10 years old. I was unaware of the harsh realities of life. And so I surrendered myself, hoping my parents would save me. It always worked before. But that time, reality hit me hard. Taking a shaky breath, you felt the temperature drop, the cool breeze wrapping around you like a heavy blanket. I was taken to an old building not far from the bus stop. I thought he wanted a ransom, but when he threw me aside and pinned me to the ground with a sinister smile. You shivered, the memory flooding back. That I thought I was going to lose everything. Midoriya's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes wide as he listened intently. The waves crashed against the shore, mirroring the turmoil in your heart. You took deep breaths, trying to steady yourself, determined not to let tears fall. You wanted to confront this memory, not to shield Midoriya from your vulnerability, but to show yourself that you were strong enough to face your past. My dad arrived, furious and ready to fight. Toxic Chainsaw was too busy holding me to reach for his weapon, and my dad managed to push him away. They defeated the villain, but then another one appeared more sinister, more dangerous. I could feel the dread wash over me. My mom showed up shortly after Dad, having called for backup, but then, that villain attacked me. Your gaze fell to the ground, darkening like the sky above. Midoriya hesitated, unsure if he should encourage you to continue. His fingers morphed into dark claws, reaching for me. It was almost too late when I was attacked, but... You took another shaky breath, closing your eyes as the memory of that moment flooded back. That my dad shielded me. You let out a bitter chuckle, pulling your knees closer as guilt washed over you. You fought against the urge to disappear, focusing instead on your goal to help Midoriya understand. He took the blow, and I saw the pain in his eyes as he was hurt. It was like a rose blooming on his shirt as blood seeped through the fabric. I was terrified and wanted to run to him, but he raised a hand and smiled reassuringly. I froze in place, and that's when my mom stepped forward, telling me to run. I couldn't stop crying, I was so scared. The way that villain looked at me before turning to my parents. It haunted me. He even whispered something I'll never forget. You opened your eyes, looking up as you fought against the overwhelming urge to break down. Then you urged yourself to speak, even if your voice was hoarse and your lips were trembling. I found you, little angel. It sent shivers down my spine. He tried to get me, but my parents blocked his attacks and shielded me, continuously defending me even as more blood dripped onto the floor. They were nearly falling to their knees, but they refused to give up. My dad turned to me, all battered and exhausted. Even in that state, he still managed to say something to reassure me. You pursed your lips as tears threatened to spill onto your cheeks, taking a shaky breath in an attempt to calm yourself. Trust us, Wyan-chan. Papa and Mama will come back. If we have wounds, you can heal us, okay? You let out a small huff, chuckling without humor, putting your palm on your forehead while looking down, frustrated. I wasn't that naive. I knew they had many wounds and were on the brink of collapse, but they acted so heroically, pretending that their injuries could be healed in an instant. So, I didn't go, I didn't leave. I stayed, and that was the worst choice I ever made. I sobbed, tears escaping my eyes. I gripped my hair, guilt stinging my chest as I continued to blame myself for what happened. In the end, I didn't have the courage to accept my past and let it go. I saw with my own eyes how my parents failed, but even before I could reach them, All Might swooped in and resolved the chaos. He rescued me but took me away from my parents as I watched them slowly succumb to their injuries, their blood pooling around them. I was taken away before I could even help them, but perhaps it was already too late for me to act. I was the reason my parents were gone and why All Might bore his scar, the injury he took just to save me. He almost perished because of me. It was all my fault. I shrank as tears continued to fall, rolling slowly down my cheeks. Pain and more pain suffocated my heart, tightening my chest in insufferable agony. Regrets washed over me as I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper. If I had just defended myself, if I had just faced him without fear, if I hadn't depended on my parents so much, maybe they would still be alive, and I would still have a normal teenage life. But here I am. Here I am with my choices weighing me down. Why did I believe in a perfect life when it never existed? Why did I think such a thing was even possible? There's no perfection in this world. But I think you are perfect. Softly and gently, Midoriya held your wrists and drew your hands back from gripping your hair. He looked at you with sincerity and concern. The way he held your wrists was so gentle, and even though you knew you could fight his hold that you couldn't. I'm such an awful person. Why would you say that? I'm far from perfect, drowning in my own miseries and breaking down so easily. How can you say such a big word to me when I don't deserve it? San, he murmured as he tucked your hair behind your ear, slightly bowing down to see your flushed face and tear-stained cheeks. Being perfect doesn't mean being free of mistakes and struggles. Being perfect means having the qualities that others admire. I cherish every part of you, San, not even your flaws. For me, being perfect means being kind and helpful to those around you. Then he smiled, looking into your eyes as he gently cupped your face. And you're that kind of person. It was as if he was lifting you from a sea of despair and regret. He was the light before the darkness in your heart, the warmth that melted your frozen spirit. It felt dramatic, but he was the cure, he was your bliss. He pulled you into a hug, softly cradling you as if you were a fragile flower. You hugged him back, slightly sobbing. He patted your back as he sighed, nuzzling his nose into your soft hair. I'm so glad you shared your story with me. I'm so glad we're in this together. You slowly nodded, pulling him closer as a small smile crept onto your lips. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. By then, you realized that he was the bright star in your lonely, dark night sky. You sighed as you finally finished making papers and researching villains to submit for the government. With a swig of coffee, you propped your elbow on your desk and huffed, staring at the screen before you. It was already 1 a.m., a stressful yet blissful night, considering you had just shared your past with Midoriya. Not that you had much of a choice, since you were working in the government. Neglecting your duties would only make everything worse. As you placed your cup down, you sighed and paused for a moment. When you averted your gaze from the monitor to the calendar beside your pile of papers, you saw the date of the exams. It was only days away, and after that, summer vacation. You leaned back in your chair, looking at the ceiling, your eyes narrowed and eyebrows furrowed in curiosity. Then you let your thoughts wander. You wondered what would happen if you and Midoriya went on a short vacation? A date like the one you had last time? It was going to be fun, but during the meeting, it was mentioned that everyone had to attend a training camp to develop their quirks to their full potential before the second semester began. Months had passed, yet time seemed to fly by, each moment packed with overwhelming events. You never imagined that this kind of thing would happen to you. This was the last scenario you could have envisioned. However, having someone by your side felt incredible, transforming your perspective on facing everything alone. It was exhilarating to connect with someone who genuinely cared for you. You never wanted to lose that feeling. As your thoughts drifted, your eyelids grew heavy, and you allowed yourself to slip into darkness as you closed your eyes. The darkness faded, replaced by a bright light, revealing a grassy landscape and the sensation of a warm breeze brushing against your skin. A familiar green-haired boy stood a few feet away, his back turned to you, glancing sideways in your direction. San. You inhaled sharply, your eyes snapping open as you sat up in bed. But, looking around, you realized you were in your own room, dressed in your usual pajamas, tucked neatly under the covers. Confusion washed over you as you recalled the last events before you passed out, only remembering slumping in front of your desktop. Your desk was organized and tidy. It was almost unbelievable. You narrowed your eyes in thought, trying to piece together what had happened the night before. There was no way you had changed your clothes or cleaned your desk or even tucked yourself into bed. It was puzzling how you had gone from sleeping in your chair to somehow sleepwalking to your bed, complete with a change of clothes and a clean room. Then you caught a whiff of something. Burning. Your eyes widened, and you quickly hopped out of bed, flinging open your room door and racing toward the source of the smell. Smoke and the acrid scent of something charred filled the air as you waved it away, making your way to the kitchen. The soup is black. Like your shirt, Aizawa? You heard someone exclaim. This is so troublesome. I had a feeling this would happen. You closed your eyes, a vein throbbing in your forehead. Clenching your fists, you took a deep breath and approached the chaotic scene. The burning smell intensified, and you could see not just the soup but the pot itself was ruined. You guys, you muttered under your breath, glaring at Aizawa, who frowned, and Yamada, who looked nervous. Your eyes were sharp as daggers. Looks could kill. That they would be in serious trouble. What on earth did you just do? Making a soup? Yamada replied, gulping nervously. Why would you try to make soup in the morning? Are you out of your mind? Aizawa snorted, a grin creeping onto his face as he crossed his arms. Yeah. Yamada is always like this, it's not new. Yamada gasped, clearly offended, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? You huffed, shaking your head and pinching the bridge of your nose in disappointment. Both of you are hopeless. Why didn't you stop him in the first place, Aizawa? Aizawa shrugged. I needed food and you weren't up, so I had to resort to this. Good thing you woke up, though. You sighed, shaking your head as you walked to the window and opened it. I'm honestly surprised the fire alarm didn't go off, considering you have this. You narrowed your eyes at the disaster that resembled a black goose straight out of a nightmare. Mess. Yamada pursed his lips. I thought it would be smoky while cooking, so I may have turned the alarm off. You muttered under your breath as you made your way to you, realizing it was almost 11 a.m. Yes, you knew you were late for school, but Aizawa and Yamada had covered for you, saying they would excuse your tardiness, especially since there was going to be a short meeting for reports and discussions about the final exams. You were late because they made you clean up their mess, as they couldn't afford to be late for their morning classes, which you didn't have since your class for Class 1A started at 11:40, nearly afternoon. So, you had no choice but to tidy up their mess. Not that you could leave the house in disarray anyway. Finally arriving at the infirmary with a scowl on your face, it almost felt like the smoke from the burnt soup still lingered. Your grandmother spotted you and greeted you with a warm smile as you sat at your desk, sighing. Good morning, dear. How was your sleep? You turned to her, offering a small smile before resting your chin on your palm. It was fine. Yes. If Yamada hadn't burned a soup, I would have had a nice morning. Your grandma chuckled. That's quite an interesting way to start the day, dear. And remember not to overexert yourself. Yesterday, I had to ask Yamada to carry you to bed so you could sleep properly. You blinked, lifting your face from your palm. You did. She nodded, concern in her eyes. Don't stress yourself too much, dear. I'm worried. And so is he. You tilted your head in confusion, trying to process what your grandmother meant. But then it clicked, and you felt your cheeks warm as you averted your gaze. She laughed softly, her gentle smile returning. I'm so happy that you have him now, YN. But you know you should be careful, right? You pursed your lips and nodded, gathering your materials for your next class. I have to go, Ma. Take care, okay? Your grandmother chuckled again. I should be the one saying that, dear. You smiled before heading out, waving goodbye to her. When you arrived at the classroom, everything returned to its usual rhythm. You discussed lessons and provided pointers related to the upcoming exams. For the remaining minutes, you allowed them to have their study time, encouraging questions on any parts they didn't understand. In the midst of this, Midoriya raised his hand, and you approached him with a raised brow. If this turns out to be some secret exchange, I swear. What is it? Midoriya asked, smiling as he pointed to his notes. How do you treat a victim with severe avulsion? You let out a breath, relieved to see he was genuinely seeking to learn. You chuckled softly, causing Midoriya to tilt his head in curiosity as you leaned closer to his notes. The first thing you'll need to do is stop the bleeding and cover the wound to minimize the risk of infection. You can use a clean cloth for bandaging. This will help it heal faster. Cravats or triangular bandages work well for this. He nodded slowly, jotting down notes as you spoke. Then he smiled at you, his freckled cheeks taking on a light pink hue. Thank you, Shizenji-sensei. You smiled back. You know, you can come by the library after school if you want me to help you with anything else you find confusing. You spoke softly, hoping only Midoriya would hear. It wasn't favoritism, you simply wanted to spend time with him without crossing any lines. Sure, it might seem unfair to the other students that he received special attention, especially since he was your boyfriend, but you intended to be fair, focusing on helping him understand rather than just preparing him for exams. It was the least you could do to thank him for listening, and as a teacher, it was perfectly reasonable. You certainly weren't planning anything inappropriate in the library, especially with finals approaching and the place likely to be crowded. Just a simple thank you from you. Midoriya's face lit up with joy at your offer, but then he frowned slightly, pursing his lips. Isn't it a bit unfair for you to teach me? You shrugged. It's your choice, Midoriya. You intentionally used his surname. I don't want to pressure you, but if you're confused about anything, I'm here. Just call me and I'll be there. You mumbled the last part, smiling at him before turning away as Kaminari called you with a question. Midoriya smiled and looked down at his notes. He wasn't confused about everything, but he definitely wanted to learn more about first aid. After all, he aspired to be a hero, and he couldn't let any opportunity slip away. Plus, he would get to spend time with you. What had happened the previous evening weighed on him, and he thought some time together would help lift your spirits. And so, he made his decision. It was a quick draw, but how are you all doing? My midterms are coming up, so I'm giving you this chapter. I'm not quite ready to reveal the big truth yet, so I'm just throwing in some light moments here and there that you know, the usual. And since we're about to reach the 50th chapter next week, I thought I'd share some truths about the story. Anyways, I hope you enjoy both the chapter and the art because I love this story, and if it weren't for school, I would update every day just like the good old days. See you soon. Thanks for reading and for your patience. You're all the best. Alright, all done. You wiped your lips with your fist as you finished packing and cleaning your faculty lab. It had been a while since you last cleaned, and you hadn't realized how much dust had accumulated or that you were low on supplies. With the school now requiring teachers to manage their own faculties, you had to send a report and tidy up. As the school day was nearing its end, you planned to head home since there was nothing left to do. You had already graded the exam papers for finals and completed all necessary paperwork for the week. You looked forward to going home to relax. Or maybe read your favorite book. Either way, you were free to do as you pleased. Suddenly, you heard a knock on the door. Raising an eyebrow, you called out, "You can come in." You sat at your desk, crossing your arms as a green-haired boy entered, mumbling an apology for barging in. With a small smile, you nodded at him, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, looks like you're done for the day." He nodded shyly just as you remembered him. Midoriya was always adorable. "I just thought I'd stop by since. I know things are going to get hectic for me with finals coming up. I should keep studying and training, and I might not have a chance to see you after school." He paused, sitting down beside you with a sheepish smile. "That I kind of wanted to see you before I go." You chuckled, leaning your head on his shoulder. "Yeah, being a student is tough, huh?" He nodded, softly tilting his head to rest on yours. That's why I decided to take you up on that offer." You leaned back, slightly confused until you remembered your earlier invitation to study at the library. Your face brightened as his words sank in, and you absent-mindedly took his hand, clasping it gently. "You really want to?" He chuckled and nodded, and you playfully punched his arm, smiling widely. "I thought you might feel it was unfair because of this." You paused, shrugging as you leaned your head back on his shoulder. "I don't know, because I'm a teacher." Midoriya felt warmth spread through him. A thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated to voice it. But you had always been honest with him, so why should he hold back? Not that it was bad or anything. He just couldn't help but feel that way. So he brought his hand up, covering his pink-tinted cheeks as he mumbled softly, gently, and quietly, "I want to hang out with you, even if it means being unfair to everybody. This is the least I can do, and I just feel like I want to be a little selfish. After all." He bowed, his expression shadowed by his curly hair. "That isn't this what a boyfriend is supposed to do?" Almost immediately, your feelings became mixed. You were unaccustomed to his romantic way of speaking, but it certainly caught you off guard. This was Midoriya unpredictable. Sure, He was shy and timid, usually sheepish and clumsy, but he always picked up and learned quickly. Even in a relationship, he was learning just to make you feel better, and nothing could make you happier than that. It wasn't easy to step out of your comfort zone, but with Midoriya, you could see every bit of effort he poured into making you comfortable and at ease. Isn't that too sweet of him? Izuku. You wrapped your arms around his waist, smiling lightly as you pressed your cheek against his chest. You're so cute, you know that? Midoriya turned bright red at your words, his embarrassment evident. He forcefully closed his eyes and covered his face, still feeling flustered. I'm sorry if I said that. What? Why are you apologizing? You laughed, hopping off your seat before uncovering his face, pulling his hands away before capturing his lips with yours. You felt him stiffen at the sudden action, but he soon melted into it, trying to raise his hands. He leaned back slightly, looking into your eyes before swallowing, slightly shaking. Can I kiss you again? You nodded as he raised his hands and cupped your cheeks, holding them gently as he leaned in, kissing you with warmth. His lips lingered on yours for a moment before he leaned away, resting his forehead against yours. You never cease to amaze me, you mumbled, smiling with your eyes closed as you held his hand that was touching your cheek. I have to say the same thing. He pecked your forehead, and when you felt him smiling, he suddenly muttered, so gently and barely audible, that you never cease to amaze me, YN. A shiver ran down your spine, and your heart raced in your chest. He was truly something special. The only one who could make you feel this way, and it felt almost surreal. Then you chuckled, looking at Midoriya as you grinned and winked at him. Come now, we still have our study session, see? I'll go into teacher mode now, so you better take notes, okay? Midoriya was still blushing, clearly embarrassed, but he shyly nodded and gave you a crooked smile. Okay, Shizenji-sensei. That's it. Let's go to the library, shall we? The two of you walked toward the library, chatting about your day. You even told him about the burnt soup, which amused him since he didn't think Aizawa and Yamada would do something like that. I thought they had amazing skills at home since they really look professional. You groaned, a bit disappointed. Just because they're strong heroes doesn't mean they're good at everything. There are plenty of things they're not really good at, and if you think about it, they're not the ideal kind of men you can have. A caterpillar and a parrot. Midoriya let out a soft laugh at your words. For him, it was funny to hear you talk about your roommates as if they were your brothers. I had no idea Aizawa-sensei was like that. I guess everyone has their imperfections. You smiled at his statement, feeling a bit sad but knowing it was the truth. Nobody's perfect, and you understood that. Soon, you arrived at the library and made your way to a quiet corner where the tables were hidden. The atmosphere was pleasantly calm, and with the glass walls, you could see the sun dipping into the horizon. It was simply beautiful. Okay. You stretched your arms while Midoriya took out his notes and pencil case. You gestured for him to stop, which he did, albeit confused. What's wrong, YN? You exhaled, raised your hands in surrender, and pointed at his notebook. You can put that away. I'll teach you something. He looked puzzled but complied, putting away his notebook as you stood up and pulled a book from a nearby shelf. You sat beside him, opening the book to reveal various injuries and treatments. I'll just show you. They say students learn better visually, and it's easier to understand the material this way. Now, shall we start? Midoriya glanced at the book and suddenly paled at the sight of the injuries depicted. It wasn't going to be a pleasant study, but he was determined to pass this subject. So, the two of you began discussing the lessons again. For Midoriya, studying with you was enjoyable. Since the day you taught him along with Kaminari and the others after he struggled in your subject, he knew you were a great teacher. There were times he would just stare at you, thinking you were out of his league. In his eyes, you were someone extraordinary, far greater than he could ever be. He often doubted himself, wondering if he deserved someone as amazing as you. You were a hero, a teacher, a beautiful and stunning woman. His angel. Sometimes, you would catch him staring, and while you would shrug it off with a joke, the way he looked at you with such adoration made you want to ask why he chose you. Humans are very imperfect. They make mistakes. But because of those mistakes, they can open up more possibilities. Humans have many limits, yet they push their minds to envision new possibilities and bring them to life. It's quite philosophical when I think about it. If it weren't for Midoriya's limitations in using his power with his small frame, if it weren't for your own limits in healing with just your hands and lips, you two might never have crossed paths. Limitations and imperfections are what keep you both strong. He was your warrior, you were his healer. He was the protector, you were his support. But sometimes, you thought with a smile as you read your book, he's both my healer and my warrior. Midoriya stole a glance at you, but your hair fell over your face, obscuring his view. He instinctively reached out, tucking your hair behind your ear and gently caressing your cheek with his thumb. You looked at him, a bit confused, while he shyly offered a crooked smile. "You're so pretty, Wine-san. I'm so lucky to have you." You didn't know how many times he had said that, but it always made you feel warm inside. You beamed back at him, "I'm so lucky too." The story of your bond was meant to be a Katsuki Bakugo X-reader narrative. However, I chose to pair the reader with Midoriya, as he often faced more injuries than anyone else in the series. This led to ideas about how the reader would interact with Midoriya while healing him, which I like to call nurse moments. This story wasn't crafted for publication, it was born out of frustration from not finding books that matched my taste. I was excited about X-reader stories where the reader was involved at UA as a student, but I soon grew tired of that concept. I wanted something fresh, where the reader could be in the same space as her partner but in a different role. So, I decided to make her a young pro-hero. Why not? BOC doesn't have an official plot. Unlike other stories, it's not meticulously planned. The reader was originally just a normal nurse who healed a select few and had a calm yet mischievous demeanor. The promise was simple, she vowed not to kiss anyone until she married. But then she broke that promise for Midoriya, leading her to develop feelings for him. The League of Villains wasn't initially part of the story, but after a reader suggested a rival for Midoriya, I decided to introduce the concept of her being pursued by all for one. Thanks to that idea and my wonderful editor, I was able to add more depth to the reader's character. The inspiration for this story came from Recovery Girl and her unique healing ability. I wondered, what if the reader had to kiss a patient to heal them? It would be sweet and romantic. BOC is planned to conclude after 80 chapters, but not fewer than I didn't want it to be a slow-paced story, but I sometimes added too many descriptions and lost track of my pacing. Most of the ideas for this story came to me during mundane moments, like showering or even while taking breaks. The reader's role as the coordinator of the sports festival was determined by a coin flip. As I mentioned, BOC lacks a solid plot, and I just constructed moments before weaving them into chapters. I had no clear idea of what I wanted to happen, just a desire for Midoriya and the reader to share a scene after Todoroki's battle with him. Everyone's positive feedback about my story means the world to me. Even if it's not perfect, it's the best thing I've ever written. This story was created as a way to escape from another fandom that felt suffocating. Writing in that space became more of a job than a joy, affecting my focus on studies and my overall well-being. BOC has revitalized my spirit as a writer, and I am forever grateful for the love it has received. Sorry, Izuku. You apologized, pursing your lips as you looked at your closet. I'll be away for the whole day because of something urgent. If anything happens, I'll try to come back, just contact me immediately. Izuku smiled, even though you couldn't see him. It's okay, Wyan-san. I'll do my best on the final exam so you can relax and go on your trip. I don't want to hold you back, especially since it's related to your work. It can't be helped, right? You sighed. Yeah. I'm really sorry. There was a brief pause before Midoriya hummed and shook his head. It's really fine. I'll pass this, I promise. I'll become a hero so you won't have to take on those jobs alone. Trust me, Wyan-san. I'll pass this test no matter what. Even though you were worried, a smile crept onto your lips. You sighed in relief, nodding slightly as you grabbed a piece of clothing from your closet. I trust you. Do your best and I'll be cheering for you, okay? I know you will. I'll be going now, Wyan-san. Have a nice trip. Bye. Yeah. Bye. You ended the call, letting out a heavy breath. Leaning your forehead against the closet door, thoughts swirled in your mind. You hadn't told Midoriya that you were going to see Detective Tsukachi about something related to your last incident, the one involving Himekura Kai. Shaking your head, you tried to dispel the distress and anxiety creeping into your chest. It felt heavy, but this was your burden to bear alone. You couldn't involve Midoriya, it was too dangerous. He could become a target for those villains, and you didn't want him to face that kind of trouble, especially with the responsibilities he had as a student. You changed into your outfit, a pair of ripped jeans and an acid-wash shirt. Over it, you wore a black leather jacket that matched your black Converse shoes. After letting your hair down and combing it, you grabbed your bag and headed for the door. Exiting the building, you walked toward the police station just a few minutes away. Upon entering, you approached the reception and asked for the detective, who instructed you to go to the 3rd floor. You took the elevator, letting your mind wander through the lingering thoughts about what this meeting was all about. Before you could reach a conclusion, the elevator dinged. You stepped out and made your way to the designated room. Taking a deep breath, you knocked on the door 3 times before hearing a voice from the other side say, "Come in." You complied, opening the door and excusing yourself before entering. Inside, you saw Detective Tsukachi standing with a stack of papers in his hands, his eyes focused on them. You closed the door behind you and stood still as he looked up, smiling and gesturing to the empty chair beside him. "Have a seat." You nodded and followed his instructions, sitting down as he pulled open a drawer next to you. "I thought we were going to see." You paused, your eyebrows furrowing as you recalled that day, clutching your burned arm. Him. The memory left a bitter taste in your mouth. It had been a horrible night, and you knew that worse things were still to come. Tsukachi noticed your discomfort and the fear in your tone but decided to press on. If he didn't, nothing would change. "Yes, we are. Are you ready to face him, even if your memories from that day still haunt you?" You pursed your lips, bowing your head and playing with the zipper of your jacket. Doubts and fears swirled in your mind, slowly suffocating you. But you had no choice. This was the only way to confront your fears. Being fearless might not describe you, but you wanted to stand up and face the consequences ahead, to move on and move forward. You were scared, but that didn't mean you weren't prepared to try to fight. It might seem exaggerated to feel fear when others had faced worse, but you couldn't help it. You didn't know why that day had been so grim for you. Perhaps the pain had been worse than death. It burned and felt as if you were being consumed alive. The deep, malicious voice of that villain in the wheelchair was hauntingly familiar, reminding you of the loss of your parents. Before those thoughts could overwhelm you, you shook your head and bit your lip. "Yeah," you mumbled, barely audible. "I'm ready. Even if I say no, I can't." You lifted your head, determination etched on your face despite the anxiety swirling in your mind. It was the only way to fight this, to be resolute and brave. "I want to face him and conquer this fear I have. That's why. I have to." Your voice trailed off into a soft, shaky whisper, your hands forming into fists that trembled. Tsukachi regarded you for a moment before sighing and nodding. "Very well then. But if you feel overwhelmed in front of him, I'll get you out of there as soon as I can." You nodded slowly as Tsukachi approached you, gently patting your head with a small, sympathetic smile. "It's okay. I know it's hard to see him, especially since he reminds you of what happened, but this is part of being a hero. You have to stand up for yourself because everyone believes you can end this. You're strong and you can do this. Believe in yourself." As Tsukachi spoke, you managed a small smile, nodding again as you took comfort in his words. You reminded yourself that Midoriya was at school, fighting his own battles to finish the semester and move closer to becoming a hero. Meanwhile, you were here, fighting your own battle to conquer your fears. It took 5 hours of driving to reach the place where you would meet Himekura. Upon arrival, you frowned at the eerie surroundings. It felt almost deserted, as if no one lived there. But Tsukachi assured you this was the destination. You both stood in front of a building surrounded by barbed wire and caution signs, leaving you feeling confused and apprehensive. This might be a jail, but why do they have to post signs like hazards if the only people working there were the police? Little did you know, everything you thought about the place was wrong. You soon realized after arriving at the building that it was a laboratory, a crime lab, to be specific, where forensic officers work to solve or investigate crimes. You were still confused about why you were here and couldn't help but wonder why you would meet Himikura in a place like this. Unless he was dead, but why would you need to see him if that were the case? A woman with bright, flame-like hair wearing a white lab coat approached you and smiled. Good afternoon, Tsukachi-san, Shizenji-san. I'm Hana Manami, a forensic scientist. I was informed that the two of you would be coming, and I'm here to accompany you. Hana bowed and you did the same. Tsukachi nodded toward Hana, his lips pressed into a thin line. Can we see him? Hana immediately understood and nodded, gesturing for you to follow her. The three of you started to walk, but you still had no idea what was going on. You turned toward the detective with a frown, and he looked at you, recognizing your confusion. He quickly turned his gaze away, hands clasped behind his back, his jaw tense. You'll see once we get there. Prepare yourself. What you're about to see might be unsettling. You weren't sure what to expect. You were going to see the man who reminded you of that day, but Tsukachi's tone was so grim that you worried it might be worse than you imagined. Your apprehensions were confirmed as Hana opened the white doors, revealing a Nomu with its hands heavily chained and restrained, its mouth muzzled. It stared blankly into space, indifferent to the world around it, even with numerous guns pointed at it. It just sat still. You gasped, covering your mouth as your eyes widened in shock. This Nomu was different from the one you encountered during the USJ attack. It was thinner and seemed weaker than its predecessor. But still, it was a Nomu. It is. This. Tsukachi placed a reassuring hand on your shoulder as you slowly lowered your hand from your mouth, still frozen in shock at the sight before you. This is one of the Nomus that attacked Hosu weeks ago. It was retrieved along with Killer Stein. There are 4 of them still alive, but their brains have stopped functioning, just like the last one. You took a sharp breath, your jaw clenched in both disgust and fear, as all your bad memories threatened to overwhelm you. Despite your fears, you managed to croak out a question. Are you showing me this? Tsukachi's eyes darkened. This is Himikura Kai, the one you were supposed to catch during your mission. Your expression shifted from shock to fear as you tried to imagine what the League of Villains had done to him. You were about to say something when Hana sighed and touched the glass separating you from the Nomu. He is unable to think, but there are fragments of memories, some remnants of who he was before becoming a Nomu. If we can retrieve those memories, perhaps we can find a way to restore him to his former self. This is just a theory, but... Hana turned to you, her face serious. You were one of the last people he saw before he was taken and transformed. Your eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You recalled your last mission when you had been attacked by him. You managed to hit him in just the right spot to make him pass out, but everything else was a blur. The thought that this Nomu was once a human was almost unimaginable. We need this to understand both the process and the motives of our enemy. If we could just glimpse into his mind, we might have a lead on our investigation, Hana stated, narrowing her eyes in thought as she focused on the Nomu. The success of this experiment could be crucial to our case. I hope you'll consider helping us. It took you a moment to decide what to do. The reality of Himikura being a Nomu was still hard to grasp, but you were in the very facility of forensic scientists dedicated to solving this crime. You were a hero, and agreeing to this mission meant you would do everything you could to help. This was no time for hesitation or fear of what had already happened. You were here and you were going to do this. I'll do my best to be the best hero I can be. You looked at the 2 people in front of you, a bittersweet smile on your face. I can't move on if I refuse to confront the truth. Both of them smiled at you, determination in their eyes. They understood the danger you faced. You could be haunted by the trauma in your mind, but you chose to confront it to end this crime. You hoped everything would be all right and that the outcome would align with what the police wanted. But good things rarely come easily. Not without a price. Tsukachi patted your shoulder with a grin. That's incredibly brave of you. Don't worry, we will stay by your side. We won't leave you. You smiled at the detective. Thanks. That means a lot. Hana nodded to both of you and gestured toward the door beside her. We can go through here. There's another room where the security team will be watching and where the scientist will be observing the Nomu's mental activity. If he reacts to your presence in any way, we might be able to trace his memories. You nodded at what Hana said. If this experiment works, you might be able to minimize the casualties and the damage the League of Villains could cause. Perhaps you could even predict their location or motives. There was an abundance of useful information that could be uncovered in his mind, and it was up to you to dig it up. The three of you entered a room filled with scientists and police, along with screens indicating the Nomu's physical and mental status. When you arrived, Hana stopped and turned to you, her eyes serious. Shizenji-san, the task is quite simple that you'll just stand there, and we'll see if the Nomu recognizes you. You do have your hero costume with you, right? You nodded as you retrieved your costume from your bag. Hana gave a quick nod before gesturing for you to follow her. She led you to a changing room to put on your hero costume. Once you were ready, you were guided to the entrance of the Nomu's room. We can't go in with you, unfortunately, Hana said, her tone grim. She pursed her lips, her expression a mix of worry and uncertainty. But we'll be right here. We'll come in immediately if needed. You nodded to Hana and smiled before she stepped to the side of the door, swiping her ID to open it. Taking a deep breath, you steeled yourself and entered the room to face the Nomu Himikura-kai, hoping to help him remember what he needed to. You cringed at the thought. Although there might be a way to retrieve his memories, there was no guarantee he would return to his former self. Even though Hana mentioned the possibility of bringing him back, it was merely a theory. You knew from your experience in the medical and scientific fields that the chances of him returning to who he once was were slim. But all you could do was hold on to hope that this would end and that you could return to Midoriya with a bright smile. As you entered the room, a strong, unpleasant odor filled your nostrils, almost making you gee. You quickly covered your mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. The Nomu remained still, not twitching or moving as you cautiously approached. Its hands were bound, its mouth restrained, and its arms and torso were encased in heavy metal. Swallowing your nervousness, you stood in front of the Nomu, and when it noticed you, it froze and stared. You couldn't tell if the experiment was going well, but the tension was palpable. Fear crept into your chest, and your breathing grew heavy as memories of the USJ incident flooded back. You tried to close your eyes to block it out, but it only intensified the situation. However, you refused to give up. You stood tall, staring back at the Nomu. Himikura-kai, you said, taking a deep breath. Don't you remember me? The scientists outside the room were astonished by what they observed. There were too many impulses and reactions to comprehend. The Nomu's mental stability was spiraling, but the scientists chose to continue the experiment. You took a step back as the Nomu began to react, struggling against its restraints. Taking a shaky breath, you gritted your teeth and furrowed your brow, positioning yourself defensively for a potential attack, determined to complete your mission. The Nomu growled, its struggle intensifying as it fought to break free. You sensed that something was amiss. This was a critical situation, and the Nomu's actions were affecting you mentally. All the pain and chaos from the USJ incident resurfaced, and the memory of Midoriya almost dying weighed heavily on your mind. You felt scared, but it was okay to feel that way. It was a natural response, especially for someone your age who had witnessed such horrors. You sighed, watching the Nomu struggle against its chains. Despite the danger, you hoped that the Nomu's reaction indicated he might be regaining his memories. Then you heard the chains clank as they fell to the floor. The Nomu screeched and summoned all its strength to break free. You were taken aback, but this was progress. Progress, no matter how dangerous, was still progress. If staying here meant helping the police, you had to remain. What was the point of running away? The shackles were breaking one by one. The Nomu would be free any moment now, and you hoped the room was strong enough to contain it. You gritted your teeth, bracing yourself for any attack it might unleash. Tsukachi rushed to the comms and activated the mic. Shizenji, you need to get out of there. You huffed as the last shackle broke, leaving the Nomu free. You smirked, your eyes sharp on the Nomu as you muttered, I refuse. I have to try something. Tsukachi and Hana were worried, but they noted that if the Nomu injured you, you would be pulled out immediately. The Nomu suddenly charged with a loud screech, lunging at you. You evaded, rolling to the side just in time to avoid its punch. Once clear, you pulled a small ball from your back pocket and threw it to the ground like a smoke bomb. As the room filled with smoke, you activated your infrared vision to see through the haze. You narrowed your eyes, trying to remind yourself of what had happened during your mission. All your moves and everything you did to Himekura Kai. If you could replicate that, perhaps it would be effective, and he would start to remember more. For now, you knew that speaking to him elicited strong reactions. It was just a matter of time before he regained his memories. He was attacking you, which made you certain he still saw you as the enemy. Or perhaps he viewed everyone as an adversary. Not a big deal. This is an experiment. Everything is fine. You sighed. Everything was going to be fine. First of all, you had to flip him like you did last time, but you couldn't do that right now. Not with his current weight and strength. He had even managed to break the chains. How were you supposed to escape that? I can't. Yes, you can't. This was dangerous, but if it meant him regaining his memories, then so be it. Without a single doubt in your mind, you charged through the thick smoke and grabbed his arm, activating your quirk to drain his stamina. When you felt you had enough, you attempted to flip him. With the added strength from the Nomu, you succeeded, but you were surprised when he remained still, unmoving and rigid. Did I knock him down? All your thoughts vanished as he seized you by the neck, slamming you against the wall. You coughed, feeling blood trickle from your lips. Desperately, you clutched his arm again, activating your quirk in hopes of weakening him. You couldn't touch the ground and were struggling to breathe, but you continued to fight, focusing on draining his stamina. Compared to the Nomu you had faced before, he was significantly weaker. He inflicted damage, but it wasn't as critical as you had anticipated. You choked but managed to utter a sentence. Himekura Kai. You gasped, still struggling to breathe. Do you remember me? Now. He growled, holding his head before striking himself. Angel, he stammered, that must not have. Then he screamed, clutching his head with both hands, causing you to fall to the floor, coughing as you gasped for air. When you looked up, you were frightened and shocked at what you saw. A Nomu, tears of blood streaming down its face, its head pulsing in a disturbing manner. Blood flowed from its head as it collapsed, eyes rolling back. You covered your mouth and scooted back, while the other scientists, along with Hana and Tsukachi, fell silent in shock. The machine indicating the Nomu's heartbeat now emitted a flat tone, as if announcing that he's gone. He can't seem to handle all the reactions and impulses in his brain. That's why it doesn't work. His body filled with quirks is too much. When he remembered you, it just drove him mad, and his brain couldn't handle the overload, Hana explained while you stared at the room where you witnessed the Nomu's end. But did you manage to get any information? You asked, slightly hopeful. Hana paled at your question and tore her gaze away, her eyebrows furrowed in disappointment. We didn't. You gripped your burned arm, gritting your teeth as you sighed. I figured. I'm so sorry, Shizenji-san. All your efforts were wasted. You shook your head, offering her a sad smile. No. I should be the one apologizing. I guess I pushed him too hard. He even spoke. In the end. You blinked, frowning as you recalled his hoarse last words. He spoke in the end. He said, Angel. Must have. You didn't know why, but it sent shivers down your spine. Himekura recognized you, but how did he know that you were the angel hero? Were you the one he mentioned? But he wouldn't have reacted that way if it wasn't you, right? You were utterly confused. You should rest for today, Shizenji-san. Tsukachi will take you home. Rest well. You nodded at Hana's instructions as Tsukachi approached you with a stern expression, his hands clenched into fists. I'm so sorry that happened. I shouldn't have. No. You shook your head and smiled at him. I'm fine. If you were honest with yourself, you were really not okay. Not after witnessing the end of a tainted life. And not with the knowledge that the League of Villains might be searching for you. You didn't have time to theorize, but you were sure they were interested in you. You shook your head and stood up, looking up at Tsukachi. I want to go home. Tsukachi sensed the sadness and exhaustion in your voice, So he had no choice but to follow you. You were too young to be involved in this kind of situation, yet here you were. Suffering. The detective couldn't help but feel sorry and foolish for the decisions he had made. But nothing would change if he remained clueless. Now that he had taken the risk, he had to face the consequences of his actions. It was a quiet drive to your home. During those hours in the car, you just stared out the window. It was strange. You couldn't cry even if you wanted to, as if you felt numb and empty all of a sudden. What happened back at the lab was something you wouldn't forget, that was for sure. But it was also something you desperately wanted to erase from your memory. When you arrived home, you noticed that no one was there. The silence was unsettling. You flopped onto your bed, lying on your chest as you took a deep breath before closing your eyes, letting exhaustion take over your body. Suddenly, all you could see was blood pooling around you, creeping closer with each passing second. The noise was deafening: a screech, a scream, a growl, a scowl. You looked up to see a Nomu hanging in front of you, blood dripping from its eyes, its head pulsating as if it were in pain. Its hands reached for your throat, suffocating you until you couldn't breathe or speak. You tried to scream for help, but no sound came out. Oh, somebody, save me. You were on the verge of succumbing to the Nomu, drowning in darkness when you felt warmth on your cheek. Wine-san, wake up. Your eyes flew open, breath coming in heaves and your body trembling. When you looked up, you saw a green-haired boy looking down at you, his eyes watery and his face pale. Izuku? Midoriya gently wrapped his arms around you, sniffling as he buried his face in the crook of your neck. I'm so glad that you're back. I was so worried. I thought I couldn't wake you up. You were screaming and scratching at your throat. Why, you weren't even breathing. I was so scared. Please, don't do that again. You let out a sigh of relief, his warmth soothing you like a blanket against the chill of your fears. I'm sorry, Izuku. You paused, pulling him closer as you sought the comfort you longed for. I was scared too. Midoriya sighed as he pulled back from the hug, delicately cupping your cheeks before pressing his lips to your forehead. Then he hugged you again, his arms wrapped around your waist, his head resting on your shoulder. I'm sorry for crying like a baby. You chuckled. It's no problem. Seeing you cry for me, it almost feels comforting. He exclaimed, pulling back to look at your face in confusion. Should I cry more? You laughed at his statement, shaking your head with a smile. That's not what I meant. I just missed you and your childlike attitude. I am childish? You are. Midoriya was about to say something maybe about maturity, but you pulled him in and kissed him softly on the lips. He was surprised by your sudden act, but when you separated, you smiled and said, Please don't change. I like you the way you are. Is it really? Midoriya sheepishly smiled, nodding with his freckled cheeks turning a light shade of pink. I guess. Then you looked at him, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Why are you here anyway? Shouldn't you be resting after your exam? You must be tired. Midoriya looked at you with a worried smile. I just thought you needed me. What he said was true. He thought you could use a visit, and since Aizawa let him come to the building, he hurried over, even though his injuries from the exams still stung. When he heard you screaming in your bedroom, he rushed in to wake you. You chuckled, burying your head against Midoriya's chest. You know me too well. He hummed in response, pressing his lips to your forehead with a smile. I hope my presence comforts you. Do you want to go back to sleep? You shook your head and looked at him. We could lie down and talk. Especially about your finals. Tell me all about it. Midoriya let out a nervous laugh, scratching his head as his eyes averted from yours. You raised an eyebrow and stared at him, waiting for him to share his story. He noticed your keen interest in the topic and realized he had to tell you, wanting to distract you from whatever nightmare had troubled you. He took a deep breath before nodding. All right then, Wine-san. I'll tell you what happened. With a cuddle. You could tell how embarrassed Midoriya was, his ears turning pink and his face reddening. It was adorable, but he still cuddled you as he wrapped his arms around you while lying down on the bed. You snaked your arms around his neck, looking at him, waiting for him to begin. A finals went. Not okay but fine. I guess. You blinked, tilting your head in confusion. What happened? Midoriya chuckled nervously. Kaken became my partner for the finals. He told you what happened while you listened intently. You could hear the disbelief and amazement in Midoriya's voice as he recounted how he and Bakugo passed the test. It was impressive, especially when he mentioned Bakugo cooperating with him. It was unexpected, but you were proud of both of them for facing All Might even though it was tough. When Midoriya finished his story, he sighed and groaned. Up until now, my back aches. You laughed, pulling him closer, leaning your forehead against his chest. Do you want me to heal you? Midoriya chuckled. You need more healing than I do. I know you know it, Sen. You raised an eyebrow. Since when did you learn to do that? Midoriya blinked in confusion, tilting his head in curiosity. Learn what? You let out a small laugh, looking up at him with a grin. Learn to spoil me? This is all new to me. The cuddles and the talks. Is it bad? Midoriya stammered, his voice hesitant. Sorry if I somehow made you uncomfortable. He mumbled, slightly scooting away from you. You, on the other hand, pulled him back to prevent him from distancing himself. His warmth was comforting, and you didn't want him to go away. Not yet. You knew you needed him. You needed his comfort, his calm voice. So you hugged him tighter, but not enough to suffocate him. Don't go. I need this. Midoriya blushed intensely. Of course, he couldn't do this without the courage to hug you. This was your first time cuddling together without distractions or interruptions. Unlike the brief moment you shared at the hospital, this time he had all the time in the world to hold you close. Being with you like this was a moment he wouldn't forget. Okay. Midoriya wrapped his arms around you again, this time resting his head on your chest with his lips pressed against your shoulder. He adored you and didn't want to leave. He would cherish this time with you and make every second count. This chaos inside me is over, you mumbled, your eyes closed and arms wrapped around his neck. I want to be stronger so we can fight together. Thank you for being here with me. Midoriya smiled at your words, his heart racing in his chest. He knew you could feel his heartbeat, given how close you were, but he didn't mind. You could listen to it whenever you wanted. He wanted to show how much he cared for you, and he would never tire of listening to your voice or holding you close. You meant so much to him, and he cared deeply, even if he sometimes wondered if it was too much. But this was how he felt. There was no point in hiding this or even denying it. He was yours and you were his. Even if those words came with the responsibility of being able to protect you, he didn't mind. Midoriya knew that everything about you was something special, and he was going to treasure it. You were his princess, and he was your knight. It might feel like a heavy burden, like wearing full armor, but he wanted to lift that weight because he adored you more than anything. What? You'll be staying here for a day? You asked, disbelief evident on your face as you looked at Midoriya. He blushed and nodded, averting his gaze as he chuckled nervously. If you want to. Aizawa-sensei has a mission, and Yamada-sensei has his radio program. They didn't want to leave you alone in the house, so they sent me. Midoriya paused, paling at the memory of how the two teachers had persuaded him. WL. You trailed your gaze from the green-haired boy to the floor, feeling hot and embarrassed all of a sudden. I guess I could use some company, you muttered, fiddling with the hem of your shirt. This was ridiculous. The thought of being alone with him made your heart race. You didn't mind Midoriya's presence. In fact, you welcomed it, but the idea of spending the whole night together felt overwhelming. You admitted to yourself that your thoughts were wandering, but you shook them away to prevent the awkwardness in the air. Midoriya cleared his throat and nodded, his face as red as a tomato. Great then. He pursed his lips, trying to think of something to say, but not much came to mind. You chuckled and leaned in to kiss his cheek before sitting up. Well, have you eaten dinner yet? Blinking as he got up from the bed, he shook his head and smiled sheepishly. I kinda rushed here, so I forgot to eat. Just then, his stomach grumbled in agreement. You laughed at the sound before crossing your arms. Well, I guess I'll have to cook dinner. What do you want me to make? Well, Midoriya hummed in thought, scratching his head as he tried to think of something he wanted. I think whatever you cook will be fine, but I like tempura. You smiled and nodded, tying your hair up. But before you could finish, Midoriya ran his fingers through your hair and smiled. Let me tie your hair. It's better if it's not messy, right? You chuckled. As if I don't tie my hair right, huh? Midoriya took a breath, pouting slightly as he gently styled your hair. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. I was just reasoning. You raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The freckled boy blushed harder as he continued to style your hair, taking his time. I mean, when I see your hairstyles, they look cute. I wanted to style it myself because I want you to be cute, and I'd be proud because I did your hairstyle, and I'm the only one who can do that. I'm the only one who can run my fingers through your hair. Because you're mine? When he finished speaking, he tucked your hair to the side. You blinked, noticing it was braided, and turned to him, slightly blushing as he looked down, adorably biting his lip as if contemplating whether what he said was right. You held his hand and gently lowered it from his lips, leaning in to kiss him. Midoriya was surprised, and when you separated, his heart raced, butterflies fluttering in his stomach as he saw your angelic smile. Don't question that, Izuku, you said, holding his cheek and caressing it with your thumb. I'm yours, and that's the truth. You pecked his lips again before standing up and stretching your arms. Now let's get cooking. You're hungry, right? Midoriya was dumbfounded, lost in thought. He hadn't expected that. It felt nostalgic, like the same smile you had given him before. His heart was still racing, and he didn't understand why he felt this way, but he knew his feelings for you were deepening. He didn't know if his feelings were just as he thought they were. Was it okay to feel so deeply after such a short time together? Izuku, you called, tilting your head to the side. Midoriya snapped out of his daze and followed you. Sorry. The two of you left the room and headed to the kitchen. Midoriya was still sorting through his thoughts when you snapped your fingers in front of him, bringing him back to reality. Earth to Izuku. Earth to Izuku. Midoriya blinked, looking at you. Why yes? What's wrong? You seem dazed and deep in thought. You narrowed your eyes, furrowing your eyebrows in concern. You okay? I'm all right. Midoriya chirped, pumping his fist to emphasize his cheerfulness. You hummed, giving him a worried look but smiling nonetheless. If you want to ask or tell me something, don't hesitate, okay? Midoriya nodded, scratching his head as he chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, Wyan-san. I will do that. But the truth was, he didn't know how to express what he felt if he didn't even understand his own emotions. See, can I help you cook? Midoriya asked, pushing his thoughts aside. He wanted to focus on you rather than sulk in his mind. You smiled as you put on your apron, nodding. Sure. Let me just get Aizawa's apron. This big but it'll do. While you went to get the apron, Midoriya washed his hands and checked the refrigerator. The food there was enough for the two of you, but it wouldn't last for a week. Midoriya figured you would need to go grocery shopping eventually. Maybe tomorrow for breakfast, but either way, Midoriya might use the time to go with you to the grocery store. He wanted to help you as much as he could, just to make you comfortable. He didn't want you to have nightmares again. Here you go, you said, startling Midoriya, who let out a surprised yelp. San. You blinked, frowning as you stared at him. You sure you're okay? Why yeah. Midoriya exclaimed, grabbing the apron from your hands. I'm totally fine. Just thinking about things. Things. Like what? Midoriya swallowed, realizing he had dug himself into a hole. He tried to think of a reasonable excuse. It would be more suspicious if he said something odd, and he didn't want that. But luckily he found a way out. Grocery. I was thinking about the grocery. He looked down at the ground, feeling ridiculous for saying it. Oh, you said, your voice trailing off into a soft murmur. Then you frowned, clenching your hands into fists. I'm in trouble, Midoriya thought. Those adults really need to take care of the groceries sometimes. Honestly, you whispered, your eyes glimmering with frustration. Then you scoffed before looking at Midoriya with a smile. No need to worry about that. We can shop tomorrow. Midoriya felt a wave of relief wash over him as he managed to steer your attention away from the topic. We're going to cook tempura, right? Good thing I still have a pack left here. Midoriya put on his apron and noticed its design, a black apron with a cat logo in the center. He frowned at the design, recalling the time you mentioned getting Aizawa's apron. Confusion crossed his face as he turned to you with a raised brow. Is this Aizawa-sensei's apron? You tore open the plastic cover of the tempura pack before looking at Midoriya. Oh, I haven't told you. Aizawa loves cats. He's actually quite obsessed with them. We call him a cat person. Midoriya didn't know how to respond, so he just moved to your side and looked at your apron. Have a logo of wings on your apron. You laughed, nodding as you prepared the stove. Actually, this was Yamada's present to us last Valentine's Day. He gave it to us because he said, it will be our friendship clothing. It doesn't even relate to that day, and we don't wear it all the time. Well, they don't wear it because they cook terribly. Midoriya smiled as you shared that story, then asked what he should do next. The two of you finished cooking by 6 p.m., and you started serving the food. Let's eat, you announced, grabbing your chopsticks and digging in. Midoriya suddenly felt a rush of warmth. Wine-san, he called, his voice barely audible. You looked at him while chewing, raising an eyebrow. He avoided your gaze, staring down at his food. It's okay for me to say things. Right? You nodded, munching on your tempura. Then he looked at you, his cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Just a thought, but don't you think we look like? He paused, bowing his head to hide his flushed face. And newlyweds? You gasped, blushing and nearly choking on your tempura. Midoriya looked at you, surprised when you started hitting your chest. He rushed to get a glass of water, handing it to you with a panicked expression. You quickly gulped it down, sighing in relief before looking at him. You two stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh my God, Izuku, you said, your shoulders shaking with mirth. Midoriya's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment, and he buried his face in his hands to hide it. You noticed this and gently removed his hands from his face, smiling. Sorry. Midoriya muttered, bowing his head. You chuckled and cupped his cheeks in your hands, lifting his face to meet yours. No need to be embarrassed about what you said. It's fine and… Then you brushed his hair back, pressing a gentle kiss on his forehead. Did I like that thought? You pulled back and sat in your chair, smiling cheerfully at him. Now let's officially eat. The food will get cold if we don't eat it quickly. Midoriya let out a sigh, smiling sheepishly, his cheeks slightly redder than before. He began to eat, his thoughts finally aligning. Lover, when the two of you finished your meals, you went ahead and washed the dishes while Midoriya dried them. The two of you chatted about various topics, including heroes and your dreams. It was common knowledge for you that Midoriya dreamed of becoming the #1 hero just like All Might. You smiled as he excitedly talked about All Might, the enthusiastic nerd that he was, while rinsing your hands. Izuku, you've been talking about how great All Might is, you said, and he looked at you with a raised brow. Don't you want to talk about how great you will be once you achieve your dream? Midoriya froze at your words. I guess I didn't think that far ahead. Then he chuckled. He had never imagined how he would act once he achieved his goal. Of course, it would be amazing, but what would come next? Saving people was an obvious responsibility, but what followed that? He couldn't picture himself in All Might's shoes. Being a hero was already a huge responsibility, but being the #1 hero itself? You're a hero in your own way, Izuku. You can't expect to be someone as great as All Might, you said, tapping his head with a smile. Midoriya was shocked to hear you say that, yet he felt a twinge of sadness because it seemed like you didn't have faith in him. Just as he was about to brush off the topic, you added, "You'll be greater than him. You'll be far more heroic than everyone else," you said with a playful grin as you pinched his freckled cheeks. He winced and pouted in response. "I thought you were going to lose hope in me, San." You shrugged, crossing your arms with a knowing look. "When did I ever do that?" "Yeah," Midoriya muttered, glancing at you with a softened expression. "When did you ever do that?" He often wondered how you could lift his spirits, as if you possessed some magical ability. You were teasing him, and he was well aware of it, but there was something about your way with words and unwavering support that he could never tire of. As you glanced at the clock in the kitchen, you inhaled sharply, realizing it was almost 1 a.m. Wow. We sure took our time, huh? How about we take our baths and get some sleep? You do have your own clothes for tonight, right? Oh, yeah. Midoriya replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish chuckle. I was thinking of pulling an all-nighter, maybe watching movies together or something. He paused, pursing his lips and fidgeting with his thumbs. This is my first time sleeping over at someone else's house. I didn't really have friends when I was younger, and my mom always worried. But now... You smiled at him, letting out a soft sigh. Very well then. We can watch a movie you like. It's the weekend tomorrow, so this is fine. Thank you. And sorry for being a bother. You dismissed his apology with a sincere smile and a light chuckle. It's nothing. This is better than having bad dreams. Your voice lowered slightly, but Midoriya seemed to understand, giving you a concerned look. He placed his palm on your shoulder, offering a reassuring smile to ease your nerves. If you're really tired and want to rest, just let me know. I'll help you. You gave him a small smile to brush off his worry, not wanting him to fret over your concerns. It's okay. Now, how about we head to the living room? What do you want to watch? Midoriya was still worried, but he shook it off to cheer you up. Anything but horror. You smirked. Then horror it is. In the end, you watched a horror movie that was quite terrifying for Midoriya, but you found it easy to handle. You didn't mind the intensity, especially since you had accompanied Aizawa during horror film marathons. Yamada enjoyed them too, so the three of you always had a good time, no matter the film. As the movie played, time flew by, and after 2 films, you were now watching a romance titled Midnight Sun, which Midoriya had chosen based on a recommendation from Uraraka. By the time the movie was nearing its end, Midoriya suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He flinched at the unexpected movement, but when he turned to see who it was, his expression softened. You had quietly dozed off against him, likely still tired from the day. Midoriya smiled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind your ear. With every moment spent with you, he felt a warmth in his heart. You were like an angel to him, resting peacefully while he could feel the rhythm of your heartbeat matching his own. The movie had ended, and 3 films had passed. He wished you could stay awake just a little longer, but he knew you needed rest. It felt selfish to want more time together when you were clearly tired. He wanted to cherish this moment, but he also understood it was important to let you rest. Midoriya softly brushed his fingers through your hair, admiring your serene face. It was beautiful and precious, and your soft breathing was music to his ears. He gently wrapped his arms around your petite frame, pulling you closer to keep you comfortable as you slept. He smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to your forehead, grateful for your presence by his side. You sighed softly, snuggling into his warm embrace. He reminded himself once again how lucky he was to have you. He had never believed in destiny, especially considering the challenges he faced, but meeting All Might had changed his perspective. Now, having you in his life made him feel as if all his doubts had transformed into faith as he held you close. It might have seemed exaggerated or cheesy to think this way, but if it wasn't destiny, then what could it be? Midoriya sighed, feeling overwhelmed by his thoughts. In such a short time, he had experienced so much, and he couldn't quite understand what made him feel so attached to you. He wanted to hold you dearly, yet he feared the possibility of you getting hurt. He saw himself as your knight, and you as his princess. At least, that's how he envisioned your bond. He knew he might just be fantasizing, using heroic imagery to validate himself, when in reality, he hadn't done anything to save you. It was the other way around. You were the one who had saved him. You were the healer, yet here he was, labeling himself as something heroic to reassure himself of his worth. What was he going to do? A knight could never fight against the nightmares his princess faced. He couldn't confront your fears directly. Not yet. So, what was the proof that he could truly be a knight for you? Be her comfort, Midoriya, he muttered to himself. Be the hero she needs you to be. Of all the things he had analyzed and contemplated, this was the most challenging. He couldn't seem to organize his thoughts, they always returned to chaos. It was frustrating for him. He didn't know how to be the hero you wanted him to be. He couldn't even protect you in the first place. So who would he be to you? You told him that you were the reason he smiled, that he made you feel things you never knew you could feel. Yet here he was. It wasn't that he wasn't grateful for your appreciation of his efforts, but he felt like he could do more. What more? He asked himself as he ran his fingers through his hair. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He wanted to live up to the title of being your knight, yet he didn't know how. Was he enough? Izuku, you mumbled, smiling in your sleep as if you had found a pleasant dream in the arms of the green-haired boy. Little did you know, your soft call was enough to snap him out of his insecurities. He was here, and he should be thankful for that. He realized he didn't have the luxury to complain to himself. He never did. All you saw in him was kindness and goodness, no matter how clumsy he was at times. Even when he was shy or timid, you managed to be his comfort, just as he had been yours. Midoriya smiled as you let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have the right to question himself. He remembered. He was yours and you were his. That was all that mattered. You are all that matters. As long as he didn't lose you, he would eventually find a way to prove himself as your knight. Perhaps in shining armor. All he needed to do was give his best, like he always did. As if your steady breathing was a melody to his ears, it soon lulled him to sleep, with the credits still rolling and the movie still playing. The two of you slept peacefully on the couch, smiles on your faces, while the moonlight peeked through the window as if guarding over the princess and her knight. Because not long after this, the moon would witness something Midoriya could never have imagined. It wasn't a hole nor a trap, but a feeling he never thought he would experience in his life. The warmth and comfort he brought as he wrapped his arms around you was tender and soothing, as if protecting you from the nightmares you had. He would always be your knight. As his chest rose and fell in rhythm, you pressed your lips to his freckled cheek, as if kissing the stars and constellations he held. You raised your hand and combed your fingers through his fluffy hair, chuckling to yourself at his cuteness as he slept. Then he snuggled closer, if that was even possible, before muttering something under his breath. You frowned as you heard his inaudible mumble, leaning closer, hoping he would repeat what he just said. Then he sighed softly, smiling. Stay forever by my side. You felt a rush of warmth at his soft whisper and sleepy smile. He sounded so confident yet so hopeful. Darn it, Izu, you murmured under your breath, trying to hide your face in the crook of his neck. What are you dreaming about? You knew you didn't have to ask what he was dreaming about, especially when you just heard your name. He had once said he dreamed of you during the entrance examinations. Now that you thought about it, it hadn't been long since you met. So much had happened and here you were. Embracing Midoriya. Anyone who hadn't seen your story might be confused about how you got along so quickly. You were a teacher, he was a student. You were a pro hero, he wasn't. But even with those differences, he was still your only knight in shining armor. It seemed repetitive, that thought, but you couldn't brush it off. After all, it was Midoriya who said that. Your train of thought was cut short when you felt him shuffle. He unwrapped his arms from around you, sitting up straight before yawning and rubbing his eyes with his fist. You admitted it felt a little cold when he let go of you. But as much as you wanted to linger in the moment, you knew you both had to move forward with your lives. Time waits for no one, after all. You smiled softly at the green-haired boy. Good morning, Midoriya. He stared at you with half-lidded eyes, blinking twice before letting his head fall against you, his freckled cheek resting on your chest. Still sleepy. You were taken aback by his sudden action but chuckled, patting his head. I didn't know you were this hard to wake. He groaned in response before lifting his head, an obvious trace of drool on his lips. Am I dreaming of you again? You smiled. No. It's real. Midoriya stared at you blankly as if still in a daze. Thank goodness. Then he paused before leaning to rest his head on your shoulder. His hair tickled your cheek, but you didn't mind. Izu, I was afraid of waking up to a reality where I hadn't met you. I am always afraid of waking up to the sudden realization that you didn't exist. I am always afraid to suddenly wake up without a memory of you. I am always afraid. Then he wrapped his arms around your waist, pulling you closer. That this was just a dream. You sighed and tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Look at me, Izuku. He leaned back and met your gaze, a soft smile spreading across your face as you leaned in to kiss him gently on the lips. Surprised at first, he quickly melted into the moment, running his fingers through your hair and pulling you closer. The kiss deepened, filled with tenderness, as if your lips were a delicate flower that he cherished. When you both finally pulled away, breathless, he smiled shyly, his cheeks flushed. Sorry for not asking before. And I. He bowed his head, his embarrassment evident. That had a bit of drool. You shook your head and laughed, playfully cupping his cheeks. It's fine. With a sheepish smile, he nodded and stood up to clear the remnants of your snack from the table. You joined him, and together you tidied the living room effortlessly. After finishing your morning routines, you headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Midoriya soon followed, drawn in by the enticing smell of sizzling bacon. This is nice. His thoughts brought a smile to his face. You made him happy, and he wished you could see just how much he cared for you. He often felt like a dork around you, but he couldn't help it. All he wanted was to be close to you, even if it felt a bit awkward at times. Here's breakfast. Thank goodness I found some bacon in the fridge, you said, placing the plates on the table before sitting down across from him. Well, we can do groceries later, Midoriya replied, digging into his food and exclaiming how delicious it was. You chuckled and continued to eat, enjoying the moment. Once you finished, you both got dressed and headed to the grocery store. As you walked through the aisles, you discussed what to cook for lunch and dinner, sharing stories about your daily lives with your guardians while Midoriya listened intently. It felt different. Usually it was Midoriya sharing his thoughts, but now you were the one talking. It was comforting, a welcome distraction from your worries, allowing you to just be a normal teenager in front of him. Izuku goes to the cat cafe every Wednesday just to spend time with a dozen cats. He even has a membership card. Isn't that ridiculous? You said, laughing. Midoriya chuckled. I can't believe our advisor is such a cat lover. He doesn't seem like it. You huffed. He almost took home a box of abandoned kittens, but we convinced him to bring them to an animal shelter. Poor guy was covered in scratches. Midoriya laughed softly as he picked up a pack of tempura. It's great that he wants to rescue animals. That's part of being a hero. You rolled your eyes, recalling the memory. Yeah, but he doesn't need to adopt them all. Midoriya smiled gently. I think you made the right call suggesting the shelter. You nodded, feeling a mix of relief and understanding. After finishing your grocery shopping, you headed home. Once there, you both went to the kitchen to put away the groceries, but Midoriya's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at you before answering. Can I take this? Of course, you replied, smiling as you continued to unpack. Midoriya answered the call, his expression shifting when he saw it was All Might. As he placed the phone to his ear, a sense of unease washed over him. Hello. Midoriya, my boy. I have something important to discuss. Please meet me right away. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. It could be about his quirk, but he knew All Might had plenty of time for that. Yet, he also understood that All Might's time was limited due to his injuries and the fading of his powers. When All Might continued, Midoriya's heart sank. It's about and her hidden ability. Midoriya frowned at the mention of your name but nodded, trying to remain calm. I understand. Do you want to discuss it in person? I would prefer that. It's a matter that requires a face-to-face conversation, especially not near her. Midoriya nodded, though confusion clouded his mind. He felt a sense of urgency. Where can I meet you? At the school faculty. Just knock and make up an excuse about my subject, and I will accompany you. All Might paused, his sigh echoing through the line. Midoriya could sense his distress but pushed it aside to focus on the information. I'll be there, he said, his voice slightly trembling with worry. Oh wait, please don't bring Yno with you. Midoriya felt a pang of confusion at All Might's request but nodded nonetheless. I understand. I'll be there in about an hour. Okay. I'll be waiting here. All Might called you? Why? You asked as you placed the groceries down, while Midoriya helped you. I don't know. But I need to be there. It's about LN and her hidden ability. He said it was about my subjects. he added. You blinked at the reason before tilting your head. Subjects? Well, why not tomorrow? I'm sure there's plenty of time to discuss it. I just need to be there so. His sudden remark surprised you. Midoriya had never been tense before, not since you two became a couple. It was strange, and you were worried about his unusual behavior. But you knew too well that Midoriya tended to handle his things alone, and you trusted him with it. Not that you wanted him to keep secrets from you. It was just that Midoriya wasn't the type to lie just because he wanted to, right? Besides, if it was something serious, you couldn't just pry the secret out of him. You trusted Midoriya to tell you whatever was going on. But even so, you couldn't help but worry a bit. You sighed. All right then. You go on ahead and I'll wait for you here. Just promise me one thing. Midoriya nodded almost immediately. Anything. You pursed your lips before frowning, throwing a worried glance at him. Just promise me that you will come back here. And if what All Might said bothered you, talk to me. Okay? Midoriya's expression shifted to one of guilt, but he quickly changed it into a reassuring smile and nodded. I promise. You sighed in relief and nodded, beaming a smile back at him. Good. Well then, get going and don't make All Might wait. Midoriya forced out a dry chuckle and nodded, hurrying from the kitchen before waving at you. You waved back, and when he disappeared, the unease and tension of Midoriya's pretense settled upon you. You're not a very good pretender, you know that? Midoriya ran as fast as he could toward the school. He wanted to waste no time hearing what All Might was going to say, especially since it had something to do with you. He was scared and nervous about what All Might would reveal, as he had never sounded so grim before. Whatever it was. It worried him. When he arrived at the faculty room, he was panting from exhaustion. Running all the way from your apartment to the school wasn't easy. He opened the door to see All Might. And there he was, chatting with Aizawa. Finally you're here, Aizawa said in a plain tone. Come and sit here, Midoriya, All Might invited. The green-haired boy complied, still reluctant about what they might say, but he didn't intend to run away. This was about you after all. If he was going to protect you, he needed to embrace all the secrets that surrounded you. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and tense. Midoriya was afraid, yes, but he pushed all his fears aside and sat in the chair provided for him. Midoriya, my boy. We have something to tell you, All Might began, his voice serious yet hesitant. Midoriya swallowed and nodded. It's about San, am I right? Aizawa nodded. Do you remember that time? He paused, his expression darkening as he recalled a painful memory. The USJ attack? Midoriya frowned at the topic but nodded. I do. It was when the League of Villains first attacked. That's right. But did you know that during that time? All Might crossed his arms, giving Midoriya a worried look, still hesitant about whether to continue. But he pressed on, despite the weight of the truth. You died back then. What All Might said hit Midoriya like a punch to the gut. His eyes widened in shock, his face paling as the seconds ticked by. All Might's words were unbelievable. How could he have died when he was here, alive and well? What? But I know you're confused, Midoriya, Aizawa said softly, as if trying to calm him. Who wouldn't panic upon hearing that they had died once? Listen carefully. Back then, you saw Shizenji under Nomu's hold, right? At least that's what the report said. But she left out something very suspicious. She told the police that you charged, but the Nomu managed to evade, and then All Might came. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Midoriya. Do you think the Nomu would just evade like that? Besides, All Might here said that you two were unconscious when he saw you. How could the Nomu leave an unconscious student like that after being attacked? Then Aizawa took a breath, looking at Midoriya with a stern expression. Tell me the truth, Midoriya. What really happened? Midoriya recalled the memory, the suffocation, the pain, the metallic taste in his mouth, the numbness in his legs. Then the warmth and the spark. He was scared to remember. It was the moment he almost died. No, perhaps it was the moment he truly died. Midoriya swallowed, the taste of rust and pain flooding back. But despite his anxiety, he continued. I saw San being held down by the Nomu. I became furious when I saw her leg was injured. It was broken. I couldn't help but charge. My mind went blank, and my instincts screamed that I had to rescue her no matter what. My body acted on its own. He paused, taking a shaky breath before continuing. I couldn't control my power back then, so both of my legs became injured. But despite that, I still held my fist ready to punch the Nomu. Before I could swing my fist, the Nomu grabbed my face and slammed my head to the ground. I could feel myself breaking and I wanted to scream in pain, but no sound came out. Then I was held by my throat, and I began to suffocate. I could still feel the throbbing in my head and the warmth on my face. Until I felt that it was over. My strength left me, my breath left me, and my consciousness faded away. I knew that time. It was over. He gritted his teeth and looked down at the floor, trying to remember what happened, even though it was frightening. Was this what he had to endure whenever he recalled that time when he was burned? But then, there was warmth. I reached out for it and embraced it. It felt like it saved me. Suddenly, the truth struck him, and his eyes widened in shock as he understood what Aizawa might be implying. Aizawa nodded bitterly, his frown still present, as if Midoriya's realization was something he shouldn't be thankful for. That's right. Wai's hidden ability is. She brings a deceased person back to life. Midoriya was confused. He didn't know how to react. Should he feel grateful? Scared? Thankful? All Might nodded. Besides, you should consider yourself lucky. Young Wine can only bring back those who have passed within a minute or less. If she had been any further away from you, you would be gone. He had just died because of his rash actions. He was almost lost due to his hasty decisions. If it weren't for you, he would be nothing but a memory in this world. Aizawa could read Midoriya's expression as he grasped the truth. He sighed. Of course, it's something to be thankful for. You just received a second chance at life. But every quirk has its drawbacks. We don't know what hers might be. But we're doing our best to find out. Midoriya buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed. He was frightened, his mind racing with the possibilities of what her drawback could be. But one possibility terrified him the most. What if Wine is unconsciously sacrificing her own life just to bring someone back? That thought made him dizzy and filled him with dread. Aizawa and All Might exchanged glances. We already know that it might be a possibility. Midoriya's heart sank as he bowed his head, his eyes fixed on the floor. Just promise me that you'll come back here. And if what All Might said troubles you, talk to me. Okay? Does this know about this? All Might and Aizawa had anticipated that question, but answering it felt heavy. No. She doesn't, Aizawa replied. Midoriya fell silent, frozen by the weight of the revelations. All Might pressed his lips into a thin line before speaking. We don't want her to know. She might be shocked and blame herself. Midoriya lifted his head slightly. Why would she do that? She might feel responsible for not saving her parents in time, even with her ability. We don't want her to act rashly and try to revive everyone. Who knows what that could do to her? Aizawa reasoned. Even though Midoriya understood the situation, he struggled to accept it as truth. It felt unreal, and more questions arose with every word from Aizawa and All Might. It was overwhelming. Midoriya, I know this is hard to keep from her. But we have no choice. It's for her own good, and I only want what's best for her. All Might paused, looking at Midoriya, even though he couldn't see his reaction. Because I am the same as you. She brought me back to life. Midoriya suddenly turned to All Might, seeing a softness mixed with fear in his eyes, something he never thought he would witness. I died during the surgery. When they removed my internal organs and healed my stomach, I was gone. But then young Wine burst into the room and performed a miracle. She kissed my forehead and I woke up. Though not fully healed, I was back to life. I wasn't fixed. But I was still useful. Midoriya was overwhelmed by this revelation. What you had was extraordinary, a miracle, perhaps. But he didn't hate you. He loved you even more than he thought possible. His determination to protect you ignited a fierce passion within him. Yet he was afraid of what the future might hold. The thought of your life being diminished because you brought someone like him back was heavy and suffocating. He didn't want you to go that far. But you were unaware of your hidden ability. What could he do to prevent your life from being compromised? It was just a possibility, but it frightened him. He chuckled dryly, still confused about what to do next. She really is an angel in disguise. Then he sighed, recalling the time when you were tipsy. Maybe that's why her parents warned against letting her kiss anyone else. He closed his eyes, fighting back tears as his voice cracked. She has the lips of an angel after all. Midoriya was dismissed after the discussion and sent back to your place. All Might apologized for the sudden revelation, but Midoriya understood it was a truth he needed to know, especially since you were not just a friend to him. He was your knight and you were the princess. His reasons to protect you were growing stronger, and while he felt grateful, he was also scared of the responsibility that came with it. He didn't know if he was strong enough, but he promised himself he would be. Midoriya had found another reason to strive to be the #1 hero. Yet, doubt and sadness lingered on his face. The fact that he and All Might had nearly lost their lives shook him to the core, but he could only feel grateful. You had given him a second chance, another life to live, but guilt weighed heavily on him, especially with the possibility that you might be sacrificing your future just so he could live in the present. You weren't necessarily throwing your life away, but Midoriya was convinced it shouldn't be wasted on someone like him. And that thought pressed heavily on his heart. He knew you would come back with that gentle yet cheerful smile, saying you had to do something about your responsibilities and that you would give it your all. He was almost predictable, like a book one could read. But now, it felt like you were back to square one. He seemed like a stranger, a man devoid of his usual cheerful brightness and clumsy charm. His demeanor was so somber that it felt as if a dark cloud surrounded him. "Welcome back, Izuku. How was your trip to the school?" He sulked heavily, not even noticing you as he headed straight to the guest room where he was staying. You followed him, confusion etched on your face. "Izuku?" You called out and he turned to you, worry evident in his expression. When Midoriya returned to your flat, he wore a solemn and lonely look. You were puzzled as he had never kept secrets from you before. You trusted him completely, believing he would share his struggles just as you had shared yours. But you were mistaken. "What happened?" you asked, your concerned tone causing him to wince as if he had been struck. He wanted to shout, to reveal the secrets he felt compelled to keep, but he couldn't. Instead of answering, Midoriya reached out and hugged you tightly. You nearly stumbled back as he leaned into you, as if carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. You embraced him, supporting his fragile state, and sighed. "Do you want to talk about it?" You expected him to say yes, to cry, to share everything that was troubling him. You anticipated him to open up about what was hurting him. But silence was the only response. He gripped your shirt, holding you tightly yet gently, as if you were a fragile glass that could shatter at any moment. In your heart, you understood that he was already holding the pieces of your broken self. Maybe that was it. Perhaps you were the reason for his pain. If you hadn't made him stay. If you weren't here, then maybe. "Thank you. YN. I really do appreciate you. Without you, Midoriya paused, biting his lower lip. You frowned and buried your head in the crook of his neck, feeling a wave of relief wash over you. Midoriya had no idea how much those sincere words meant to you. "I should thank you too. You saved me." He didn't respond verbally but leaned back, bringing his hand to your cheek. He gently stroked his thumb over your lips, sending a shiver down your spine. His hand felt rough from scars and calluses, yet his touch was tender, as if he were cradling a wilting flower, afraid of damaging it. The sensation was fleeting, but your heart would forever cherish the memory of his soft touch. He gazed into your eyes, as if you were the only person in the world. Leaning closer, he rested his forehead against yours and whispered, "Can I kiss you?" His words were hesitant, filled with fear and regret. He didn't seek a kiss for affection. He wanted it because he understood its value. Perhaps he was being greedy, wanting to taste the life that your lips could offer. He felt fortunate to have someone like you, yet scared. You were a precious jewel in a dark world, and anyone could try to take you away. He didn't even know how truly valuable you were, but he felt unworthy of you. What could he do but cherish every moment with you? The thought of losing you so suddenly, just because you cared for him, terrified him. Midoriya waited for your response, and when you nodded and smiled, saying, "I'm all yours," he let out a nearly inaudible sigh and pressed his lips to yours. His kiss lingered for a moment, and when he pulled away, his eyes burned with desire. More. His voice sounded unfamiliar, like someone who had tasted sweetness for the first time and craved it. Midoriya kissed you again, this time with passion and longing, as if he needed this connection. He gently brushed his lips against yours, seeking your permission. You hesitated at first, as this was your first experience, but then you allowed him to explore. He eagerly continued, savoring every moment as if it were a rare delicacy. He left no part of your lips untouched, relishing the sweetness he found. Then he traced a path from your lips to your neck, holding you softly. You could feel his trembling hands, but despite his fears, he didn't stop. He planted gentle kisses along the curve of your neck, and you bit your lip to stifle a sound. Heat rushed through you, making you feel lightheaded, and his tender touches only intensified your sensations. You wrapped your arms around his neck, closing your eyes, allowing his warmth to envelop you. He eventually pulled away, liking his lips as if savoring a delicious meal. In that moment, you noticed a fierce glint in his sharp green eyes, like a predator focused on its prey. A chill ran down your spine, but it vanished when he blinked and frowned. Both of you were catching your breath, surrounded by a heavy silence. Suddenly, he covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide with shock. "Oh no! I may have gone too far." Your knees felt weak, and your face burned with embarrassment. You stumbled, but Midoriya quickly caught you, steadying you. You felt lightheaded, and you knew it was because of him standing before you. "Yeah. No joking," you managed to say, leaning into Midoriya and burying your face in his chest. "I never knew you could do that. I never took you for someone who acted purely on instinct." "Yeah. But I'm not sorry anymore." You were taken aback by Midoriya's sudden declaration, but when you looked up at him, determination shone in his eyes. "I don't want to regret anything anymore. I'm not regretting what I've done, and I wanted it. I want you for myself. Maybe this is selfish, but You can be selfish when it comes to me," you said, your voice soft but calm. His words never ceased to amaze you. He never did. You laughed and tried to stand properly. I want to be prepared before you can be selfish. You took me by surprise, and I can hardly handle it." Midoriya smiled and chuckled, tucking a strand of hair behind your ear. "I know." He pressed his lips to your forehead, and you smiled, basking in the warmth of his caring embrace. But that didn't mean the reason for his sadness vanished from your mind. You agreed it still lingered in your thoughts, and you were eager to know, but today wasn't the perfect time for that. Whatever it was, you knew Midoriya, and you trusted him. Whatever he was holding back was perhaps for your sake, to protect you from pain. Yet, you couldn't help but doubt yourself about these thoughts. You were supposed to face these problems together and solve them as a team, even if he was your knight. That even a knight's armor can rust. You didn't doubt his strength, his character, or the secrets he kept. It was just that you wanted to lend him a hand whenever things got tough, and you knew this was one of those times. You were a healer, yes, but that didn't mean you could mend his emotional wounds. Whatever was weighing him down, you knew you had to be there for him. You had to. But what if the thing that was breaking him down was what you suspected? Something related to you that he couldn't share? Would you still say everything was fine when you had no idea what could be wrong? You didn't know. You had no clear idea, in fact. You needed to hear his thoughts. But time would tell. You shook your thoughts away and smiled at Midoriya before tugging at the hem of his shirt. "Hey, Izuku." He tilted his head and hummed in curiosity. You slipped your hand into his and grinned. "I want to see your mom. Can we visit your place?" He was surprised by your sudden request, but he didn't object. Instead, he nodded and gave you a sheepish smile. "I hope you won't look at my embarrassing photos again." You laughed. "I can't promise you that." To be honest, this wasn't a bad room. 4 young Shizenji, YN, moving into the flat provided by UA was something significant and fancy, even though she knew she had roommates. Funny, She was just 14 years old yet got to live in a prestigious apartment inside a big building. The world must love me. But all her thoughts faded as the elevator dinged open, revealing a tired-looking man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. His whole body was tucked in like a cocoon, and Wayne stared at him with a mix of fascination and confusion. What in the world? You must be YN. Come in, I'll show you your room. The man let himself fall to the floor and crawled like a peculiar caterpillar, which left YN both intrigued and bewildered. With a scoff, the caterpillar-like male turned to her, who seemed frozen in place. What? Do you want to freeze out there or what? The HC girl quickly snapped out of her trance, giving a brief nod as she pulled her trolley bag along with her. What the heck is happening to this world? Here's your room, the man stated in a low voice. This is where you're going to live. You can go around the house if you want to, you won't get lost. See ya. Then he crawled out of sight, causing YN to sweat drop as she sighed. What was that? It's a special species of human. It's called Izawa. Shoyuta. Holy! With a sharp turn, the girl jumped into a fighting stance, eyebrows furrowed and hands raised defensively, her quirk activated. Calm down, YN. It's just me. The long-haired blonde said, raising an eyebrow at her. YN gave him a look, almost frightened, like a cat facing a huge dog. And I'm not even kidding. Who are you? This dude is really rocking the mystery here. Even called me by my first name. I am your lost brother. Then the strange blonde spread his arms wide as if welcoming her into a hug. Well, forget you then. He burst into a fit of laughter, loud and almost ear-splitting. God, his voice is sure loud. I was just kidding. YN rolled her eyes in sarcasm, crossing her arms with a huff. No kidding, Sherlock. Hey, no rude statements in this heavenly 20th floor. YN winced at his loudness, covering her ears in a futile attempt to lessen the volume. Okay. Just please lower your voice. Joke's on you, we aren't in a library. Oh, how badly, YN wanted to drain the energy from this guy's head. God, if this is going to be my roommate, bury me deep in the ground, please. I fear that I'm not going to make it out alive. YN felt a vein pop on her forehead, but she chose to calm down as she inhaled, eyeing the blonde mustache man. With the gentlest and softest voice she could muster, she said, I'm not interested in your nonsense, so please, just leave me alone. And so the story begins, of three individuals living in the same space, in a room cluttered with junk and silly pranks. Our poor YN didn't want to deal with any of the blonde's antics, especially since he hadn't introduced himself yet. Perhaps this was all a grand prank, and someone would soon tell her, You've been fooled, your room is on the floor, not here. Or something equally ridiculous. Anyways, how about we take a tour of the floor? I'm afraid you'll get lost because this floor is huge. The HC-haired girl narrowed her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead. That? She paused, debating whether to continue, but decided to press on anyway. That creature you call Izuku? It's Izawa Shoyuta. Kaizawa whatever. He said. It's not a he. Not in that cocoon state. It's an it. Fine. It said that the floor is... But Izawa rarely communicates in its cocoon form. Why would it speak? This is a new evolution for it. Goddamn it, just let me speak. The blonde gave YN a frightened look, as if she had just offended his ancestors. YN huffed in irritation before shooting a glare at the annoying male beside her. That Izawa or whatever said that I wouldn't get lost on this floor. Who am I supposed to believe? You should believe in me, YN. Because I'm key. The girl growled in frustration, cutting him off. I don't even know you. You don't. I have radio shows. I was a guest on television. That box that entertains people. Well, 2 years ago, but still. The blonde looked at the HC-haired girl with hope, believing she might recognize him. I don't know you. PRD. The girl deadpanned, her eyes narrow and sharp. The blonde fell to his knees, sobbing into his hands. My calls weren't heard by this poor girl. She's such a poor girl. Wine sighed, pointing to the room Aizawa had shown her, the specific room where she was supposed to stay. I'll just go and arrange my things. I'm so tired. I should enlighten you with my party cheers and wake the excitement in your soul. Come with me. I don't go with strangers. I'm Yamada Hizashi and I'll be your friend. Do you want some candy or chocolates? I'll give them to you once you come with me. Why do you talk like you're going to kidnap me and take me into a white van? The blonde laughed hysterically, dragging the reluctant girl away from her room. Because I'm kind. You're not. Wyan sighed sharply, her eye twitching in irritation. This man wasn't making a welcoming impression. He was making it worse. Then, someone take me away from this place. I might have traumas. The blonde kicked a door open, revealing a pristine bathroom that sparkled as if it were brand new. Today, a bathroom. What? Wait, how did we get here from my room? What? The girl's eyes wandered around the dazzling bathroom, unimpressed because it was overly shiny. It's a bathroom. A normal bathroom. It has showers, a sink, a toilet. How exciting, right? Yamada exclaimed, gesturing to the beautiful bathroom. It's just a normal bathroom. What's the big deal? Nothing. You have your own bathroom, by the way, just saying. Moving on. The blonde pulled the bewildered girl along, who was still trying to process the oddness of the situation. Who uses that bathroom if I have my own? No one. I just wanted to show how dazzling it was. The girl wanted to give up and lie on the floor peacefully, but her peaceful days might be over. Here is the thinking room. It's just a blank and white room. The blonde nodded as he proclaimed, "This is where we think. You just lock yourself in it and reflect, let yourself drown in your thoughts and life, have the four corners of the room close in on you and make you feel small because life can be overwhelming." Wyan stared at the loud male in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape in shock and confusion. That is one strange room. Why is it even here? Aizawa requested it. Moving on. Oh my goodness, this guy will never stop. Someone, help me. This is the kitchen. Yamada chirped enthusiastically, while Wyan's interest was piqued because finally, something normal. Oh, kitchen, wait, what is this mess? Wyan gave up, this was too much. The kitchen was a disaster, with fungi growing everywhere, moss on the plates, and a butterfly fluttering freely in the room. The violet soup in the corner and something rainbow-colored in the sink looked like a unicorn had just thrown up rainbows. The girl was disgusted. Your bathroom is way cleaner than the kitchen, she inhaled shakily, fists clenched and veins popping on her forehead. Are you kidding me? Yamada's face fell into a serious frown. No. This is not a joke. Perhaps this was all a grand prank, and someone would soon tell her, You've been fooled, your room is on the floor, not here. Or something equally ridiculous. But sadly no. Wyan was stuck in this chaotic place. It felt as if the world was giving her a middle finger. Way to go, Mother Earth, she thought, feeling utterly defeated. If Midoriya's mom, Inko, could have a wish, it would be for her son to be happy. She was always worried, especially when Izuku was still in middle school. He was always alone, sometimes mumbling under his breath, or returning home in a disheveled state. She suspected that someone might have been bullying Izuku, but despite her questions, the green-haired boy remained silent. Inko was utterly surprised when she discovered that Midoriya had developed a quirk. Although it was a bit unusual since it didn't seem to relate to either of his parents, it gave him a boost of confidence, and he continued to pursue his dreams. He was always confident. He never gave up, not even once, and even without his quirk back then he displayed a heroic spirit. Izuku was the only child in the family, and she cherished him deeply. She watched him grow from an adorable child into the young man he was now. It felt lonely when he wasn't around, and she worried, especially when he sometimes came home with injuries. But there was little she could do. All she could offer was her support for his dreams and be there for him. She couldn't heal him or rescue him. But then there was you. The first time Izuku mentioned you to her, she was taken aback. When he told her about his date, she panicked and nearly fainted. It might have been an overreaction, but what could she do? It was her first time knowing her son was going on a date, and she had never expected him to be involved with a girl so suddenly. The second time was when she met you in person. You and he had started dating, and Inko was completely surprised. Who wouldn't be? When you came to their home, she was astonished by how lovely you were. It was a huge relief to discover how kind you were, which made her feel at ease. But when she saw you two being affectionate on the couch, she realized that you and Izuku were indeed a couple, and those gestures were perfectly normal. The fact that it was normal for the two of you to act that way almost made her faint. Izuku had always been shy and a bit of a mess around girls, yet here he was, having found a real girlfriend who genuinely supported his dreams. No, she wasn't saying it was impossible for Izuku to have a girlfriend, she was just shocked by the sudden turn of events. Izuku's life had taken a complete 180-degree turn, and Inko was genuinely glad. She could see how much he had changed and thankfully, it was for the better. She knew he had been holding onto a thin thread of hope about getting into UA and achieving his dream of becoming a hero. But he was here now, standing proudly in front of her, smiling. Her thoughts were interrupted when the doorbell rang. Inko quickly went to open the door and smiled when she saw the two of you. Come in. I'm cooking something for us to eat. You slightly bowed to Inko. Thank you for letting me in. Can I help with preparing the food? Inko was once again surprised but brushed it off with a nod. Sure. You really are a kind girl. Izuku blinked at the two of you. Then I'll help too. No, both of you said in unison. You chuckled and tapped Izuku's shoulder. You go watch TV or something. Peeking at us while we cook is a no-no. You waved your finger playfully and followed Inko into the kitchen. Izuku sighed to himself and went to the living room to ease his boredom while his mom and you cooked. You looked around Izuku's house again. You had been here several times and the nostalgic feeling never faded. The atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. It was a small house, but nothing compared to the warmth it held and the people it sheltered. It was a place you truly adored. Simple but tranquil. The only sounds were the distant television, the sizzle in the pan, and the chopping of green onions. It was quiet, but not suffocating, just comfortable. How was the dress? I hope it fits you. You inhaled sharply at the sudden question, mentally scolding yourself for forgetting such an important detail. The dress was beautiful and I should thank you for that, you exclaimed, causing Inko to jump in surprise. You nervously chuckled and mumbled an apology for your sudden outburst. You were genuinely excited to thank Inko for the dress because it suited you perfectly. What I mean is thank you for the dress. It was very pretty, and the moment I saw it, I knew I had to treasure it. You fiddled with your bangs as you paused chopping the green onions. I never had a mom, but when I saw your note I almost cried. You turned to her with a sad smile and bowed your head. I am truly grateful for your gift. It meant the world to me. Oh no, Inko said, lifting your chin and smiling warmly. It wasn't perfect, but it makes me glad that you liked it. Besides, she stroked your hair gently, her eyes filled with kindness. That you deserve it more than anyone. The two of you embraced, and you felt a few tears escape, overwhelmed by the warmth of Inko's affection. You needed this, you knew. You had never had a mother since your parents left, and your grandmother had taken on both roles for you. But during those years, with your grandmother working as a doctor at the school, you rarely had a moment like this. To feel this kind of love. What Inko made you feel was something incredible. It was like having a mother by your side. Soon, you separated with smiles, and the food was ready. Izuku, you, and Inko sat down to eat. This food is delicious. I wish you would cook more with Mom because it's extra yummy when you cook together, Izuku said after swallowing a bite of the meal you had prepared. Well, I am the cook at my house anyway. Those two wouldn't survive the chaos they would create in the kitchen without me, you said with a playful smirk, chuckling at the thought of your two friends. I would love to cook with you more. I mean, this is your first time making tanjiro and gyoza, right? You nodded and picked up a piece of gyoza from the plate. Thank you for teaching me. I am honored to cook by your side, Mrs. Midoriya. Midoriya, you teased with a formal tone. The two Midoriyas chuckled, while Inko nodded and smiled. Next time, I'll show you how to make meat cutlet. I think your friends would love to try it. You scoffed playfully before taking a bite of your gyoza. They would love to try any food as long as it's not poisonous, anyway. You enjoyed this moment talking and eating together. It had been a while since you had such easygoing conversations, especially with everything weighing on your mind. At times, it felt suffocating, but your friends and others helped you navigate through it. It wasn't easy, but overcoming your anxieties was essential. You reminded yourself that you didn't just have to cope with your fears, you needed to conquer them. Seeing these people trying their best to support you filled you with gratitude. Your thoughts might have been chaotic, but they were the ones who kept you grounded. You were truly thankful for them. You were glad you decided to visit Midoriya's house. After finishing your meal, you lingered for a bit and chatted with Izuku. You talked about his childhood memories, and while they weren't as thrilling as those of a kid with a quirk, you found joy in his stories. He shared amusing tales about All Might and how he began dreaming of becoming a hero. His hopeful past shone through in his eyes, and you admired how much he cherished that dream. As the sun began to set, you realized time had flown by. You decided to head home since you still needed to calculate your students' grades for their finals, which were due tomorrow. You might have been relaxing a bit too much, but this was the only time you could unwind, and you needed to allow yourself that. I'm really sorry for not staying for dinner, you apologized to Inko, bowing slightly. I'll make sure to do that when I have the time. Inko smiled warmly. No problem. It was fun having you here, and I'm glad to know you want to visit us as much as you can. She placed her palm gently on your cheek. You can consider this your home. You returned her smile and bowed again. Thank you very much. Just as you were about to leave with Izuku, Inko gently held your wrist, stopping you. You turned to her, slightly confused, as she handed you a paper bag. Here, take this. You tilted your head, gripping the handle of the bag and looking at Inko with curiosity. What did I ask this? It's a yukata. For you. You blinked in surprise before frowning. Why would you give me such a gift? I mean that this might cost a lot and Inko shook her head. It's a gift I want you to have. The fireworks festival is coming up, and it's just days before training camp. I want you to create precious memories with my son. It may not be much, but... You couldn't help but smile. You felt a wave of emotion at her kindness and support for your relationship. Inko was a blessing, and she was doing everything she could to help you both. You felt incredibly lucky to have met such wonderful people. You were about to express your gratitude when Inko raised her hand and smiled. I don't need to hear your thanks. This is a small gesture, and I should be the one thanking you. You've been a tremendous support for Izuku, and you were there for him when I couldn't be. I'm still learning to be a great mother, but I appreciate you standing by his side. Without another word, you embraced her tightly. You wanted to tell her she was the best mother you had ever met, but words felt inadequate. Actions spoke louder than words, after all. You both separated when Izuku returned after grabbing his wallet. You bid your goodbyes to Inko, promising to come back and visit. As you and Izuku walked hand in hand, you smiled, reflecting on how wonderful the day had been. Your mom is really cool, you know? She cares a lot about you. Izuku gave you a sheepish smile and nodded, gazing up at the sky as if lost in thought. Yeah. She worries a lot, but I appreciate it. Dad isn't always home, and she's always been there for me. No one else really was when I was younger, so she took care of me, even treating my wounds when I got into fights with Kaken. You nodded in understanding. It feels great to have a mom. The streets of Edo were bustling as always, filled with people going about their business, from vendors selling their wares to women gossiping about a certain place. That place was the land of passions where desire and affection could be found. The red light district, Yoshiwara. It was a location where many sought to satisfy their longing for love by visiting professional sea artisans, whether they were women or men. Those who wished to experience love could find it here. But not all love was genuine. Sweet words, beautiful phrases, and graceful gestures were often mere facades, masks worn by sea artists to bring joy to their clients, if only for a fleeting moment. It was a curious irony. Though the people of Yoshiwara offered pleasure, they themselves could not seek what they truly desired. They were like flowers waiting to be picked, beautiful, yes, but rooted to the ground. Their escape depended on someone choosing them as a lover, yet that did not guarantee an end to their bittersweet existence. Some were simply destined to be playthings. At the heart of Yoshiwara stood the renowned BRL named Izuku, home to a famous sea artisan. She was a girl with hair that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with an unusual hue. Men flocked to the BRL to admire her beauty and grace, but despite her enchanting elegance, she struggled to connect with others. She seemed devoid of emotion, as if she were a doll meant for display. Everyone in Yoshiwara referred to her as the winter flower. She remained still and unyielding. It became a tradition for men to challenge themselves to make the winter flower smile, and those who failed would not have the privilege of spending the night with her. It was forbidden by law to force a sea artisan into intimacy against her will, making the challenge all the more intriguing. This tradition had originated with her, and since then, countless men had come to accept the challenge, attempting to win her over with compliments, gifts, or even by taking her out of Yoshiwara. Yet she remained unfazed. No one had ever made her smile, cry, or feel anger. She was completely emotionless. As night fell over Edo, the red lights glimmered, beckoning people to enter the land of passion. Each caller did their utmost to attract attention to their BR, hoping to pique interest. The district was lively, but when night descended, it transformed into something even more exhilarating. The winter flower, known as Ellen, rested in her room, waiting for someone to request her services. She was engrossed in a book, maintaining her graceful and quiet demeanor. Dressed in AFC kimono with bright red makeup, she resembled a delicate doll crafted from human skin. She remained still, her only movements being her eyes and hands as they turned the pages of her book. Suddenly, there was a knock at her door. "Excuse me, San. Nomuri-sama is summoning you for urgent reasons." She gently set her book aside and stood up. Exiting her room, she nodded to the Kamuro who had come to fetch her. The Kamuro bowed and led the silver-haired lady to the common room, where banquets were usually held and where sea artists often entertained. The Kamuro opened the shoji doors for her and bowed again before leaving. Pine surveyed the gathering before her, noticing her fellow renowned sea artists. They glanced at her, some scoffing in disappointment. She was late, and it was evident. The sea artisans lined up, preparing themselves as if for a selection. YN had an inkling of what was about to happen. A high-ranking male would soon arrive to choose a mistress among them. She was clearly a contender, having been summoned here, but she felt little interest in the proceedings. She took her place at the last seat reserved for her, moving with the grace of a flower swaying in the breeze. Unlike the other sea artists who fidgeted and preened, she sat still, patiently awaiting her fate. She was beyond nervousness. This was a routine she had grown accustomed to. Finally, the head of the BR, Nomuri Kiyama, entered the room and nodded to them. One of the famous and powerful daimyo here in Edo, Todoroki Enji-sama, has sent his son, Todoroki Shoto-sama, to select a girl who will serve as his mistress. One of you will be fortunate enough to be chosen, and you all know that you are our BRDHL's finest sea artists. Do your best to entertain the young lord. Excited giggles and cheers erupted at the announcement. The Todoroki name was well known throughout Edo, rivaling even Tashinori's. While Todoroki Enji was feared as a formidable warrior and a strict ruler, to the sea artists his reputation meant little. The opportunity to escape this life was a dream, and they would do anything to seize it. But how much more bitter could reality become? As time passed, the young lord finally arrived. YN was taken aback by his striking two-colored hair and mismatched eyes. He was undeniably attractive, a mystery wrapped in shadows. He seemed to embody everything she was not, with emotions flickering behind his indifferent gaze. His movements were smooth and practiced, suggesting he had been well-trained in manners. A noticeable scar marred his left eye, yet it did nothing to diminish his appeal. Many women would surely be captivated by his looks and demeanor. He took his seat in front of the line series and bowed, and all the sea artists present returned the gesture. When the girl lifted her head, she noticed the man staring at her. His face was stoic, but his eyes revealed a hint of surprise and sadness. "What is your name?" His voice was deep and commanding, sounding more like an order than a question. She glanced at the young woman beside her, preparing to speak for the silver-haired female. However, before she could utter a word, the man glared at her and turned his attention back to the silver-headed woman. "I'm asking you." The woman regarded the young lord with a nonchalant expression, having no intention of answering. His gaze was intimidating, but she could sense the emotions swirling within him, and neither of them broke the stare. The silence lingered until the young lord sighed, slightly tilting his head with a small smirk. Persistence is admirable, but sometimes it can be unkind. His tone was low and slightly threatening. "A mask," she replied, her voice soft and almost a whisper, yet Todoroki caught it like a revelation of truth he believed he had hidden well. She lifted her sleeve to cover her lips and tilted her head. "Why are you hiding?" Todoroki stared at her, his lips forming a thin frown. He then turned to the head of the BRL and nodded. "I want that woman to be mine for tonight." Gasps filled the room at Todoroki's sudden declaration. His behavior was unusual, even causing his guard to stare in disbelief. No one understood why he had been so insistent since his arrival, but for Todoroki, it was essential to be alone with this woman, whoever she was. Wyan stood up, glancing at the young lord, nodding and gesturing toward her room. She spoke no words as she walked ahead, and Todoroki followed. The room was left in stunned silence, the unexpected turn of events memorable, especially given how little the winter flower spoke. It seemed she had taken a liking to him. The two walked down the hallway in silence. It wasn't suffocating, but it felt heavy. No one spoke, as if they were both waiting for the right moment. Todoroki relaxed a bit as they moved away from the common area. He gently took the Yujo's wrist, pulling her closer. "How? Why did you say that I was wearing a mask?" Ain remained silent, her eyes fixed on the ground. She debated whether to answer, closing her eyes and exhaling slowly. "Your eyes were neither angry nor demanding, nor were they laughing. Even a child could see how frustrated you were to come to this place." She paused, gazing into his mismatched eyes, her expression still stoic. The moon shone brightly above them, illuminating the scene. The clouds were sparse, and the breeze was gentle, causing the leaves to rustle softly. To many, it might have been a perfect setting for a couple, but for them, it was just a moment shared between two individuals. She tilted her head slightly, a stray strand of hair brushing her cheek. "Are you not?" If he were to be honest, she was stunning. Among the Yujo, she was the most graceful. He couldn't deny that he had been drawn to her from the moment their eyes met. It felt foolish to think it was love at first sight, yet Todoroki found it hard to look away. Perhaps it was just her hair that reminded him of someone he once knew. His mother. The same color of hair, white as snow. Her skin was slightly pale, like a doll brought to life. Todoroki resisted the urge to touch her hair and released her hand. She merely stared, lifting her hand to brush against his scar, but he quickly grasped her wrist. "Do not touch me," he growled. The Yujo nodded, letting her hand fall to her side as she closed her eyes. "I apologize. I do not wish for us to start off on the wrong foot." Strangely, Todoroki felt a sense of calm wash over him at her apology. He sighed in defeat, covering his face with his palm. "Do not apologize. I made a hasty decision, and it was childish of me. I was simply taken aback when you said I wore a mask." He looked at her, crossing his arms. "Are you suggesting that I am pretending?" "Obviously," she replied quickly. "You act like a person wearing a mask, saying things to intimidate others, even though that isn't who you truly are. I wouldn't have spoken to you if you were not the person I thought you were, my lord." With that, she turned her gaze away and continued, walking, whispering, "You are the first person I have met who does not have lust in your eyes after all. Fireworks festival, huh? You mumbled to yourself while grading your students' tests and quizzes. Summer was approaching, and with the exams behind you, you knew this season was meant for creating memories. However, with Nizu implementing the training camp, summer felt shorter than you had hoped. Of course, you wanted to go on dates with Midoriya or hang out with Uraraka and the others, but since you were accompanying Aizawa and the others for the training camp, those plans seemed unlikely. The fireworks festival, however, was an exception. It was just days before the training camp, and the festival took place at night. You wouldn't have work during that time, and likely Aizawa and Yamada would be out on their missions. You were on a day off from your hero duties due to recent events, and now, your plans were clear. Sure, there would be more work as the training camp approached, but you always managed to get the paperwork done, especially at night. Not that you enjoyed it. In fact, it bored you to tears, but it was a necessary task. So, you allowed yourself a little break. You knew you had been indulging yourself lately, especially with Midoriya, who was also treating you well. But given everything that had happened recently, you felt it was justified. Midoriya even visited your home to keep you company, ensuring you wouldn't feel alone. Remembering those moments made you blush, especially when you recalled his unexpected possessiveness. When he kissed you back then, you were taken aback. It wasn't like him to act that way, but you couldn't deny the fact that he was a guy too. A guy who could be affectionate. You had been dating for a while now, and as time passed, you felt increasingly comfortable around him. I don't want to regret anything anymore. I'm not regretting what I've done, and I want you for myself. Maybe this is selfish, but That's what he said. Your words trailed off into a soft murmur, and you felt your cheeks heat up at the memory. You sighed, burying your face in your arms in an attempt to hide your embarrassment. That I really don't mind. In fact, I want it too, you mumbled, groaning in frustration. Suddenly, your phone rang, causing you to flinch in surprise. When you saw who was calling, you answered immediately. Hello, Uraraka? Good evening, YN-chan. Uraraka exclaimed from the other end, making you smile. What's up? You asked, sitting up straight while fiddling with your pen. Did you hear about the upcoming fireworks display? I was thinking we could go together. You chuckled and leaned back in your seat. It was perfect timing. You had just been thinking about that. Yeah, I would love to join you guys, you said with a nod, even though Uraraka couldn't see you. Great. I already informed Ida-kun and the others. We agreed to meet at the square at 5:30 p.m. The festival will be crowded, so we wanted to arrive early to secure a good spot for the fireworks. Are you okay with that? Sure, that sounds good. You closed your eyes, imagining what it would be like if the boys joined. I kind of want to see them in yukata. Uraraka laughed from the other end. I would love to see that too. We rarely see them in casual outfits since they're usually in their hero suits. It would be fun to see them in something different, right? I agree. You chuckled to yourself, picturing Bakugo and the others in yukata. They would probably look quite handsome. People would definitely be staring at them. Absolutely. It would be so manly for them to wear those outfits, just like in shoujo manga. You laughed at the thought of Class 1A's boys acting like the leads in a shoujo manga. It was cheesy, and you struggled to imagine their expressions in those cliched scenes. Then you pictured Midoriya sharing candy apples, playing games, eating yakisoba, or even sharing a sweet moment under the fireworks. Wow, that was definitely an event you couldn't miss. You were about to mention Midoriya when a realization hit you. They couldn't know. You were a teacher and he was your student. Even without a significant age gap, it felt like a forbidden love. If anyone at school found out, aside from Aizawa, Yamada, your grandmother, and All Might, your teaching license could be at risk. Alas, you couldn't enjoy those fun moments with him after all. Yeah, you agreed, nodding sadly as the weight of the situation settled in. In the end, the fireworks festival would be enjoyable. But perhaps not as much as you had hoped. What's wrong? You've been quiet for a minute, Uraraka asked. You snapped out of your thoughts and quickly brainstormed an excuse for your silence. I was just wondering what Bakugo would do if he lost at the shooting game multiple times? Even though it came out as a question, it made Uraraka burst into laughter. He would probably blow up the booth. That would definitely be a problem, wouldn't it? You laughed along. I mean, Kirishima and Kaminari better keep him in check. I wouldn't want anyone in my class getting into trouble over a game. Uraraka agreed. I know. Well, I'll let the others know. The girls are planning to wear yukata since Yairzu wanted us to have some fun before the training camp. I can ask her if you want to borrow one. It's okay. You glanced at the corner of the room, where the yukata Inko had given you hung on the wall. I already have mine. All right then. I'll talk to you later. Good night. You smiled and nodded. Good night. After ending the call, you sighed, feeling a mix of excitement and longing. It seemed like it would be a fun night since everyone was going. It meant that your time with Midoriya would be limited, but it was better than staying at home alone. You inhaled sharply, running your fingers through your hair while groaning. What was it about the loneliness without Midoriya? You were becoming too attached and it was starting to frustrate you. You mentally noted to hold yourself back and keep your composure when everyone was around. Sure, Midoriya had helped you through dark times, but sulking over not being able to spend time alone with him was pointless. I'm getting too bratty for my own good, you muttered to yourself with a sigh. Finally, the day had arrived. You made sure to finish your work and clean the house, leaving some dishes on the table in case Aizawa or Yamada came home. You stuck a note on the fridge, letting them know you had gone to the festival with everyone. Before heading out, you checked your yukata one last time. The yukata you wore was a gift from Inko. It fit you perfectly, adorned with cute flower patterns in your favorite color. You tied your hair into a bun, securing it with a hairpin, and let a few strands fall to frame your face. You brushed your bangs and nodded to yourself, satisfied with your appearance. You packed your things in a small pouch and stepped out of the flat with an excited smile. Uraraka had recently informed you that the boys would be wearing yukata just for the occasion. It was said that Kirishima had suggested the idea, and everyone else had followed suit. The thought made you chuckle. Kirishima was always the one to initiate fun ideas, but he also had a knack for calming things down when chaos ensued, especially when Bakugo was about to explode with anger. As you walked, you noticed the sky beginning to dim. Checking your phone, you saw it was still 5:02 p.m., and the meeting spot was just a 10-minute walk from your home. You were a bit early, but the mystery of the boys in yukata excited you. You were especially eager to see Midoriya in his yukata. After all, you had made an effort to look pretty just for him. You tucked a strand of hair behind your ear, feeling a bit embarrassed but knowing it was true. You had really put in the effort for tonight. I wonder how he would react if he saw me in this. Would he stutter? I think he would, you mumbled to yourself, chuckling at the image of him blushing and struggling to find words, eventually telling you how pretty you looked. And maybe he would compliment Uraraka and the others too, just to keep things from being too obvious. You sighed at the thought, feeling a little down. You didn't know why, but it affected you more than you expected. You finally arrived at your destination at 5:17 p.m. It was still early, so you decided to call Uraraka in the meantime. Hey, YN-chan, she greeted cheerfully. Hey, I'm already here at the square. Is everyone from Class 1A coming? You asked. Uraraka hummed thoughtfully. Well, a few can't make it for various reasons, but most of the class will be there. You raised an eyebrow, curious. Who? Tokoyami-kun said he wasn't fond of bright places. Shoji-kun has some errands, and Koda-kun and Tsuyu-chan are coming with their families. They'll meet us for a short time. And Deku-kun said he was sick. That's all I think. Your heart sank at the mention of Midoriya. Wait, Midoriya can't come? Yeah. He didn't specify what was wrong, but he said he was ill, so he can't really attend such a crowded event. It's too bad, it would have been so much fun. You didn't know what to say. You had come hoping to see him. You wanted to show off the yukata that Inko had made for you, and you had tried your best to look nice for him. I see, you replied, your voice heavy with disappointment. I'm sorry, YN-chan. I know you wanted Deku-kun to be here, but you could always visit him if you wanted. You debated with yourself. If you went to his house just to see him, it would waste Inko's effort on the yukata meant for the festival. It was unfortunate that Midoriya was sick on such an important day, but you couldn't blame him. No. I'll wait here. We can still have fun with the others, you said, trying to lift your spirits even though you felt let down. Oh, okay. I'm almost at the square, so I'll see you soon. Yeah. See you. You ended the call, bowing your head and closing your eyes to shake off the negative feelings. You were clearly down after learning that Midoriya wouldn't be there. It was amazing how quickly a day could turn sour. You let out a long, distressed sigh, which was abruptly interrupted when someone suddenly pulled you into the bushes. You were about to shout when a hand covered your mouth and an arm wrapped around your waist. Be quiet, Fang-san. I don't want us to be caught. Your eyes widened at the familiar voice, and when you turned to see who it was, you gasped in surprise. He removed his hand from your mouth and smiled, leaving you frozen in shock. Izuku! What are you doing here? I thought you were sick, you exclaimed, surprise evident in your voice. Midoriya chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I'm sorry, that was a lie. I really wanted us to be together before the training camp starts. We'll both be busy, and I thought it would be nice to spend some time together now. He looked at you with a hint of nervousness, as if waiting for your response. Can we? Your eyes softened at his words. Your day had just brightened significantly. You felt a wave of relief wash over you upon seeing him. You had feared you would attend the festival alone, even though your true intention was to be with him. It might sound cheesy, but you couldn't stay quiet any longer. Darn you, you mumbled, gripping his sleeve and turning to face him. I thought you weren't coming. Izuku laughed softly. I'm really sorry for lying, but I had plans in mind. You sighed in relief, resting your forehead against his chest. Yeah, you better be sorry. I was really sad for a moment there. He lifted your chin gently, caressing your cheeks with a soft smile. I'll make it up to you, just wait and see. You chuckled and nodded, allowing Midoriya's warmth to envelop you. I thought Thing was already here, a familiar voice asked, confusion lacing her tone. Did she leave already? Another voice chimed in. Peering through the bushes, you spotted Uraraka with Ida, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu. I don't know. She said she was waiting here, Uraraka said, scanning the area in hopes of finding you. You quickly opened your phone and typed a message, hoping Uraraka would receive it. You needed to divert their attention away from your location with Midoriya. You sent the message and looked at Midoriya, who gestured for you to be quiet. You playfully nudged him in the chest, grinning. Uraraka's phone chimed, and she quickly checked the message, a small smile forming on her lips as she read it. She sighed and chuckled to herself, shaking her head. Wine said there was a sudden emergency at her place. Her grandma needed help, Uraraka explained, tucking her phone away. We should meet up with the others. Bakugo might be furious if we're late. Soon after, they left the square, and you and Midoriya sighed in relief. You really pulled it off this time, Izuku, you said with a smirk, while he smiled innocently and tilted his head. HM? I did what? The two of you made your way to the festival, marveling at the lively atmosphere, the hanging lanterns, the stalls, the food, and the bustling crowd. It was easy to get lost in such a place, but when Midoriya took your hand, you knew you wouldn't be alone. Don't let go, okay? It's a huge crowd, and it wouldn't be good if we got separated, he said, placing a finger to his lips and smiling gently. It'll be our little secret mission, all right? You felt a blush creep onto your cheeks at his playful demeanor. This side of Midoriya was new to you, so carefree and lighthearted. You realized he was determined to make the most of this time together, and while it was a bit confusing, it was definitely a welcome change. Since when did you become so secretive? You asked, chuckling. Since I met you, he replied quickly. You raised an eyebrow, amused. Since when did we switch roles? I thought you were the one who was always embarrassed, not me. Izuku chuckled and looked at you. YN, it may not seem like it, but I'm really nervous, especially seeing you in that yukata. He tucked a strand of hair behind your ear, gazing at you as if you were something precious. You look stunning. I'm glad my mom made that for you. I'll have to thank her for it later. You blushed at his compliment. Izuku looked handsome in his own yukata, simple yet fitting him perfectly. You knew he would look good in anything. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted your moment. What? I thought I already caught that goldfish. It was Bakugo, clearly frustrated. Calm down, Bakugo. There are still plenty of fish, Uraraka started. Don't make puns while I'm furious, you electric idiot. Bakugo shot back. You exchanged glances with Midoriya, both of you stifling laughter at the commotion. You worried Bakugo might cause a scene, but now wasn't the time to be discovered. You needed to stay hidden. We need to be careful. Your classmates are around, and it would be bad if we got caught, you warned Midoriya, but he seemed unfazed, scanning the area. I found it. Let's go there, YN, he exclaimed. Wait. I just said we need to be careful, you replied, exasperated. Midoriya nodded. I know, but there's a huge crowd, and I have an idea. You smiled at his enthusiasm. He always had a way of coming up with solutions when others couldn't, and that creativity was part of what drew you to him. The two of you stopped in front of a mask store, where several masks hung on display. You inhaled, realizing his plan, and chuckled. I get it. A mask so people won't recognize us. That's a clever idea. Midoriya nodded, smiling at you. You can choose what mask I'll wear, and I'll pick yours. How does that sound? You nodded enthusiastically. Brilliant. You scanned the options, contemplating which mask would suit him best, until you spotted a lone all-might mask, perhaps the last of its kind. You immediately pointed out the mask and then turned to the seller. Can I have that one, please? Of course, miss. The man handed you the mask, and just as you were about to pay, Midoriya stopped you with a small smile. I'll pay, san, he said kindly. It's a date anyway, and it's the gentleman who always pays. You smiled at his thoughtful gesture. Well, I'll gladly accept that offer then. Finally, you both had your own masks. When you showed Midoriya the mask you chose for him, he immediately remarked that it was a really nice choice. When he presented yours, you laughed and admired your own cat mask. Suddenly, familiar voices broke the moment as if on cue. Turning your heads, you saw Uraraka grinning widely, followed by Ida, Mina, Yaoru, Jiru, and Todoroki walking behind her. Hey, they say the takoyaki here is amazing. Let's try some. Geez, Uraraka, you never stop eating, do you? Well, it's going to be the last food she eats today, she said. You and Midoriya exchanged smiles and donned your masks. You held onto Midoriya's arm and chuckled as you walked past your classmates. You felt a rush of nervousness and even held your breath. Thankfully, the six of them didn't notice you two and continued their conversation. It worked. It thankfully worked. You whispered to yourself, looking around for any familiar faces, but saw none. Once you felt safe, you pushed your mask to the side of your head, and Midoriya did the same. Right? Now, let's enjoy the festival and play some games. You nodded cheerfully. Midoriya held out his hand and slightly tilted his head, his face a bit flushed. Shall we? You took his hand and laughed. You're totally rocking the cool boyfriend vibe. Midoriya chuckled. I'm trying. I mean, I can't just stay the embarrassed boyfriend, right? You narrowed your eyes at his statement, turning to him with a confused look. What do you mean by that? I mean, I'll just stop hesitating. I want to do things with you. Even if I'm nervous, there are still many things I want to share with you. Being embarrassed isn't helping me move forward. Although I am always embarrassed, there's no use in stuttering. That's what I think. He laughed sheepishly, scratching his head and glancing away, his face turning a deeper shade of red. Acting like a cool boyfriend takes a toll on me, especially when I'm with someone as stunning as you. He looked at you, grinning nervously, as if he were back to the normal Midoriya you first met. I've got to get a grip, you know? I won't let embarrassment hold me back. You immediately hugged him, feeling a rush of joy. You're such an adorable person. Midoriya was taken aback but hugged you back, despite a few curious glances from passers-by. San, this is too much. Not in public, please. I'll lose my composure. You laughed and then pulled away, patting him on the head. It's okay to be embarrassed, Izuku. Just don't let me go. I will never, he replied instantly as if it were a well-known fact, then he gently smiled. Ever. You held his hands once again and smiled. Then, if you want to be a cool boyfriend, buy me a candy apple. He nodded with a smile. All right then, princess. Let's get your candy apple. This is really delicious, you exclaimed, looking at the candy apple Midoriya had given you. He was being particularly sweet today, and you knew it was a special occasion. Really? Midoriya asked, his bright smile evident as he hid his hands in his sleeves. You nodded enthusiastically and liked your lips. To your surprise, he leaned in and took a bite of your candy apple. You were momentarily stunned, staring at Midoriya, who was now close enough that you could feel his breath on your cheeks. Yeah. This is really sweet, he mumbled, smiling at you while maintaining the close distance as if to tease you. You were confused when he removed his mask, realizing what he was about to do as he leaned in closer. He covered your faces from nearby people before briefly capturing your lips. It was sweet and unexpected, like the candy apple he had just bitten into. He leaned back, a slight blush on his cheeks. This is sweet too. You felt your own cheeks heat up at his sudden action, quickly covering your face with your mask. You could hear Midoriya chuckle, making you blush even harder as you realized he had successfully teased you. You weren't sure if it was good that Midoriya was no longer hesitating in his actions. It wasn't bad, but it was certainly surprising. He always had an unpredictable element, and that was one of the reasons you loved him. You thought you couldn't fall deeper than you already had, but this fireworks festival was defying your expectations in wonderful ways. Come on, San. We haven't visited most of the game booths yet. You nodded silently and saw Midoriya offering his hand to you. You chuckled and took it before the two of you continued on your way. Wow. A goldfish scooping booth. I want to play that. You squealed like a child, running towards the booth. Midoriya followed, retrieving his wallet to pay for you. One game, please. The salesman handed you a net-like spoon and a small bucket. Midoriya sat beside you, watching as you focused on when to scoop. When you felt the moment was right, you swiftly scooped a goldfish out of the water and placed it in the bucket. Yes. I caught one. You cheered, beaming at Midoriya. He just laughed and brushed your hair away from your face. Good job, San, he said with a small smile, his fingers still softly brushing your strands. You tried to catch his attention again, but you lost your focus because of Midoriya. He was definitely being more charming and gentle than before, and you couldn't help but feel flustered. This was a new experience for you, but you liked it. Midoriya, on the other hand, was smiling so much that he almost couldn't keep his hands off you. You were being playful and adorable, and it amused him because he knew you might feel the same way when he acted silly around you. This was a new side of him, and he still had much to learn, but reading those shoujo mangas for research wasn't so bad after all. And yes, he did all that just for this day. As soon as the man at the booth handed you the goldfish, the two of you went to play more games. You tried your luck at the ring toss booth, toy scooping booth, yo-yo scooping, and senbonhiki. You won some prizes, but you struggled with a few games, even with Midoriya's encouragement. You were sitting on a bench next to the takoyaki stall, waiting for Midoriya to return. You put your mask on just in case someone familiar passed by. Looking up at the sky, you noticed it was dotted with stars. It was a bright night, and the sky was so clear that the stars sparkled like glitter. You smiled at the view. It was peaceful and serene. You closed your eyes, letting the sounds of the crowd at the festival wash over you. It was fun to hear the laughter and joy of people around you, and being part of this lively event felt amazing. It was as if you could almost forget everything bad that had happened in the past few days. The bliss and tranquility of your surroundings truly relaxed you. You were still enjoying the moment when something cold touched your cheek. You opened your eyes to see Midoriya smiling at you, holding 2 cups of shaved ice, one of which was resting against your cheek. Here, to cool you down. I got favorite flavor for you, he said. You smiled and nodded, taking the shaved ice from his hand. He sat beside you as you uncovered your face and began to enjoy your treat. You know, I'm really glad we got to hang out before the training camp starts. It's going to be a busy week for you, you said, leaning back against the bench. Our time together will be limited, so thank you for this. Midoriya chuckled. No, actually, I should be the one thanking you, San. Thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my mistake. I thought you would be upset with me. I'm really glad you forgave me. He scratched his head shyly. And about the training camp. He paused, looking into your eyes with a cheerful smile as he pumped his fist. That I'm going to do my best to improve, so please watch me. I want to get stronger so I can protect you like a true hero. Your eyes widened at his sincere words, and Midoriya suddenly blushed, as if embarrassed by his own declaration. Well, that's kind of cheesy, he chuckled sheepishly, averting his gaze as he turned even redder. Izuku, can you lift your mask again? You asked. He blinked in confusion before taking off his mask and lifting it higher. Like this. You held his wrist and lifted the mask even higher, shielding your faces from the crowd as you leaned closer. Like this. Then you closed the distance, your lips brushing against his in a gentle kiss. His lips tasted like cherry from the shaved ice, cold yet soft. This was your second time kissing in public, but no one seemed to notice since the masks covered your faces. Midoriya was taken aback by your sudden kiss, but he welcomed it, his free hand gently combing through your hair as he pulled you closer. Midoriya had no idea how happy you felt when he said those words. They made you feel secure and safe even if he wasn't yet a full-fledged hero. Him calling you his princess felt magical, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach. Your heart raced, and he never ceased to amaze you. You were incredibly grateful for him and almost scared that this was too good to be true. He was too wonderful to deserve you. The two of you soon separated, touching foreheads as you both chuckled. You know, legend has it that if a couple kisses under a clear sky at a festival, the gods will bless them, and they will be forever happy, Midoriya said in a hushed voice, just loud enough for you to hear. You raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I haven't heard that before. I'm sorry, I made the story up, he admitted, leaning back with a grin. He stood up and extended his hand to you. Let's go, Wyan-san. The display is starting soon. We should find the best spot to see it clearly. You took his hand and stood up, nodding as he led you to your destination. While you walked, Midoriya suddenly stopped and turned to you. I almost forgot here. He pulled a small packet from his sleeve and handed it to you, and you looked at him with a curious tilt of your head. What is this? It's a gift from me. I meant to give it to you before we walked around the festival, but I almost forgot. Sorry. You shook your head. No need to apologize. Thank you for this, really. You looked at the small gift in your hand and then back at him. Can I open it now? He nodded as you tore the wrapper and gasped softly at the beautiful gift inside. A hairpin, you said in wonder, staring at the delicate piece adorned with favorite flower and a favorite color gem at its center. This is really beautiful, you said, still mesmerized by the shining gift Midoriya had given you. I know this might be the first accessory gift I've received. I was nervous you might not like it since it's so simple. I love it so much. I'll treasure this, I promise, you said, gently cradling it in your hands as if it were a precious gem meant to be kept safe. You know that you have received many things from him, and you couldn't ask for more. Everything he shows you, every single item he gives you, feels like a rare treasure in the world. You don't have to swear your life on it. But I'm so glad you loved it. Here, let me put it in your hair. He gently worked with your strands, carefully placing the hair accessory without disturbing your hairstyle. After a moment, he nodded and touched your cheek, gazing at you lovingly. It suits you very well. You hugged him tightly, burying your head in his chest. I love you so much, Izuku. So much. He chuckled and stroked your hair, nodding. I love you too, Wyan-san. Soon, you both arrived at your place, a cliff near the festival. The two of you were alone, but the view was breathtaking. You regretted not bringing a camera, but you used your cell phone to take a picture. It wasn't perfect, but it was a memory you wanted to keep. There was a lone bench near the edge, and you both sat down. Wow. This is really pretty. Good job, Izuku. He smiled, gazing at the spectacular view before you. This is where Mom used to take me when I was a kid. My father wasn't often home, so we always went to the festival. Just the two of us. We always took this spot to watch the display, so I've known this place for years. He glanced at you, giving you a heartwarming smile. Mom said it was my turn to take someone important to me to this secret place of ours. I'm really glad you're here with me now. You don't know how much it means to me. You hugged him again, barely holding back your tears. I'm so happy too. You've done so much for me and given so much. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness and care. I don't deserve it. Don't say that, Wyan-san. He lifted your face, holding your chin and smiling softly at you. You deserve everything the world has to offer. Midoriya leaned in, but just then, an explosion nearby interrupted the moment. You turned toward the source, your eyes widening in surprise as you covered your mouth with your hand. The stalls were ablaze, and you could see the chaos unfolding below. People were running away, scared and frantic. "This is not good, we should go," Midoriya said, taking your hand and starting to run toward the festival. But before you could escape, a chill ran down your spine as a cold, raspy voice echoed in the air. "There you are, Angel." You both turned toward the voice, shock and fear washing over you as you recognized the figure. "I've been looking for you." It was the League of Villains leader, Shigaraki Tamura. Of all people you could encounter, why did it have to be him? Midoriya quickly pulled you behind him, cautious and observant of Shigaraki's actions. The villain laughed at you both, as if your fear was amusing. Everything happening around you was no joke, but his hysterical laughter echoed in your ears, threatening to pull you back into your fears. Trembling, you clenched your jaw and glared at the villain. "What do you want from us?" you asked, trying to cut off his laughter. It worked. He stopped, and you could sense the seriousness in his demeanor. "What do I want?" He turned to you, a wide grin visible despite the hand covering most of his face. "Do you, of course, Angel?" Midoriya gritted his teeth and stepped back, but Shigaraki only moved closer. He was trying to think of a way to escape. He could shout for help or send an SOS message. He knew he couldn't fight this man alone. Shigaraki was too strong and intimidating. His quirk could turn him to ashes in an instant. Midoriya's options were limited, and he didn't want to leave you alone, especially with the possibility of more enemies appearing. Are you panicking? Are you seeing the fire at the festival? Are you thinking about what to do next? Shigaraki paused, tilting his head. Or are you scared? Midoriya might be called a coward if he admitted he was afraid, but he wouldn't lie to himself when it was so obvious. Yes. And yes. I am scared, but what of it? Midoriya said, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. That I don't care if I'm scared. If I can protect, Sen, even if I'm scared, I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. Are you insane? How can you be so sweet in this situation? He scratched his neck in irritation, growling under his breath. I'm so disgusted I want to puke. Makes me want to tear you two apart. The villain stopped, stuffing his hand in his pocket and nodding toward Midoriya. If you don't want to die, how about you hand the angel over? I won't. You held onto Midoriya's sleeve, uncertain of what to do. Enemies could appear from anywhere, and you didn't know if Shigaraki was alone. There was a man named Kurogiri who had warned you about something. You tried to remember his words, only to feel a chill of realization wash over you. He might have been talking about this moment. That if that man wanted something, he'll take it, even if it costs something. Or someone. A bead of sweat formed on your temple, rolling down your cheek. The blazing heat of summer, combined with the chaos of the festival below, made you wonder if all of this was somehow your fault. It was infuriating. Another explosion erupted below, sending waves of panic through the crowd. You turned to Shigaraki, frowning. Please stop this. What? This? He gestured toward the chaos, chuckling darkly. No. Not until I get what I came for. How pathetic, right? All of this just to get you. He tilted his head, shrugging. Well, you'll sacrifice everything, even everyone, just to get what you desire. Fear gripped your chest, tightening as if to suffocate you. The smell of smoke and the unbearable heat made it hard to think. Was it better to surrender than to let someone get hurt? Memories of the incident at USJ flashed through your mind. What if it happened again because you refused to give in? What if it happened to Midoriya again? San, please don't listen to him. He's just trying to manipulate you, Midoriya urged, but his words seemed to drift past you. You closed your eyes tightly, desperate to block out the horrifying possibilities. You gripped his sleeve for a moment before letting go. Taking a hesitant step forward, you knew you had to surrender yourself to prevent further harm. Bowing your head, your hair fell to cover your face. All right, I'll go with you. But please stop this. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Midoriya grasped your wrist, shaking his head in refusal. No. Don't listen to him. We can get through this together, okay? His voice was filled with urgency, holding your wrist tightly, unwilling to let go. You wanted to reassure him that everything would be fine, but with the chaos around you, those words felt hollow. I'm so sorry. Midoriya suddenly swept you off your feet, carrying you in his arms. Green sparks flickered around his legs, and before you could react, he leaped away from Shigaraki with incredible speed. You wrapped your arms around Midoriya's neck, gasping in surprise. The sudden action jolted you into the realization that you weren't alone, and Midoriya was determined not to make the same mistakes again. He was becoming stronger to protect you when you felt vulnerable. He was your knight, after all. You held him closer, burying your head against his chest. I'm sorry, for almost giving up. Midoriya's expression turned serious as he landed, but he didn't stop running. Just please don't do it again. You nodded silently, remaining still. He suddenly halted, setting you down. In front of you stood the surprised faces of your students. Uraraka rushed forward, nearly tackling you in a hug. YN-chan. She pulled back, checking for any injuries. You're all right. Bakugo glared at Midoriya. What are you doing here? I thought you were sick. Midoriya shook his head and raised his hands in surrender. Before that, is everyone evacuated? Is everyone safe? Kirishima nodded. We've evacuated everyone. A hero arrived, thankfully. But we didn't see who attacked the festival. The fireworks were about to start too. It was the same guy who attacked back at the USJ, Midoriya said, hesitating slightly. His classmates looked confused and surprised. Did you see him? Was anyone with him? I don't know. I only saw him, Midoriya replied. By the way, why are you with Shizenji-sensei? I thought she had something to do? And I thought you were sick too that Uraraka-san mentioned it, Yaoyoro's mused. Kaminari gasped, hitting his palm with a closed fist. I knew I saw that mask before. I saw it earlier when Kirishima and I were buying candied apples. Your backs were turned, so we didn't recognize you. I also saw you when Uraraka was getting her takoyaki, Todoroki added. Midoriya paused, glancing at you as if seeking permission to continue. You nodded, understanding that there was no point in hiding the truth now. We were wandering around the festival together. Sorry for keeping it a secret, Midoriya said, bowing his head slightly before lifting it again. But I felt it was necessary. You don't say. Jairu blinked, tilting her head in thought. Wait, are you two dating? Everyone turned their attention to you, eagerly awaiting an answer. Embarrassed, you nodded. Yet I know you might be disappointed in me since I'm a teacher, but I promise I never played favorites. Called it. I told you, Kaminari. Kirishima exclaimed, playfully punching Kaminari on the shoulder. Kaminari scratched his head, surprised. Wow, this is totally news to me. I didn't notice. Yaoyorozu chuckled. I noticed, but it's a pleasant surprise to hear it. You two are so cute together. How long have you been dating? Mina asked, beaming at you. Since the sports festival. Wow. That feels like ages ago, doesn't it? Ida nodded thoughtfully. Uraraka-san won the bet, but it would have been different if she hadn't changed her guess. Uraraka puffed her cheeks. At least I won. It's a bit mean to call me out, Ida-kun, she pouted. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. In it, the brat beat me to it. Kirishima laughed, slapping Bakugo on the back. Ha! I feel sorry for you, bro. Midoriya and you were taken aback by their reactions. You expected them to scold you or try to separate you, but they were surprisingly supportive. Your heart swelled with gratitude, and you couldn't help but shed a few tears in relief. They were startled to see you crying and quickly rushed to comfort you in the best way they could. Sen. It's okay. We didn't mean to tease you or anything. Uraraka said gently, rubbing your shoulder. I think Bakugo scared her, Todoroki remarked flatly, just as Bakugo grabbed him by the collar and shook him. What did you say, you idiot? Hey. Calm down, someone's upset here. Kaminari said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, trying to diffuse the situation. You shook your head, wiping your tears away. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you were here. You guys really are amazing. I thought you would be disappointed, but I feel so embarrassed to even think that you could be like that. I'm sorry. You hiccuped as you continued to wipe your tears. Midoriya took your hand and gently wiped your tears with his sleeve. Don't cry, San. It's okay to feel that way sometimes. But remember, we're here for you. He smiled warmly. You're not alone. Oh my gosh, that's so cheesy it makes me want to GG, Bakugo grumbled, turning his gaze away. You're really good at ruining the moment, Bakugo, Mina said, tapping him on the shoulder. But Midoriya was right. You were incredibly fortunate to have such wonderful friends. Even when you felt like you were hanging by a thread, moments away from despair, these people came to your rescue. What happened earlier was troubling, but with them by your side, who could stand against you? You bowed your head in gratitude before lifting your face with a smile. I'm so glad. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. You have no idea how grateful I am. I will always be thankful. You all are amazing. They returned your smile, some giving you thumbs up. No problem, Chan. Uraraka exclaimed, pulling you into another hug. You smiled and hugged her back. Midoriya glanced around, checking if Shigaraki was still lurking nearby. It was dangerous to stay in this area, especially if he was still a threat. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the rescue team and some heroes arrived to put out the chaos from the festival. The fireworks festival had become too chaotic to continue, and everyone hurried home. From a distance, Shigaraki watched, smirking as he observed you enjoying the moment. I swear I'll get you. No matter what, he promised himself with a grin. And thus, this marked the potential beginning of a story's end. That concludes the report on last week's incident. Any questions? You closed the printed report within the folder, looking at your fellow staff with an expectant expression. It had been a week since the fireworks festival, and it finally hit you that you were still being pursued by the League of Villains. Their motives remained unclear, perhaps it was mere curiosity or something more sinister. Of course, you were frightened. But there was no point in dwelling on fear. You were here, standing before them, recounting what happened. Some details were omitted, like the fact that you and Midoriya had been alone that night. You simply mentioned needing fresh air, and Midoriya had accompanied you to help. This was supported by your classmates and some teachers who were aware of your relationship, keeping it discreet. Midnight smiled. At least you weren't hurt. That's something to be thankful for. You nodded, offering her a small smile. Thank you. But I don't think this situation will last long since I'm being hunted. Honestly, I don't know what to do. With a reassuring smile, Yamada gently patted your shoulder. We're here to help you, Chun. We can tackle this together and defeat those villains. I really hope so, you murmured under your breath. Doubt lingered in your chest, refusing to leave. It worried you, but you couldn't seem to shake it off or ignore it. Aizawa raised his hand, signaling for attention. Everyone turned to him, and Nizu nodded, encouraging him to continue. I suggest that, stay here in town. I know she was supposed to be the first aid attendant in case someone got hurt, but given her situation, I can't let her come with me. I want her to stay close to home, especially since All Might and the other heroes are here to protect her. You frowned, opening your mouth to protest, but Nizu suddenly agreed with Aizawa's suggestion. I concur. Keeping San here might be the best course of action right now. You clenched your fists, biting your lower lip. They were concerned for your safety, but being removed from the training camp upset you. It felt unfair, yet you couldn't find the words to argue against their decision. You felt powerless, and that only worsened your situation. I understand, you said quietly, bowing your head, not wanting to show your disappointment. The meeting was soon dismissed, and you headed home after saying goodbye to the other staff members. They noticed your downcast demeanor, but you knew there was no use crying over what had already happened. It was frustrating, but it was for the best. It wasn't the ideal situation, and their decision didn't bring you comfort, but you needed to stay safe. If only I were strong enough. You didn't want to dwell on that thought, but as you walked home, it lingered in your mind. It gnawed at you, but all you could do was push it aside. Letting out a distressed sigh, You looked up at the sky and stared for a while. It was overcast and a bit dark, despite it being summer. You continued to walk as the breeze blew past you, urging you to move forward even when it felt difficult. Finally, you arrived home and ran to your bed, burying your face in the mattress. You let out a frustrated scream, punching the soft surface with your fists. Your muffled voice seeped through the sheets, along with the tears that escaped your eyes. You were upset about what had happened. If Shigaraki hadn't visited you that evening, you would have been packing your things happily. But no, Shigaraki had to ruin that. How much worse could things get? You knew all too well that nothing was over not until he was out there. And here you were, dragging Midoriya into your mess. Perhaps it was for the best. Maybe he needed to focus on being a hero, and it was better for you to step back for a few weeks so he could concentrate on what he needed to do. You needed to focus on your own path as well. You lifted your head and wiped your tears, giving yourself a little pep talk. This is no time for tears, YN. You need to do what you have to do. You mumbled to yourself, taking a deep breath to encourage yourself, even if just a little. You stood up, grabbed your apron, and headed to the kitchen, gathering the ingredients to cook. Distracting yourself was the best way to push your thoughts aside. You decided to make miso soup and tonkatsu paired with chicken carriage, chopping up some vegetables as a side dish before serving everything at the table. Peeking at the clock, you noticed it was already 8 in the evening just when Aizawa and Yamada would be coming home to prepare for their hero duties. As expected, they arrived, and when they entered the kitchen, they were surprised to see the feast you had prepared. You gave them a reassuring smile and gestured to the meal. Let's eat? Just like the old days. After serving the dishes, the three of you sat down to eat. Yamada took a bite of his tonkatsu, nodding as a single tear rolled down his cheek. This is my heaven. You laughed at his reaction, grinning. Well, just be thankful I didn't make it spicy, or you'd know what hell tastes like. The blonde hero shuddered at the thought but quickly shook it off. What did you eat to make this? Aizawa asked after finishing his last bite, raising an eyebrow at you. You replied, there's no special occasion. I just felt the need to distract myself. Then you gave him a solemn smile and looked down at the meal you had prepared. I see. So it's delicious enough for you to be suspicious of me doing this. Aizawa narrowed his eyes before setting his chopsticks down. Distract. Are you still bothered by what happened? With a sigh, you nodded and slumped in your chair, losing your appetite. Yes, very much so. And to think I was removed from the camp. It's not a pleasant thought. Yamada and Aizawa fell silent, noticing how upset you were. They continued eating quietly while you forced yourself to do the same. Yamada suddenly shoved his empty bowl in front of you, leaning across the table. Seconds. Aizawa did the same, looking at you with his usual bored expression. Me too. You were surprised by their antics, but your surprise quickly turned into a smile. I should have taken advantage of this and added some hot sauce. Not cool, wine, Aizawa replied flatly, while Yamada scratched his head nervously. I'd rather have the normal. Spicy isn't good for my throat. The three of you chatted until it was already 10 in the evening. After cleaning up the table and washing the dishes, Yamada insisted that you all sleep in the living room and watch a movie, calling it a cozy slumber party with Aizawa as the freaky caterpillar. He was loud enough that you and Aizawa had no choice but to go along with it. You set up your spaces, moving the table aside and laying out the futon on the floor. Thankfully, you had extras, otherwise, you would have had to endure one of Aizawa's legendary sleeping bags. Those fluffy things were uncomfortable, like sleeping in a cloud-shaped coffin, and you remembered the last time you borrowed one. It was not a pleasant experience. Anyway, Yamada and you were going to sleep on the floor while Aizawa, which felt unfair, took the couch above. This was the second time you were having a slumber party of sorts, the first being awkward and annoying when you had just moved in. Things change so fast, don't they? You mumbled, munching on popcorn while watching a romance movie that Yamada had picked. Yeah. You have a boyfriend now. And you're not super tsundere anymore. Yamada paused, then sighed. It's not just things that change. People change too. He reached out and patted your head with a smirk. Good thing you changed for the better. Slightly blushing, you scoffed. I'm not really into cheesy things right now, but I agree with you. Yamada laughed, smacking your back before abruptly stopping, wiggling his eyebrows and winking. I'm still your lost brother, though. You pushed his face away, cringing at his words. Oh no, I remember things I thought I had buried deep in my mind. Please be quiet, we're watching a movie, not gossiping like some girls talking about a sporty guy. What was it called again? Heartthrob Jockey? Jock. Yamada guessed. You watch too many American movies, Aizawa. You face-bombed, shaking your head in disappointment. That must be why you have bags under your eyes, Yamada added, supporting your statement. No, Aizawa replied firmly. Don't you see that we're watching an American romance movie? It's right there. The reference I just made. Ah, you must like the romance movie to make that reference, you teased, giving him a smug look. It's not bad. Yamada and you exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter at Aizawa's unexpected admission. He scoffed, rolling his eyes. I was kidding. Like I would enjoy that movie. Can I sleep now? Aizawa, I can't, Yamada wheezed with laughter, picturing Aizawa swooning over a cliched film like this one. You joined in the laughter, rolling in your futon. I can just imagine Aizawa blushing and squealing at a cheesy line. It's hilarious. I can't believe Aizawa would be a sucker for romance. Would you be happy if I chased you down the beach while the sun sets? Yamada joked, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Aizawa shot a glare at both of you before zipping himself into his sleeping bag, completely cocooned. No, Aizawa, don't die alone in there. You'll suffocate. You exclaimed, shaking him awake. Forget you all. And so the night ended in giggles and cheers, but you wondered how long this would last. You sighed. It was already 7 in the evening when you finished grading your students' exams. You stretched your arms and yawned before organizing the papers on your desk, still feeling sleepy. The sudden missions with Yamada had worn you out, and you were also busy with the order papers for the infirmary and its needed supplies. After this, you had to cook dinner for yourself and Yamada, and then tackle the lesson plans. Today was the day Midoriya and his classmates, along with Aizawa and Class 1B, headed to training camp. You were still upset about it, but there was no use crying over spilled milk. The best you could do was focus on your work. Taking a deep breath, you nodded to yourself and stood up after tidying your desk. It was 8:30 p.m. when you arrived home. The house was eerily silent, with no one around. Not that it was unusual. Aizawa and Yamada often worked late, and you were okay with being alone. But tonight, it felt a little uncomfortable. The fear of being taken away lingered in your mind, tightening your chest as if suffocating you slowly. You clenched your fists, staring into the darkness that surrounded you. You were afraid someone might be lurking, waiting to grab you and take you away. You couldn't shake the feeling, especially after the recent fireworks festival incident. Yamada was out for his radio session, your grandma was busy with work, and Aizawa was away at training camp. With Midoriya. You felt a pang of sadness for not being able to join Aizawa at the training camp. You were supposed to be there as the temporary nurse for the students, but that incident had changed everything. How frustrating indeed. After turning on the light and seeing no one in the living room, you slumped your shoulders and sat on the sofa. You didn't even bother to turn on the television, just letting your tired body sink into the cushions. Everything felt exhausting. But you shook off your uneasiness and stood up, walking to your room to change. You picked out a comfy pair of shorts and a t-shirt to combat the intense heat of Japan, even at night. You headed to the kitchen and put on your apron to prepare something for you and Yamada. Who knew if he would eat anything, especially if the fast food restaurants were closed by the time he finished his job. So you cooked. You decided on a simple dish, teriyaki salmon. Thankfully, you had gone to the grocery store earlier to pick up ingredients, so you didn't have to worry about anything. Cooking teriyaki salmon was easy and healthy. As you prepared the fish, your phone rang. Your day brightened when you saw who it was, and you immediately answered, putting it on speaker mode and placing it near where you were cooking. Good evening, Wyan-san. You smiled. He was still as formal as ever. It was adorable. His voice was cute, timid, and shy, just like before. Sure, Midoriya had gained some confidence around you, but it was nice that he still had his bashful side. Good evening, Izuku. How was your day? You could hear him sigh, sounding exhausted, which worried you. He was usually excited about training, but today he sounded drained. It was fine, but I had other things in mind. I thought training camp would be tough, but it was even harder than I expected. That's how training camp is. You nodded to yourself. But with your determination, I believe you can overcome it. Yeah. Midoriya exclaimed enthusiastically, I can do this, San. Just you watch, I'll get stronger and protect you too. You couldn't help but chuckle at his cheesy statement. You remembered how he would bounce back from a pep talk. He was that simple, but you knew it wouldn't have the same effect if you weren't the one cheering him on. Oh, how you missed his adorable self. You knew you wouldn't be able to hold back if you saw him again. You might hug him so tightly he could hardly breathe, but you quickly dismissed the thought and returned to cooking. By the way, I can hear some sizzling. Are you cooking? You nodded, even though Midoriya couldn't see you. Teriyaki salmon. I would love for you to try some if you were here. Oh, my mom loves to cook fish, so I enjoy it a lot. I would really love to taste it. I bet it's delicious. He paused for a moment, then continued softly, I really wish you were here, San. I want to hold your hand. That too much to ask. You looked down and let out a small sigh. You were thinking the very same thing, and it was reassuring to know you weren't alone in wishing to be with him. I feel the same way, Izuku. When you come home, promise me you won't get hurt, or else I won't cook you my teriyaki salmon. You reminded him, a hint of bitterness creeping into your tone. You hoped Midoriya wouldn't read too much into it, but as expected, his perceptiveness regarding your emotions caught on. I'll come back. I promise. Don't worry too much, San. Just smile and I'll return to you. And your teriyaki salmon. You laughed at his joke and sighed in relief. It wasn't entirely reassuring, to be honest, but it wasn't a mundane effort either. You trusted him, even if there was no guarantee he would come home unscathed. After all, even if Midoriya faced challenges, he would still be there for you. At the very least, you knew that as a fact. All right, you said, smiling. There you go. I can't see you, but I can clearly hear you smiling. You chuckled, and after that, a comforting silence enveloped you. Even though you were alone, you felt at ease. The atmosphere was warm and soothing, as if there was nothing to worry about, not even the eerie surroundings. His presence, even from afar, brought you a sense of relief that felt almost like a cure for all your fears. Truly, he was a blissful remedy. Hey, San, Midoriya called softly as if not wanting to break the silence completely. You hummed in response, letting him know you were listening even while you cooked. It's almost scary how I can read your tone even from a distance. It's as if I know every part of you like I'm obsessed. Do I really deserve the satisfaction of knowing you're here? His voice sounded confused and troubled, as if he were overthinking and doubting himself. You narrowed your eyes, furrowing your brows. What do you mean? I'm really afraid that if I'm so blessed to have you here, someone might take you away from me. I worry that I'm taking you for granted, and someone will swoop in and snatch you away. I keep thinking about what happened at the fireworks festival. If I hadn't been there, if I had stepped away for just a moment, I can't bear the thought of losing you. That would really hurt. And it worries me. You blinked, surprised and frozen. So he was worried about that too. He felt the same fears you did. In that moment, a huge burden lifted from your chest. You weren't alone in this. He was there, holding your hand and sharing the same worries. All those times you thought you were alone in the darkness, he had come to hold your hand. He was afraid too, but he was there with you, facing the same fears. You turned off the stove, grabbed your phone and crouched on the floor, holding it close to your chest as if hugging it. Leaning against the cabinet, you wrapped your arms around yourself, cherishing the moment you shared. I feel the same. I'm scared of what might happen. I'm scared of the future ahead of us. I'm also scared that I might be taken away from you and that you won't be there, and I won't hear your voice or feel your arms. I'm so scared, Izuku. You noticed your hands were shaking and your lips quivering. You wanted to cry and break down, But for once, you wanted to be strong. I'm so scared of that possibility. But you're here. We're here. As long as I live, I will come back to you. Even if I'm taken away. I will come back to you. I promise. I understand. But know that I will try to come and save you, even if it costs me everything. I am your knight after all. So please, don't carry all the burden alone. I'm just as scared as you are. But we're in this together. He reassured you, and you nodded, hugging the phone close as you closed your eyes. Okay. You whispered softly as if making a vow. We'll reach each other no matter what. No matter what, he echoed, agreeing with you. You had no idea what the future might hold. You didn't even know if someone would take you at that very moment. But even though that fear lingered within you, there was strength in your weaknesses. You found each other because of your vulnerabilities, yet neither of you were true cowards. You were both afraid, but you reminded each other that you were together. With hands held tightly, you both took another step forward together. This was another challenge yet to be faced, the fear of the unknown future. Whatever might threaten to break or sever the connection between you, neither of you would let go. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. It's been 3 days since Aizawa and the others went to the training camp. The days felt lonely and silent, especially with your class away, but Midoriya never failed to call you during the night. He shared stories about his training and how his day went, and you reciprocated, keeping the connection alive. During the days you weren't teaching, the school had approved you to engage in hero work, and you were assigned by the government to conduct rescue missions. You performed admirably, despite doubting your fighting skills. However, you soon realized that your abilities were still intact. Found yourself in the midst of a night mission with another hero. The task was relatively simple: scout the area and check for any unusual activity. While it was straightforward, it meant you couldn't call Midoriya late at night. You had informed him that you wouldn't be able to reach out until your work was finished, and with your shift extending past midnight, you knew you'd be up late. You had handled these situations well in the past. Having gone on missions with Aizawa multiple times before, staying awake was never an issue. However, the complete darkness in certain areas was unsettling. Crimes often occurred in narrow spaces, alleyways, and behind buildings with minimal lighting. Although you had your infrared scanner, it wasn't sufficient to identify anyone lurking in the shadows. The scanner you were using was an older model, as your latest one was broken and scheduled for repair soon. As you leaped across the rooftops, checking every alleyway, you found no signs of suspicious activity. Just as you were about to move on, someone blocked your path. A chill ran down your spine when you recognized who it was. Good evening, Angel. What a wonderful time to be alone together, right? Fear gripped you, and you felt a wave of nausea. Your lips trembled as you stared at the villain before you, frozen in shock. Memories of anxiety and darkness flooded back, and your fear intensified. Midoriya was at the training camp, striving to become the best hero for you and the world, but he wasn't here with you now. You felt utterly alone, and the embodiment of your fears stood before you. It was him, the very reason you were always on edge. This was the moment you had dreaded. Despite the overwhelming fear, you steeled yourself and entered a defensive stance, trembling but resolute. "Leave me alone, Shigaraki," you said firmly, your brows furrowing as you activated your quirk in an attempt to intimidate him. You knew it wouldn't be that easy. He laughed, a chilling sound that echoed in your ears. His bloodshot eyes bore into you, stripping away your defenses and leaving you feeling more suffocated than before. His gaze was filled with a disturbing interest. "Well, no, Angel, that's not how it works," he said, his voice a disconcerting mix of amusement and menace. "I'm here to take you to just like I promised." Your eyes widened in disbelief. There was no way he could know your specific location tonight, especially since your assignment was confidential. How could he have found you so easily, especially in an area so far from Kamino Ward? But now wasn't the time to ponder. Shigaraki stood before you, and you needed to escape. Yet your body felt paralyzed with fear. You sensed another presence nearby, perhaps Kurojirai, and that only added to your anxiety. "I won't let you take me," you hissed, glaring at him defiantly. "Not while I'm still alive." That was a lie. "Oh, what? You would rather give up? Do I need to remind you of your boyfriend?" Don't you want to live for him? Shigaraki taunted, scratching his neck in irritation. Hateful, hateful. Why do you always cling to each other? You two make me sick. He suddenly stopped, opening his arms wide before continuing. I found you at the A and became intrigued by your quirk. Now, I just want to take you away so I can see how much you two will suffer apart. You won't take me, you JRK. I'll make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine. You snarled, mustering your courage to confront him. Knowing what his quirk was terrified you not because you feared for your life, but because you were afraid of leaving someone behind and hurting them. Especially Midoriya. Shut your mouth, Angel. He retorted, gritting his teeth as his hands scratched at his already wounded neck. You decided to attack despite the risks of being captured. It was better to fight than to stand there, paralyzed by fear. Yes, you were scared, but that didn't matter right now. What mattered was your life and your escape. You threw a punch at him, which he dodged, reaching out to grab you. You barely managed to evade him, jumping back to maintain your distance. Just as you were about to call for help, the villain lunged at you, attacking with no time to breathe. Just come with me if you don't want to get hurt, Angel. Shigaraki smirked, his laughter echoing in the air. I can't promise I won't hurt you if you resist. His words felt like a breeze passing by. You didn't let them affect you. As you continued to dodge his grasp, you pulled a ball from your pocket and threw it in his direction. Before it could hit the ground, he caught it, and it crumbled to dust. I already know your tricks, Angel, so just stop. Frustrated, you activated your quirk and charged at him. You didn't care if you got hurt anymore. You just needed to touch him to make him faint, giving you a chance to escape. You reached out with your right hand, but he caught your wrist and twisted it, causing you to cry out in pain. But you didn't stop. You reached out with your other hand, but he used his free hand to stop you. He grinned. We both have two hands in case you forgot. Then he pushed you. Your eyes widened as a portal opened behind you. You fell into it, landing hard on a rough concrete floor. Pain shot through your body as you scraped your shoulder and cheek, a slight trickle of blood stinging your skin. The wound hurt, but the feeling of suffocation was worse. You were in a different place, completely defenseless. How pitiful, Angel. Really? Shigaraki cooed, caressing your hair as you slapped his hand away. You stood up and tried to keep your distance, but Kurogiri was behind you, watching. Your knight isn't here to protect you, is he? I thought he was supposed to keep you safe. He stepped closer and you instinctively took a step back. Where is he now? At the training camp, right? How do you know that? You gritted your teeth, worry gnawing at you as you feared for Midoriya's safety. No. Each step he took forced you further back until you bumped into Kurogiri, trapping you. Tonight might be the last time you see him alive. Who knows? His voice was gentle yet chilling as he wrapped his hand around your neck. You were about to strike back when he suddenly laughed. If you even lift a finger, I won't hesitate to make you disappear. He whispered, leaning in close. Come on now, Angel. Do it. Attack me so you can meet your end. You'd choose death over imprisonment, right? Right. Stop it, Shigaraki. Kurogiri warned, his yellow eyes narrowing slightly as a reminder for Shigaraki to hold back. The villain clicked his tongue and withdrew his hand, glaring at you. You're in the lion's den, Angel. You better pray someone comes to rescue you. Kurogiri, take her to the cage with the Nomus. And remove her costume. He grinned creepily, sending shivers down your spine. Bring her a white dress. She's an angel after all. Shigaraki left the room, leaving you with Kurogiri. Kurogiri moved to take you when you suddenly kicked at him, but he evaded and pinned you to the floor, your hands behind your back. Kurogiri sighed. I'm immune to your attacks, Shizenji. I have no physical body, and you can see that. You gritted your teeth in frustration, trying to wriggle free from Kurogiri's grip, but it was futile. Ugh! You cursed, fighting back tears of anger and fear with Kurogiri watching you. You couldn't afford to feel sorry for yourself. What you needed was a plan to escape, especially from Kurogiri's grasp. You still didn't know what they would do to you, and you didn't want to find out. You looked around. The building was vast, perhaps abandoned. The only light came from the moon, dim at first, but as the clouds parted, your heart raced, and your stomach churned. That there were many nomus here, preserved in large tanks with recycled pipes and machinery. The place reeked of formaldehyde, so foul that you nearly retched. This was it. You were captured. Now, all you could do was hope someone would come to rescue you. Because even if they took you away from him, he would always find a way to get you back. You were locked inside an abandoned building, chained to a chair with your hands and feet restrained. You stared blankly at your bare feet, covered in dirt and dust from the room, while the tattered white dress you wore felt like a mockery. The villain had said it suited an angel, but it only served to taint your spirit. It disgusted you, but you had no choice. It was your only option. Shizenji, YN, why do you always refuse your food? Kurogiri asked as he placed a plate before you. I don't want to eat, you mumbled, fiddling with the chains on your wrists. I'm not hungry. As soon as you said that, your stomach grumbled, betraying you in front of the villain. Kurogiri sighed and pushed the plate closer. You'll starve if you don't. You looked at him, confused by his concern. Do you care? Kurogiri paused, searching for an answer. I don't know either. You're a villain, you shouldn't care about a hero like me, you replied, frowning. What? Do we have those stereotypes now? His statement caught you off guard, stirring a mix of confusion and interest. It was strange to think of roles in such a rigid way. You knew not every villain was truly evil, just as not every hero was good. Perhaps your current situation was making you reconsider your judgments. No, it's just... I know that Tamura wants to do something terrible to me, just like everyone else here. I can sense their hatred for the hero society. Except for you. You're not kind, but you're not bad either. You tried to make sense of your thoughts. So, why? This is the best I can do for you. You narrowed your eyes at him, still puzzled. Do you owe me something? Kind of, yes. What do you owe me then? I don't remember. You pondered his words, struggling to connect them to your past. You couldn't recall any significant interaction with him, the first time being during the USJ incident, a memory you preferred to forget. He hadn't helped you then, leaving you confused about his claim. Eat your food now so you won't starve. If you don't, I'll have to feed you myself. Despite the coldness in his tone, you sighed and reached for the spoon. It was difficult with the shackles, but at least you could eat. Kurogiri watched you, making you uncomfortable, but you assumed it was to ensure you wouldn't try anything reckless. To your surprise, the food was quite good. The smell was off-putting, but it was better than nothing. Do you know why Shigaraki Tamura chose you? You paused, glancing at him before returning your gaze to the plate. Because of my quirk? Is it really that impressive? You swallowed, placing the spoon down, suddenly losing your appetite. I'm just a hero with no remarkable power. I'm not special. But you advanced to senior high school at a young age. You now teach at the top hero school and work with the best heroes. Isn't that impressive? Kurogiri tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. All your achievements were impressive, yes. You were a top hero and the youngest to step into the hero society, but it had cost you everything your normal life. If I could go back to when I was still studying, I wouldn't force myself. I thought being a hero was everything that I wouldn't be like my parents. I wanted to be logical and fair to everyone, making the right decisions. But what did it get me? You had met Midoriya while teaching, and you were grateful for those moments. But you wished for normalcy, being his classmate, going on regular dates, not hiding your relationship. One mistake could lead to dire consequences. Even if your friends or students accepted you, society wouldn't. It was a chasm you had to cross, a thought that echoed in your mind. Do you regret being a teacher? No, you replied hastily. I don't. It's just things could have been better if I hadn't become one. Now, I don't know what will happen to me. You don't. I mean, what's useful about absorbing energy and healing others? It feels ordinary. Kurogiri frowned. You don't know. His expression was unsettling and the mood shifted. Darkness crept into your chest, tightening around your throat. Fear stirred within you, sending a shiver down your spine. What is it? Tell me. Don't bother, Kurogiri. You inhaled sharply at the familiar hoarse voice, trembling as you clenched the chains tightly, avoiding eye contact with the villain. You sensed him grinning, amused by your fear. I'll tell her myself. He grabbed your arm and slammed you against the wall, lifting your chin to meet his gaze. How pitiful you are, Angel. No wonder you're still here. If you only knew, perhaps you could do better. Suddenly, you found your voice caught in your throat, unable to scream. Deep down, you knew that even if you called for help, no one would come because you were trapped in this miserable cage, unable to escape like an angel with broken wings. Did you know that when your parents died, you could have saved them? But I guess they were too naive to realize. Foolish fools. You gritted your teeth at the harsh words. About your parents, frustration and anger bubbling within you. With your emotions boiling within you, the lump that once suffocated you compelled you to speak out. You don't even know them, you hissed, glaring at Tamura. I don't even remember most of our experiences. And yet you say that. Tamura suddenly gripped your face, his voice low and filled with anger. Don't you talk back to me, Angel, or you'll truly meet the one who made you. You trembled in fear, and before you could recover, he grabbed you by your hair and chuckled darkly. Hi, Angel. You don't even know how precious you are. You don't even know how dangerous you can be. What do you mean by that? He laughed louder, clearly entertained by your confusion. Wow. Even your clueless boyfriend didn't tell you. They're so foolish for not realizing. He paused, giving you a sharp glare as if warning you about the questions you dared to ask. He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against your cheeks. You didn't like it, but you could only flinch and coil in defense, hoping to shield yourself. You really don't know? Don't play dumb, Angel. You must know, he whispered, sending shivers down your spine. Then he pulled back, grinning at you. You aren't called an angel for no reason. If there were no truth to it, people would have called you something else. He slammed his palm against the wall, making you flinch in shock and fear, closing your eyes tightly in hopes of waking up from this nightmare. Unfortunately, this was the reality you had to face. Then he smiled. Did you know that you have a gift from the gods? No one else with other quirks could ever match yours. He chirped, his enthusiasm unsettling. You remained silent, waiting for him to finish his proclamation. You'd have the ability to bring back the dead. Hearing that felt like being doused with ice-cold water. You paled, a chill creeping through your body. Your chest tightened, and your breathing grew heavier as panic gripped you. Questions flooded your mind. Why didn't they tell me? When did they know? How do I activate it? Why do I have this? Why did I not know this? But, why? Why didn't I save my parents? Warning. Yes, Angel. Fall into despair. You regret it, right? Not being able to save your parents. He wheezed, barely containing his laughter. It's as if you killed them. You stared into the darkness that loomed before you, your shadow stretching endlessly into it. Not even the moonlight could pierce through. It was nothing. All your emotions suddenly left you. You felt cold, empty, yet torn. What's the point then? You mumbled. Just end it, please. I'm just a worthless piece of trash. It was strange. You couldn't even cry or feel sadness. You just felt nothing. As if everything had been taken from you, leaving you with nothing left to lose. How could you ever forgive yourself for not saving your own parents? You had the power to bring them back, but you didn't. Because even you didn't know yourself. This whole ordeal felt so foolish. You feared that your worst nightmares would come true, and when they did, you hoped someone would rescue you and take you away to a happy ending. But no, that wasn't the case here. You had the ability to be someone special, a true hero. But why did it have to be this way? Why had they hidden it from you? Tamura stroked your hair, but you felt nothing, not even fear. You just started to not care about what happened to you. If you want to forgive yourself, then make yourself useful, he grinned. I'll ensure that you repent for the sins you've committed. They always said how special you were. The youngest hero to ever earn her license, an accomplished teacher, and a healing nurse. All your life, you believed that healing and rescuing others was the right thing to do to prevent people from experiencing the loss you had. But who knew you could do so much more than that? Everyone except you. You stared into the darkness that seemed to want to swallow you whole. You were willing to let it. How long had you been here? You didn't even count the days. Do you want to see a friend? Kurogiri asked, sitting in the chair he had placed before you. You didn't respond, giving him only a blank stare. You don't speak anymore. Has the truth damaged you that much? You remained silent, not bothering to answer his question. I'll ask you some questions before we go to Tamura. Just nod for yes, shake your head for no. You slightly nodded, understanding his instructions. Besides, what was the point of disobeying? All you could do now was follow orders. Rebelling wouldn't do you any good. Not that you expected anyone to come for you. That's right, meeting, blooming, inhaling, exhaling, then crying. It's all part of the process everyone must endure. After crying, one must be ready to meet another day. A fresh start. But this felt rotten, more like a decaying way to begin anew. First question, are you willing to cooperate now? You nodded. Second, do you want to help us? You shook your head. Third, are you ready to submit to the Kingpin's orders? You nodded. Fourth, do you still want to return to UA? You stayed still, no answer. Even if you thought about it, you didn't know for sure. After feeling betrayed by those who kept you in the dark, you weren't sure if you wanted to return. Alone with your thoughts, you would suffer, but if you saw them, you would feel upset. So what was the right answer? Kurogiri waited for your response, neither proceeding to the next question nor stopping the interrogation. You just waited. Then you shook your head. Fifth, do you still want to be a hero? You paused to think. What is a hero, really? For you, it's those who save others, those who prevent evil from happening. They defend the world from devastation and fit into those clichés where they save the day from villains. They fight for justice and stop crime in the city. You're tired of that. Somehow. So you shook your head. Sixth, do you miss him? You looked up to see him. Somehow, you could still feel a faint emotion lingering in your chest, although it was too weak to be considered. You were confused and didn't know how to answer. Thoughts raced through your mind, and you couldn't stop them. Do you miss him? Do you want to see him? Did he know about your quirk? If so, why didn't he tell you? What was his reaction when he found out? Pity? Confusion? Hatred? You wondered how he was doing right now. Is he crying? Is he in pain? Is he panicking because you are gone? Is he lonely? Does he still think about you before he sleeps? You closed your eyes. Maybe so. He was that kind of person after all. So you nodded. Lastly, would you forgive him for the things he kept from you? You huffed while smiling a bit, imagining his reaction once you got out of here. Almost as if a fire suddenly flickered to life, urging you not to give in so easily. I will. Then you opened your eyes, looking at the villain before you. What are you now, my therapist? He just stood up and dusted off his clothes, nodding at you. No. But I don't want you to be that miserable. You can be a villain, but don't fall deeper. The more tainted you are, the more you're chained to despair. I know that for a fact. You said, your words monotone. And I know for a fact too, that it's probably the best time to discontinue this charade of being a hero. Then perfect. You inhaled sharply as you heard that voice once again. You looked away to avoid those eyes that were staring at you. He continued, if you're willing to cooperate, then it's better. I thought you would sulk until you withered away. It's not like I have a choice, you muttered under your breath, but he still heard it. I know, Angel. That's why you need to be quiet. You obeyed and stayed silent. Then he lifted your face while you averted your eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. Most of the Nomus here are half dead, which is why we preserve them in chemicals. They are in the midst of evolving, you see, so they are asleep most of the time. We manage to stabilize them and wake them up when we need them, but the weaker Nomus have a high probability of failing because they are inadequate. Then he pressed his fingers, forcefully turning your face to meet his gaze. Look at me, Angel. You glared at him, and he seemed pleased, grinning as he tucked a strand of hair behind your ear, tilting his head to match your height. Are going to use these? He cooed, tracing his rough finger from your hands to your lower lip, gently caressing it, and this to revive these failing experiments. You cringed. You want me to kiss that thing of yours? He still hadn't let go of your face as he smirked in amusement. Well, it's not like you have a choice, am I right? You turned your head sharply to the side, trying to break free. He leaned back and cursed while scratching his neck in irritation. Fine, I'll give you 1 day to think about it. You turned to him with a blank expression and replied, "What if I said no?" Shigaraki raised a brow, smiling. "I'm glad you asked." He chuckled and crossed his arms, his grin wide and menacing. "I'll take your quirk and turn your body into a Nomu." Blood drained from your face, and a shiver traveled down your spine. There always seemed to be a new fear building within you as time passed in this filthy place. It would cease for a short time but never truly leave. You clenched your jaw. You thought he would kill you if you refused, but then you guessed it was more convenient to turn you into a resource. Now, you were asking yourself if you were truly at the mercy of these villains. Maybe yes. What? He mused. You didn't know it would be like this? You expect us to kill you? He barked in laughter, which echoed in the worn-out building. Then he shook his head, raising an eyebrow as he tipped your chin up, ensuring you were looking into his chaotic eyes. "I'm not that merciful to give you a swift death, Angel. I'll strip away your freedom piece by piece until you have no choice but to be mine." He smirked and walked out of the room, leaving you in turmoil. Kurogyari watched silently but never left your side. It was as if he was your temporary guardian, one you didn't know you needed. He walked closer to you and stood beside you while you huffed and looked down. "What are you going to do now?" You pondered for a minute, then sighed before speaking. "Don't know. I just need some space. I need time to think." Kurogyari hummed. "Don't you want to ask me for help?" You scoffed, taking his words as a joke. "You wouldn't help me. You already paid me that debt. Whatever it is that you owe me." Unconsciously. He blinked, turning his head to you before nodding. "I did. And you know me well. And here I thought pride was keeping you from deciding quickly. The other one was like that." You narrowed your eyes, surprised that he mentioned another person. Could it be that you weren't alone in here? That someone else was captured like you? Wait, the other one? Kurogyari stayed silent. He never budged nor batted an eye. You stomped your foot on the floor, frustrated at his choice to remain quiet. You clenched your fist and glared at the villain. "Who's the other one?" "Guess. You're smart, right?" Kurogyari deadpanned, mocking you as if it was the most amusing thing he could do. "Forget you," you cursed before looking back at the ground, annoyed. "Who's the other one? You said pride, right?" Kurogyari remained silent. "Geez, you could give a hint." You heaved a heavy sigh before closing your eyes. There could be many heroes that these guys would take. But they would take someone who couldn't possibly fight back, or someone they could easily overpower. Then you remembered the incident back at UA. How they managed to infiltrate the school despite its heavy security. As you recalled your moments during the USJ incident, you realized something. You frowned, your face paling in shock as your body trembled. "Hey, never mind the person you captured," you muttered, slowly turning to Kurogyari as the realization began to sink in. "Back when you infiltrated USJ." "Did." You swallowed, confusion and fear washing over you. "Did you know that Midoriya died back then?" Kurogyari turned to you, his eyes calm and his figure still. With a voice devoid of warmth, he answered straightforwardly, "If you mean that green-haired kid whom Nomu smashed to the ground, then yes. I think he died back then." Your eyes widened. "Then, if I hadn't been there and the Nomu got him, he would have died? If I hadn't kissed him, he would be gone? If I had hesitated, then I wouldn't have saved him?" Kurogyari nodded. "Yes. You didn't know if you were just lucky or if you were truly exceptional. You wouldn't choose the latter as you felt far from great. But you saved him, even without knowing your true quirk." Unknowingly, tears began to fall from your face. You felt the warm liquid tracing your cheeks, and you unconsciously sobbed. I don't. If I had kept my promise to my parents, then This was all very confusing and conflicting. You didn't know how to react to everything happening around you. You wanted to hug Midoriya, but you couldn't because he wasn't near you. You couldn't call him because you were trapped. All you wanted was to see him, touch him, and be with him. Why did it have to be so hard? You couldn't even wipe your tears. You couldn't even know if he was injured or not. If your theory was correct and the villains had indeed managed to capture one of the students, then surely Midoriya would have fought back. He would have given his all, even his life, just to protect someone. He's that kind of hero. You were beginning to feel anxious and scared, more than you feared Shigaraki. Now that you were living your nightmare, you wondered what more was to come. You had enough. And just wanted it all to end. You just wanted a happy ending. But that dream of yours felt too far out of reach. You couldn't even tell if it was a dream. Or a delusion. It was midnight. You and Midoriya had just finished watching a film entitled 50 Shades of Grey. To be honest, you two didn't even finish it because Mina had been such a dork and a slight pain after recommending that very film to you. When you stopped watching the film, both of you sat in complete silence. You had managed to catch a glimpse of one of those suggestive scenes, and it lingered in your mind, leading to some rather odd thoughts. Midoriya was as red as a tomato, and you weren't any different. It was just the two of you left on the floor because Aizawa and Yamada had work and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Yep, the perfect time for awkwardness. You forcefully closed your eyes, but each time you did, you immediately opened them due to your vivid imagination of Midoriya in front of you. Doing things. You gritted your teeth and shook the thoughts away before turning to Midoriya, only to see him blushing deeply in embarrassment. You took a breath before patting Midoriya's shoulder. Izuku, let's grab some FO. What? Wait, Sin. Don't touch me. You were startled by Izuku's sudden reaction. He was so tense and nervous that he couldn't even maintain eye contact with you. You were embarrassed too, but you knew Midoriya had it harder, all because of his pent-up emotions. You scooted away from him, not too far, but enough to give him some space to breathe. You okay? I could grab some food for us. Wait a second here. Before you could even stand up, Midoriya pulled you by the wrist, and you fell back onto the couch as he pinned you in place. He loomed over you, flushed and embarrassed, but he looked closely into your eyes and shook his head. Don't leave me here. I can't. Then he sighed, leaning his head and nuzzling into the crook of your neck. You could feel his heavy breath against your skin, sending a shiver down your spine. He was too close for comfort. Izuku? You whispered, calling out his name softly. He shuddered, leaning closer as he sighed. That's unfair. You shouldn't call me like that. Then he pulled back, taking a moment to look at your face before leaning back in. Remember that I'm a man too, San. And we have no exceptions when it comes to these things. You felt weak all of a sudden. It wasn't that you couldn't struggle, it was just that your feelings were telling you to give in. It was Midoriya after all, and you loved him. And he loved you too. So you guessed that it was okay. But it wasn't. Midoriya kissed your forehead, your nose, both cheeks, and then your lips. He pulled back, sitting up and smiling at you. Don't worry, San. We both know that we aren't ready for this. And I don't want to rush things because we still have time left for us. I know we should work on our relationship before taking that step. He sighed while you sat up, still dumbfounded. Can't bear to do it if I don't have the assurance and the readiness for it. You're my treasure, so I need to take care of you more than I do. He mumbled while fiddling with his thumbs. Readiness? You mean? He smiled. Marriage. As you sat in the middle of the darkness with your head bowed, you contemplated your situation. First, the villain's terms for you. Second, how to escape this dreadful place. And lastly, how to finally confront everything you had endured. So here you were. The air grew cold, sending chills down your spine. You felt a lump form in your throat as you struggled to swallow. Hearing that voice made your heart race with fear. Just how many of your nightmares would you have to face? How nice for me to be graced in the presence of an angel. He cooed, his footsteps echoing around you. You clenched your hands, trying to suppress your trembling, but it was futile. Your shackles clanked as your teeth chattered, your heart pounding in your chest. Hello, angel. Do you remember me? You didn't respond, but you recognized him, the man from your mission, the one who had been with Kurogiri, the one who had left a mark on your arm. This was worse than your encounters with Shigaraki. You felt nauseous with anxiety. Ah, no words. How sad. I really wished you'd tell me all about the things you experienced while you were in your heaven, Wyan. He circled around you, and though your eyes were tightly shut, you could hear his footsteps and sense his presence drawing closer. He stopped right where your burn mark was, a reminder of your fear. You flinched as you felt him brush against your scar, a cold and scratchy sensation that made your skin crawl. He caressed it as if it were a delicate flower, chuckling softly. This is wonderful. Isn't this an art on your skin? A tainted reminder of who you belong to. Then he stepped in front of you, grabbing your hair and forcing you to look up. You saw that face again, the one that haunted your nightmares. You took a shaky breath, groaning in pain as the sound of your heavy, short breaths filled the silence. If you think you can escape us, Wyan, think again. You can try to fly away if you want, but hunters are always on the prowl. He whispered in a threatening tone, grinning. We will always find a way to cage you, even if we have to clip your wings. He released you roughly and walked away, leaving you to suffer in silence, tears streaming down your face. And no one came to wipe them away. It's really cramped. Midoriya whispered as he struggled to maintain his balance on Todoroki's shoulders. Don't lean forward too much, the boy with glasses reminded him, carefully helping Kirishima rise. We need to be ready to run at a moment's notice. Ida, can you move back a little? Kirishima asked, gripping the edge of the wall as he tried to stand on Ida's shoulders. Despite being a bit unsteady, Kirishima managed to look through the window of what appeared to be an abandoned building. Tell us what you see. Kirishima, what's inside? Ida asked, holding the redhead's legs for support. It's just dirty, I don't really see anything, Kirishima gasped in shock, nearly losing his balance. Kirishima? Midoriya called, confused. Ida managed to steady them as Kirishima clung to the wall. What's wrong? What do you see, Kirishima? Todoroki asked, alarmed by Kirishima's sudden reaction. Kirishima was sweating profusely, his face pale. He handed the night vision scope to Midoriya, trembling as he spoke. In the back on the left. Midoriya, look in the back on the left. Midoriya quickly peered through the scope, following Kirishima's instructions. He saw large tanks with tubes connecting them, and inside were creatures he dreaded to see. No way, are those all? His eyes widened in horror. Nomu. He stood frozen, but then he noticed something else, someone. His heart raced with a mix of relief and fear. There you were, sitting with your hands tied and feet shackled, dressed in a white sleeveless dress, a sign that they had stripped you of your costume. Wyan-san, he whispered, tears welling in his eyes. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. I saw Wyan-san. I have to go and save her. No, Midoriya. Ida warned, gritting his teeth. You can't. Calm down. We need a plan before we rush in. But that she's waiting for me. I need to save her. Midoriya gripped the wall and the night vision scope, determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, you were lost in your thoughts, weighing your limited options. You hoped that even if you agreed to the villain's terms, you might still find a way to escape. It was unlikely, but hope was all you had for now. You sighed in exhaustion, your jaw clenched in frustration. I just want to go back to him. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the silence, and you turned your head toward the source, tears streaming down your face as you saw the heroes. Is that? Lady seemed to recognize you. That she's the other one that was taken, Seraph. The other hero, best genist, hurried to your side and freed you. You couldn't even feel your legs. How long had you been locked in here? The other police officers carried you and supported you. You couldn't hear what was happening. Exhaustion had taken over. All the words they were saying were blurry until you were pulled away by something, followed by a loud explosion. Your ears were ringing, and your vision was still hazy. There was something heavy weighing on you, and you struggled to wake up. The chaos around you was overwhelming. Despite the exhaustion pressing down on you, you opened your eyes and found yourself under some rubble, injured. You groaned, shaking your head to clear your thoughts. As you squinted, you saw that the building was gone, reduced to debris from the fight, with the League of Villains clashing with all might and Bakugo. The air was chilly despite the summer heat, and everything felt suffocating. Yet you pushed yourself to stand. You noticed a villain sneaking up on Bakugo from behind, so you gathered your strength and ran, delivering a swift kick to the villain's head. Everyone was surprised by your sudden attack, especially Bakugo and All Might. LN, Sensei? Bakugo frowned, still taken aback. You wiped your mouth and sighed, feeling a sharp pain in your head. Yep. Now go. I'll help you escape, you mumbled, almost lacking the strength to move. What are you saying? I don't want to leave you here. You have to, you shouted back. This isn't your fight. Leave this to us pro-heroes. You bit your lower lip, feeling it bleed. That you're just a student, and you don't have to get involved. Now, you insisted, growling at him. The blonde female villain soon attacked, swiping her blade at you. You barely evaded and jumped out of the way. Seraph, you should take Bakugo with you. All Might shouted, while evading and countering another villain's attacks. Do you think I will let you? The villain extended sharp objects toward both you and Bakugo. All Might successfully defended Bakugo, but you were caught because he couldn't reach you in time. You were thrown back, crashing into a wall. You coughed, feeling the impact take its toll on your ribs. Pain shot through you, and your ears rang again as black dots swirled in your vision. Then you heard the villain's laughter cutting through the noise. I told you, little angel. Even if we shoot your wings until they're useless. You couldn't tell what was real or imagined, what was truth or lie. All you wanted was to go home. To him. To your grandma. To Aizawa and Yamada. Maybe cook them some food? That might be a good idea. Then you heard voices in the distance. Your ears were still ringing, and your body felt numb, but you could still hear them, albeit vaguely. They're distracted. Now's the chance. Hurry, carry her. We must get to safety quick. Carefully now. We should really get her to the hospital. She lost a lot of blood. I haven't seen Midoriya this devastated and desperate. I'm glad he at least trusted her with us. Then silence. He was even crying when he saw her crash near him. Did he say, Midoriya? Is Midoriya even there? Did he really come to get you? Did he really come to save you? Ah, the knight in shining armor. Your knight and his princess. All you felt right now was excruciating pain, but along with that was relief. He was there. And that was all you wanted to know. Is everything over? Is everything okay now? You knew too well that there was more to come after this. They would still chase you. They would still hunt you. You were tired. Perhaps it was time to get some sleep. You just wanted to rest. For a long time? You didn't know. All you wanted was to rest. Quietly, peacefully. Then you could close your eyes in this harsh reality and dream while slumbering. You could escape that pain. Or that fear. You just wanted to stop for a while, frozen and unmoving. Like the sleeping beauty in that fairy tale you once heard. Wyan-san, please wake up. I beg you. Then there was silence. And warmth holding your hand. That I miss you and I love you. That voice. You had heard it somewhere before. It was very familiar, too familiar. You missed it. You loved it. You cherished it. Why did you love it again? Yes. It belonged to someone you truly loved and adored. Your knight. You opened your eyes, light shining brightly. You felt weak but not in pain. Blinked slowly, adjusting your sight to the world around you. The first thing you saw was a white ceiling. Then you looked to your side and saw your favorite flowers on the nightstand. You felt a warm breeze and the sun shining on your face. Then you saw him. You recognized his familiar face, a bit more mature but still the same as you remembered. The same freckles, the same fluffy green hair, the same gentle eyes, and his familiar gestures. The same scent. The same figure. Same him. Because it was him before you. You reached out your hand weakly and he caught it, sobbing just like he always did. He held your hand, kissed it, and placed it on his cheek. You smiled. I know you. I walked with you, once upon a dream. A tear slipped from your eye as you blinked. My seaweed knight. Why do you think I'm here, Izuku? You asked, arms crossed and eyebrow raised, giving the male hero a pointed look. You were currently in his agency, paying a short visit because something had happened. To heal me? He asked, almost timidly, then winced in pain as he touched the wound on his arm, noticing that blood was still seeping from it. "No," you replied. Midoriya paused, frowning in confusion. "Why then?" "I'm here to take care of you," you said, and for a moment, Midoriya looked a bit too hopeful, but you suddenly tapped his wound lightly and added, "Of course I'm here to help you, you seaweed." "What, did you think I would just let this slide?" "Oh, that really hurt," Midoriya whimpered, wincing. You rolled your eyes. "Well, that should be expected. You got hit by a knife, and it's a deep wound. It would hurt." You grumbled as you poured alcohol onto a clean cloth and pressed it against Midoriya's injury. He heaved in a breath through gritted teeth and gripped the desk he was sitting on. "Hold on, Izu," you instructed, retrieving more clean towels and cotton from your bag. Midoriya looked at you with gentle eyes. Time had flown by. So much had happened over the past few years, but you two were still here, still together. It had been tough with all the obstacles and fears you faced, but you were still going strong. Noticing Midoriya's gaze, you looked back at him, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Why are you staring at me?" Midoriya smiled and reached out to touch your hair, fiddling with it as nostalgia filled his eyes. "I just remember how long we've been together. It's unbelievable. Almost like a dream." He paused, caressing your cheek as if it were a delicate flower petal, his fingers brushing your face lightly. "When you woke up from your coma, I thought I was dreaming. Even now, I sometimes wonder if this is just a long dream." You gave him a reassuring smile, holding his hand and placing his warm palm against your cheek. "Well, can you feel my warmth?" He nodded. "Yes." "Then that proves this is not a dream, Izu," you murmured before placing a gentle kiss on his palm. His wound began to close, and the bleeding stopped. You gave him a small grin and chuckled. "And you did the same thing for me when I first woke up? I still can't believe I slept for 2 years. It's been 7 years since that incident happened." You gave him an apologetic look, feeling concerned and guilty. "I'm so sorry if I left you alone for those years, Izu. I really am." He shook his head and placed a light kiss on your forehead. "You were always worth the wait." You both chuckled at how cheesy you were being and returned to what you were doing. You cleaned the blood that stained his arms and tended to the other scratches. Then he spoke. "I remember how shocked I was when you actually quit being a hero. You even gave up your teaching license just to be with me. The principal said he would let you off the hook if you broke up with me until I graduated. But you didn't." You shrugged. "Not that I hated teaching. I just thought that if you were away from me, I would lose my mind. Well, I was kidnapped and almost forced to kiss someone. Not the best memories I have." You finished cleaning up Midoriya. "Besides, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't quit. I realized that being a hero didn't really fit me, even though I excelled back when I was studying." Then you smiled, packing up all your disinfectants and tools. "I was thinking that being a hero doesn't always mean you have to be the one in the spotlight. Now, I'm saving lives by treating them and making them feel better. I'm currently being a hero to a hero, because there are heroes who always get hurt. Like you do." You scolded, squinting your eyes at him before gently tapping where his wound was, huffing. "Now, if you get injured again, I swear I won't forgive you, and I will refuse to help you even if you crawl to me. So just stop getting hurt all the time." He chuckled. "Sorry, but if I promised now, I believe I would break it. You remember how many times I got hurt when we were younger?" "I know. And I can't believe I fell for those." You scowled playfully. "You always get hurt because you're a pro hero. But even if I'm a surgeon now, that doesn't mean I can always heal you." Then you paused, realizing something, and flicked him on the forehead, smiling mischievously. Midoriya touched his forehead, puzzled by your actions. "What?" "I remember scolding you back then, saying I would do that whenever you got injured. I want to keep that promise." He puffed his cheeks, pouting. "You still remember that? That was years ago." "Well, I remember everything we did. I was asleep for 2 years. So I have no memories besides those." You stated, feeling a bit down. He walked over and patted your head. There, Wayne. We can still make new memories right now. This week is Uraraka's birthday, We can visit her or throw a surprise party. He said, still patting your head. You were the one pouting now, slightly annoyed by how he was treating you. Just because you got taller and stronger doesn't mean you're more mature now. You're still a crybaby. I remember you crying when Aizawa and Yamada agreed that we could live together just last year. Then you laughed at the memory, recalling how he looked when he cried. It's hard to believe. You're a grown teenager now. 21 years old. A legitimate adult. With more responsibilities and taxes. He chuckled at your statement and nodded, a hint of defeat in his expression. Yes, I remember that. But you didn't have to bring it up. The past is in the past. Thank you for your consent. I will take care of YN-san, I promise. I will let you beat me until I can't stand anymore if I make her cry, I swear and Before you could finish your playful imitation, he covered your mouth, his face turning red with embarrassment. Please don't, YN. I don't want to hear it. I'm so embarrassed, so please stop. He released you, and you let out a soft laugh, nodding. Alright, you seaweed. But still. You scanned him from head to toe, squinting your eyes in thought. You really look strong, but your face is so gentle like a baby. I adore that. He sighed. Please don't look at me like that, YN. I'm getting self-conscious. You scoffed at his ridiculous remark, smirking. Wow, say that when your fan club is abolished. You have an attractive face full of cute freckles like constellations. If I weren't your girlfriend, you would have so many girls clinging to you. Your tone was a bit bitter. I wish you weren't so handsome. Gah, if I could just meet past Midoriya, I would definitely hug you and just squish you. Ha, I remember how adorable you were back then. Sneaking me out just so we could go to the fireworks festival alone. Getting selfish and asking if I wanted to be kissed. And calling me YN-san with those pure eyes. And that line of yours. Yes, I do like a little rebellion. Eek, so cliched and cheesy yet so good. You squealed, reminiscing about those moments, while Midoriya just sighed and smiled, arms crossed. We're not getting a flashback all of a sudden, right? Because remembering those times and how lame I was back then is quite embarrassing. You rolled your eyes. Izu. If I were to describe one thing about you, it's that you always get so embarrassed. Even back when you took care of me when I was sick. You playfully slapped Midoriya's desk, recalling how precious those moments were as you squealed. DMN. Those days were good. Midoriya laughed sheepishly. Well, it was cowardly of me when I asked you on a date and invited Uraraka-san and Idaku-kun to come too. I was so afraid of being alone with you, not gonna lie. You gasped, pointing your finger at him in slight shock. Now you finally admitted it. You didn't know how disappointed I was back then. Midoriya pouted. But I was overwhelmed, okay? I didn't think you would actually say yes. And also, it was my first time asking someone out. You can imagine how I would act. Yes. I should have expected it. You sighed, remembering your friendly date with him. But I was too excited to even think of that. Then you both laughed and held each other's hands. Midoriya rested his head on your shoulder, smiling. You tilted your head so your nose would nuzzle into his green fluffy hair, smiling too. But now, look at us. We're open with each other unlike before. We know so many things about each other and are still discovering more. You nodded. Now you're learning how to be confident in a relationship. I'm glad that you aren't embarrassed anymore. Well, I wouldn't mind watching you get shy and sheepish though. It makes you look cuter than you are now. He chuckled, his voice deeper and more masculine than before. He gripped your hands a little tighter and nuzzled his nose into the crook of your neck. Do you want me to call you YN-san again? You turned your head to him, kissing his hair before grinning. Geez, I wouldn't pester you to actually call me by my name if I wanted that. I'm satisfied now. Then he separated and you two locked eyes. He wrapped his arms around your waist, while you wrapped yours around his neck. A gesture you'd done countless times before, but it never got old. You still felt butterflies in your stomach, the familiar chills running down your spine as you leaned in, your lips brushing together in a sweet kiss. You would fall in love with this man every day. He was there for you, even when you were apart, always waiting and chasing after you. You didn't even know if you were the angel. Because maybe he was. He was so kind and caring that at times it was hard to accept. You were spoiled by him and he always took care of you. But despite that, you loved him, everything about him. His eyes that shone every time he saw you, his flushed cheeks when you kissed him unexpectedly, his soft hands that held you, his fluffy green hair, and his freckles that sparkled like stars in a beautiful night sky. His sheepish smiles, questions, and mumbles. Everything about him. He would always comfort you in your times of need, hug you, and be your shoulder to lean on. He was your protector and shelter. He was your knight. He loved holding you in his arms, feeling your warmth and soft kisses. He cherished combing his fingers through your strands and never grew tired of it. It was the little things he fell in love with, and he was always thankful that he met you. You would always heal him whenever he was hurt, with a small kiss. His blissful cure. And he would never regret waiting for you to come home. Back to him. You were his princess. And thus, the story of the knight and princess. The angel and the hero. The healer and the fighter ends happily ever after. The end. Or everyone. You exclaimed as you stumbled into your house, Midoriya supporting you. YN, please lower your voice, everybody is sleeping, the green-haired man said, sighing in exhaustion. The two of you had just returned from an alumni party where you were invited. Everyone was there, and you had indulged in a bit too much to drink after a challenge from the yellow-haired guy. Thankfully, you weren't too weak when it came to alcohol. Though you had indulged a bit too much, you found yourself in the bedroom, where Midoriya gently placed you on the bed. He started to leave to get you a set of pajamas, but you stopped him, grabbing his wrist and pulling him back. Now, he found himself hovering over you, your arms wrapped around his neck. You're so cute. You're my boyfriend, right? You exclaimed, your words slightly slurred. Midoriya sighed, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Yes I am. Oh my gosh. You're so handsome, you chirped, punctuating your excitement with a hiccup. YN, please let go. I need to get you a change of clothes. You just laughed, brushing off his request as if it were nothing. Pulling him closer, you pressed your lips against his, teasingly liking them before pulling away. You taste like orange juice. Midoriya smiled. I didn't drink beer, I was just having orange juice. Now that you've had your kiss, can you let me go? You shook your head, pouting. Nope. You are mine. Yes, I am yours. All yours, YN. Now, can I please get your clothes? I'll be back, I promise. You furrowed your brows, narrowing your eyes in suspicion. But you always break your promises. Midoriya felt cornered. He knew he had let you down in the past, but he was trying to change that. It wasn't fair to make a promise he couldn't keep. I won't this time. Pinky promise. But Izuku, you hiccuped again, I want you. I really do. But I'm right here. No, you groaned, shaking your head. I meant I want to be closer to you. Midoriya was taken aback, nearly stumbling over your words. What? You burst into laughter at his shocked expression, his face turning as red as an apple. But it's normal for couples to do that. Our classmates have already, done it. You pouted. Can't we also do it? Am I not beautiful enough for you? Midoriya covered his face with his hands, his cheeks still flushed. You are so beautiful, YN. But I can't take advantage of you just because you're not yourself right now. But I'm being honest, you insisted. Please, Izuku. While I'm feeling this way, I want to be with you. I want to give myself to you. I know I won't have the courage to say this when we're sober. You traced your finger along his neck, sending shivers down his spine. I want you. Right now. Midoriya groaned, leaning in close, stopping just an inch away from you. Fine. But don't blame me for this. Then he kissed you, softly yet passionately. You kissed back, tasting the remnants of orange juice on his lips, while he savored the sweetness of your kiss. It was intoxicating and he felt a rush of warmth. He gently brushed your hair aside, his hands exploring as he removed your top. You let out a soft sound of approval, allowing him to undress you. He admired you, your hair tousled, your figure captivating. And there was your unicorn pattern bra. Midoriya chuckled at the sight and you frowned, feeling a bit embarrassed. What's wrong with unicorns? You mumbled. They're cute and adorable. Just like you, he replied, his smile warm. He placed gentle kisses along your collarbone, trailing down to the edge of your bra. As he removed his own shirt, he returned to kissing you, making you sit up and wrap your arms around his neck, your fingers running through his green hair. His fingers traced along your spine, sending shivers through you as you savored his kisses. You felt his hands move lower, and you gasped softly, your heart racing. Midoriya paused, concern in his eyes. Are you okay? Yes, you breathed, feeling the heat between you. I want to be close to you. He nodded, his expression serious. Okay, but we can take our time. You smiled, feeling a rush of affection. This was a new step for both of you, and it felt right. You nodded, and he quickened his pace while you caught your breath, finally reaching a peak of emotion. Midoriya retrieved a protection from the side cabinet, opening it with his teeth. I'm really sorry, but I can't wait any longer. You gazed at him affectionately before reaching out to caress his cheeks. Then do it. You smiled and kissed his cheek, whispering, I love you. Please be gentle. He smiled back and nodded, placing your arms around his neck. With one arm supporting you, he moved closer. Are you okay? He asked, his voice strained as he reminded himself to take it slow. I'm okay. You can continue. He nodded and pushed forward gently, but you winced, a tear escaping your eyes. Midoriya brushed away your tears, breathing heavily. You can stop if you want. No. I want this. You sighed, wrapping your arms around him. I need this. For us. Midoriya pulled you in for a sweet, lingering kiss as he finally moved closer, making you shiver with a mix of emotions. You took a moment to adjust before nodding at him, and he began to move slowly, his pace steady and considerate. As you looked into Midoriya's eyes, you could see him lost in the joy of the moment, his hair falling over his face, cheeks flushed, beads of sweat forming on his temple. This was pleasure for him too. His steady rhythm gradually picked up, transforming any discomfort into pure bliss. You tangled your fingers in his hair, feeling him close. Can I go faster? He whispered, resting his head against your neck. You nodded. Go. Those words were music to his ears. His speed fluctuated, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, creating a rhythm that sent sparks of heat between you. You held each other tightly, with Midoriya nuzzling your shoulder as you arched your back. I'm so sorry, Wyan. I'm going to... You urged him on, breathing heavily as if he were racing in a marathon. The room was filled with the sounds of your breaths and the heat of the moment, creating an atmosphere that was almost overwhelming. It was driving you wild, and as you neared your peak, you called out his name, Izuku, I love you. Thank you. He held you close, nodding. I love you too, so much. Your heart raced as you felt a powerful sensation building within you, and just as you reached your climax, Midoriya called your name, joining you in that moment. He lay beside you afterward, smiling as he tucked a strand of hair behind your ear. Thank you. This was a wonderful experience for me. I love you so much. He placed a gentle kiss on your lips and pulled the blanket over you. You snuggled closer, letting him embrace you. Izuku, you called softly. He hummed in response, holding you tightly. I want more. Wait, what? Your friend at the hospital, intern surgeon Fujihara Yuki, gasped in shock, her eyes wide as she tugged at your sleeve. You're kidding. You're Deku's girlfriend? The famous hero right now. Oh my god, you must be joking. You chuckled softly and shook your head. Nope, I'm not joking. We've been together for... Wow. Fujihara blinked, frowning when you suddenly paused. For what? Don't leave me hanging, sensei. You smiled, almost in disbelief. For 8 years. What? How come I've never heard of this? I didn't realize it until now either. It's crazy. We've been together for so long. Fujihara huffed. That's impressive. Are you two engaged? You hummed. Not yet, sadly. We live together, but our careers keep us busy, so we haven't had the chance to discuss it. Fujihara looked surprised. How can you be together for so long and not be engaged? 8 years is incredible. I mean, it makes sense. I'm working at the hospital and am an active resident here. Sometimes I work for 24 hours straight and can't even leave. Plus, Deku has his hero duties and missions. Fujihara nodded. But, aren't you worried? That someone might get to him while you're away? You paused, considering it. Unlikely. He's really shy and embarrassed around girls and struggles to hold a conversation with them, so I doubt it. Plus, I trust him completely. Your coworker whistled in amusement. That's quite the confidence. But he has a fan club, right? Along with Shoto and Ground Zero. You chuckled. That's not a big deal. He's a lot more sheepish than he seems. I promise, I've seen it many times. Both of you laughed. You were just taking a short lunch break when your phone rang unexpectedly. You answered, placing the phone to your ear. Hello, Doc. Ellen, is Fujihara with you? He asked. You glanced at your friend and nodded before replying, yes, we're in the cafeteria. Good. You need to be on standby because a patient is coming. I want you and Fujihara to diagnose them and prepare for surgery if necessary. I'm setting up for a surgery too, but I'll join you as soon as I can. For now, I want you to lead the surgery if I'm not there. You stood up, signaling to Fujihara, who also rose, donning her white coat. Got it? When will the ambulance arrive? Well, I can't say for sure. And it's not an ambulance that's coming. What do you mean? I don't know. Just take care of the patient. I trust you. It's been 5 years since you started here, and it's been 5 years that I've been training you. You can do this. You nodded. Thanks, document. Good luck. The doctor hung up, and you and Fujihara rushed to the emergency entrance. As you arrived, Midoriya appeared before you, panting and looking quite distressed. Please save this child. The ambulance can't arrive due to traffic, so I had to bring him myself. The rescue team said he's in critical condition and suffering from an illness. You were momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to show up so suddenly. But you composed yourself and nodded firmly. Just lay him down on the wheeled stretcher. Did the rescuers provide first aid? Midoriya nodded. Yes. They did the best they could, but they mentioned he has internal bleeding and several broken bones from the impact. You stopped. He was what? You clicked your tongue and turned to Fujihara. Get his ECG, X-rays, and diagnosis. Also, prepare for emergency surgery and get the nurses and anesthesiologist ready. Make sure to do the readings properly. Yes, sensei. Fujihara turned to the patient as the others rushed him to the emergency room, while you turned to Midoriya and smiled. Thank you for bringing him in here. We'll take it from here. Midoriya smiled and nodded. You gave him a quick peck on the cheek, healing his injuries before winking at him. I'll see you tonight. He chuckled and watched you disappear into the emergency room. Still the same as ever. Then he turned his back and returned to his work. It wasn't your first surgery, but this patient was in pretty bad shape. Normally, he would be sent to the pediatric surgery department, but they seemed busy today. This was a large hospital, but too many patients were coming in, and it was frantic. Hopefully, you could finish up and go home for the night because someone would cover your shift. You stared at the child in front of you. He looked so pale. You looked at the nurses in front of you, nodding. Let's start. Scalpel. You instructed, holding out your hand while Fujihara handed you the scalpel. The surgery was lengthy because there were many things to address. It seemed the child had a small tumor that needed removal. It wasn't easy, but it was manageable. Although you had to be cautious due to his weakened state, you couldn't leave it as it might worsen his condition. Thankfully, you successfully removed the tumor, and the surgery was a success. You sighed in relief and turned to Fujihara. Clean and stitch him up while I attend to his guardian. Yes, Doc. You exited the emergency room and removed your blood-stained gloves and mask. Then you proceeded to the waiting area and saw no one there but Midoriya sitting on the bench. He stood up when he saw you, concern etched on his face. How is he? You smiled reassuringly, tapping his shoulder. He's fine. He's stable right now, and he should be okay after recovery. Where are his guardians? And why are you here? Midoriya looked away and sighed. His parents are currently unavailable. His relatives are also unreachable and no one seems to care for him. He was abandoned and taken hostage by his own father. He was also hurt, so you could say I'm currently his stand-in guardian. You looked at him in disbelief before letting out a heavy breath. Did you call child services? They could have taken the child in. Midoriya pouted. I promised him that I would be there for him. You slapped your palm onto your forehead, groaning. Did you just get emotionally attached to the child, Izuku? Midoriya chuckled. I think so. I'm so sorry. Are you disappointed in me? He asked, worried. You rubbed your face with your hand. No. You're just too soft and adorable that I can't even. You sighed. Anyway, what do you want to do now? You can call child services to take care of him after he sees you. I was thinking. You frowned, suddenly nervous about his tone. It sounded like he was about to suggest something unbelievable. What? Maybe we should adopt him? You stared at him, surprised by his statement. Are you kidding me? No? I can't just stand by and watch him go to an orphanage. He deserves better than that. You raised an eyebrow. So what, we're going to adopt him? Izuku, do you even hear what you're saying? Yes, I can hear perfectly well. I want to take him in because he needs better care. You sighed again. Well, Izu, it's not easy to be a parent. We're both busy with our jobs, and we can't guarantee that we can care for him right now. And we're not even married yet. So how do you want to do that? Midoriya paused to think, then frowned as if he had an idea. I can adopt him as my little brother. Mom can take care of him. We can visit him as much as we want and hang out when we can. You laughed. Oh my lord, you really want to do this? Of course. He crossed his arms, looking determined. And wait until I get that money I've been saving for an engagement ring for you. I'm going to make it the most memorable day of your life. You chuckled. Nothing can top the day I saw you pulling a fridge. Try harder, honey. He smiled and kissed your forehead. So, do you agree that I should take him as my brother? You rolled your eyes. Well, if we're going to do that, we might as well adopt him as your child OW. He suddenly hugged you and planted several quick pecks on your cheeks. I love you so much. Wait, Izu. We're in a hospital. What if someone sees us? He let you go and smiled. Thank you. You smiled back before sighing once more. You have to understand that we are not keeping a pet. This is a child we are taking in. All right. He chuckled. I'm okay with that. I've been wanting one since that you're here now. Midoriya then hugged you again, and you returned the embrace, humming. I can't wait to sleep and cuddle with you tonight. I want to recharge in your presence, oh my knight, you stated, exaggerating your tone before grinning. Midoriya chuckled. All right then. The princess shall get her cuddles. He pressed his lips to your forehead and smiled at you. Once upon a time, in a world filled with magic and adventure, a group of friends embarked on a quest that would test their bonds and courage. Among them was a spirited girl named Lila, known for her unwavering determination and quick wit. She had always dreamed of becoming a legendary hero, and now, with her friends by her side, that dream was within reach. As they journeyed through enchanted forests and treacherous mountains, Lila felt a growing connection with her companion, Ethan. He was brave and kind, always ready to lend a hand. Their friendship blossomed, filled with shared laughter and unspoken feelings that lingered just beneath the surface. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over their campsite, Lila and Ethan found themselves sitting close together, the air thick with unexpressed emotions. They exchanged playful banter, their eyes sparkling with mischief. In that moment, Lila felt a flutter in her heart, a longing for something more than friendship. But their adventure was far from over. Dark forces loomed on the horizon, and the group soon found themselves facing a formidable enemy. The battle was fierce, with flashes of magic and the clash of weapons echoing through the air. Lila fought valiantly, her heart pounding as she dodged attacks and strategized with her friends. They worked together seamlessly, each move calculated and precise, as they pushed back against the shadows threatening their world. As the dust settled and the enemy retreated, Lila and her friends stood victorious, though weary from the fight. The bond they shared had only grown stronger through their trials, and Lila knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lila turned to Ethan, their eyes locking for a brief moment. There was so much left unsaid, but in that glance, they both understood that their journey was just beginning. The adventure awaited, and with it, the promise of new experiences and deeper connections.